The legend of EU mids is defined by fantastic performances like the one you're about to see. Perkz solo carries Game 5 against RNG for his team G2 while playing LeBlanc, and it is a beautiful performance.
Dedicated in the world, traveling everywhere to these different events. You saw them at All-Stars in LA, you see them at Worlds in Korea, you see them following their team, supporting their teams, and they're trying to give RNG that boost they need to take down G2 in Game 5, which is crazy to say. I mean, G2 has been playing incredible.
And I love this time around the RNG group up in that front.
Not again!
No more level 1s, no more. Just offering that extra bit of safety. G2, though, they take the line of scrimmage. They play more defensively, but already looking for a bit of an invade. And this is so important for Jankos on this Olaf. The champion at Worlds has really fallen off in priority because of how hard it falls off in the later stages of the game. His inability to close the gap against so much mobility that currently exists in the meta has made it very difficult for him to have an impact. So you have to shut down that Nocturne early, you have to deny him farm, deny him levels, and that is how you find advantages.
All right, 2v2 matchup already going ham in the bottom lane. The stun from Wadid's passive comes out. Yonen's taking a lot of autos from Uzi, and in terms of effective HP, it is, of course, Uzi that comes out ahead of Hyonin. If you are just joining us, welcome to the deciding game in the quarterfinal between RNG and G2. Every odd-numbered game has been won by RNG. Every even-numbered game has been won by G2. More importantly, every blue side has been victorious. Hyonin will get that 4th shot down onto Uzi. And of course, if you are just joining us, the bottom lane has been heavily RNG favored all series long because it has been heavily focused time and time again. And for the first time in 5 games, this might just be Jankos coming in. Let's see whether or not they can find the kill. There's the stun onto Uzi. Body block.
He can't get the ward.
Uzi can't pick it up. He's going to go down. Hyonin kills Uzi.
Oh, the heal comes through. Will he walk away with his life? He does. Hyonin gets away with it. He finds first blood onto Uzi, and G2 find the early lead.
Wadid with the insane play there, flash Q exhaust. He drops the ward, it looked like, right onto that lantern. He couldn't click it.
And this is the early game lead we were talking about. Jankos has to make his presence known. He does it in the bot lane, and now Perks trading with Xiaohu in the mid. G2 are saying, we will fight you with aggression. We will build an early lead. RNG fall.
It's supposed to be the opposite. It's supposed to be Ming and Uzi dominating this lane with their members coming down and snowballing it. Instead, Hyonin, not only do they get the kill, he has the first blood this time, and he has the opportunity to carry in a game over Uzi.
And you can't help but feel the temptation from Hyonin to type in all chat and say, not nice to 2v3, is it, my friend? With the amount of ganks and pressure that RNG have thrown down that lane throughout this series,
This
finally get some support. Now Jankos has his eyes on mid lane.
All right, Wadid is already roamed. Jankos was waiting in the wings just outside that Raptor camp. Xiaohu has got flash available to him. He's escaped in time and managed to make it out. While that was going on, up in the top lane, it looked like there was some pressure from MLXG, but here's the replay.
So here it is one more time. Q flash from Wadid right over top. And look at this. Uzi turns around to get level 2 off the minion to level up his spell shield, but he's already been stunned. The ward is dropped. Everyone is stacking on the lantern. He can't click it. He cannot get out. And not only that, how much health did he even have? The heal is late. The minion hits him. It's got to be 1 health. 1
HP!
What
Oh
is that?
my god, Hyonin!
If that isn't fate, I don't know what is.
If the universe is on Hyonin's side, G2 need to utilize it. They need to get this Jhin further ahead. It is an even goal game. Look at the CS differences. Xiaohu is ahead of Perks. And Uzi, for the time being, has shoved this wave all the way up to Hyonin and Wadid.
And it's really important to remember that for RNG, their composition is extremely strong in the late game. They have the ability to put Rise off on a side lane. He will be able to handle both Aatrox and LeBlanc once he completes 2-3 items. And Sivir, in these team fights, she has that 500 CS win condition for a reason. So the responsibility falls on G2 to find these early leads. And so far, in the mid and top, things are actually very even for RNG.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're talking about a 500 CS win condition, and you're talking about Uzi, that takes about 10 minutes. So not too much time, but you know, like they are not all in on winning this lane anymore. That is really the biggest point, as you're saying, Betty, is because it's not the Lucian. They do outscale in the team fight damage, and you know, MLXG has been farming fairly well. He is going to have his opportunities to try to turn this lane around, especially post 6.
And of course, we have to keep an eye on how MLXG and his decision-making with his team composition impacts the game. The 4 previous games have been very heavily defined by focus and involvement around the bottom lane. MLXG with this draft is not necessarily going to do that, but he still can if the opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, and just how he is thinking about this game mentally, right? You're coming in Game 5. You didn't get to play any of the warm-ups. He is known for his super aggressive play. Will he still stick with that style? Or do you play a more measured game? Do you play it more defensive when you know one mistake means my team goes home?
I feel like MLXG is the kind of player that doesn't know how to turn off his aggressive button, especially when you think back to the group stages. This guy was diving between 2 turrets at level 6. So I'm really excited to see what he's going to do once he hits that level 6 mark. But so far, Jankos has done a good job at kind of keeping the pressure onto him. Jankos now level 5, has the boots completed as well. Will have the red buff to go and pick up, and where will he look to make a play next? Because, you know, you talked a little bit about it as LG solo lane. Xiaohu on this rise. He's farming extremely well right now. The fact that, like, LeBlanc doesn't have to dominate laning phase this early on, but the fact that he still has that threat of moving off into a side lane later, being able to hold both a LeBlanc and an Aatrox is still a big deal for RNG, even if they are at this small early deficit.
You see Uzi and Ming have already left the lane. They've shoved it up time and time again. Uzi sitting with the double long swords and that Fairy Charm, as we've seen multiple times this series already. And once that wave went out, just looking for a play. Also something that we've seen RNG very frequently, grouping up to try challenge for vision and moving into G2 jungle.
And I just think it's good play because they're not actually losing any of the minions. They get back bot in time. They clear out 2 of those pink wards, which does make it a lot more scary, you know, for Perkz, not knowing exactly where these members could be coming for, and especially setting up for the eventual MLSG level 6.
I'm keeping my eyes as well on how close MLXG is to that level 6 mark. He has the full top side to be able to clear. Xiaohu as well will be picking up that blue buff relatively soon. Yeah, so there we go, the level 6 mark. Now we keep our eyes on where he looks to go. Top lane, expectations are pretty low. You don't really want to be ganking that Sion lane very much. He may look to try and gank LeBlanc, but with her passive and mobility, that could be difficult. So what I'd like to see from RNG is perhaps Xiaohu pushing up the mid lane, try and gain some priority, and then use his ultimate to set up either a dive bot with the TP from Let Me. Try and do something that RNG have found a lot of success with really in the past.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially when it is that first Infernal. I think you really want to try to make something happen around the bottom lane. If you can get a kill there into an Infernal, that is such a good advantage for you. And you can see right now it's G2 up around the top side, and potentially MLXG could respond.
Oh, that got very, very close.
Yep.
MLXG was able to secure it, but yeah, I also held my breath, waiting to see whether or not Jankos was going to go in on Let Me or not. Dual chains come out from Perkz, but they don't hold Xiaohu in place, therefore Jankos cannot follow it up. And it is a 300 gold advantage over the first blood, separating these two teams as we're getting closer to the 10-minute mark. Death Sentence will find we're dead, although he didn't do a whole lot to try and dodge it, to be fair. Still got access to that Unbreakable, and ultimate's unlocked for everybody in the game. We're getting to the point now where these first big advantages, these first big leads can really start to snowball the game in one direction.
Just a small point to what you were saying, Trevor, about what did not making a huge effort to move. Something that, oh, okay, he's just going top lane. Something that Thresh players can actually do while in the laning phase is, once you notice that the AD carry and support are bunched up, if you just throw your hook, you kind of force the support to stay in the same place, because if he moves, you end up in an Afro Cody Sun situation where the AD carry ends up getting hooked, which is not really what you want. So I like the pressure that Ming is applying there, and it kind of forces Ming to back off. Jankos ganking Ming.
Yeah, of course, without those chains. Oh, the second ones do, though, and Xiaohu goes down. Beautifully played on the Mimic there by Perkz, as well as Jankos.
Yeah, really well done there by Perkz and Jankos. Xiaohu would have had to flash before the chain actually connected to maybe have a chance of getting out, but either way, it's an easy kill for G2 and an advantage now for Perkz in that mid lane.
Oh, this is exactly what G2 Esports need and want. Xiaohu was doing such a good job of staying even in that lane. Right now, Wadid decides to go a little bit forward, threatening some sort of follow-up. Jumping to the minion, but look at MLXG with Paranoia available. They're off flashes.
They go.
Yonin and Wadid. Glacial Fisher comes down, and Wadid forced to flash defensively. He will get taken out. Kill secured by Uzi. Yes, Jankos has arrived, but it may not be enough. Hyunen's got the curtain call available to him.
Rise ulti.
He needs to, throws it down. Here comes Xiaohu with the Realm Warp, but the rest of RNG, they're backing away. Now they're waiting for minions. As soon as those minions get up, that's going to be the go button. RNG will not find the time, and G2 disengage.
It's going to be their turret, though, and it's a kill onto Uzi, and you have to think they're going to give him solo gold, as they so often do. They may just rush it, though, to try to get a reset on the play, but nope. Uzi always gets the solo gold, and he is going to be at such a strong point with the kill, with the 600 gold in his pocket as well.
And RNG reclaimed the gold lead. G2's duo was doing fantastic in the laning phase, but the MLXG factor that showed up in the bot side of the map helped secure a kill onto Wadid, force all the summoner spells out from the G2 duo, and it will result in first tower blood to RNG.
This is a really nice response from G2, though. You know that RNG is going to reset after staying out of the map, taking down that turret. So, hey, you lost the turret, you lost the kill, but you can grab the Infernal, which is going to be so nice for a lot of these G2 members, and especially for Jin, who gets massive amounts of AD through his passive and gets even more from the multiplication.
While that's true, RNG just say, you know what, we'll trade it for a Rift Herald. And the fact that Uzi's already completed the Storm Razor, he's hit a very crucial item spike very early on into the game, means that I don't know if G2 can afford to try and challenge this. So RNG, they get a lot across the map in terms of First Blood Tower, Rift Herald, and they're going to be setting up for the top tier 1.
So if G2 struck first by picking up that kill onto Uzi, the counter punch by RNG has definitely hit harder. It's balanced out the gold deficit. They've got that Rift Herald, which can be utilized to unlock yet another tower. And MLXG, spicy hot pot on that Nocturne. His first use of Paranoia was very effective. Look how much damage Uzi has already gotten onto this top tower, as well as onto Hyunen. The Ricochet and the Boomerang Blade. Uzi is just trying to unlock the map. This is how RNG have won games this series already, by moving Uzi to different points, applying pressure, and forcing G2 to respond.
Yeah, and I'm now looking for MLXG with his ultimate available again and the Rift Herald to try to get a kill into a Rift Herald drop. Because if you can pick someone off and then drop the Rift Herald, you have the potential of getting 2 turrets and a monumental lead.
Where will that happen? That's the question. G2 are looking for a kill themselves, Assail. And MLXG, a quarter of that cooldown has been used. Looking at his placement, he's going to be clearing out the left-hand quadrant of the mini-map, and Wonder's currently pushing very deep into that bottom lane. He's got teleport available. He's about to hit level 11 as well.
But there is a very deep ward behind him that could set up for a potential flank from the side of RNG. While Zhao doesn't have it available, it gives a lot of information as to where Wonder is. But we've got to look at Jankos in the top lane.
Whoa!
Nocturne's coming.
Uzi gets caught.
The ward!
The ward's on top of the lantern, and Hyunen kills Uzi again. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. That was unbelievable.
Just too good there from G2. Such nice play, because had he got out with the Lantern, MLXG can turn that around. He can come in with the ultimate and maybe make that play look so different, but twice now. G2 with the quick thinking, dropping multiple wards onto this Lantern. And did he have Spell Shield, or was it just late?
Ooh, I wonder if he did have Spell Shield or not, because he has been using it in lane.
Yeah.
Just to kind of soak up a lot of the spells and kind of keep up the mana. But what I find interesting about this is G2 kind of encouraging those solo queue players to invest in vision, because you can use it to kill players like Uzi.
And of course, while we didn't see Uzi speaking there right now, I can quite confidently hear Uzi saying, "Bring me that Jin's head." And the rest of RNG saying, "Yes, Mr. Uzi, we will do our best." Let's see if MLXG can deliver. As it stands, G2 are 3-1 up in kills. They've got a 500 gold lead. And Hyunen has been the recipient of both of those Lantern kills. If you look at the item differences as well, Perks has got himself the Luden's Echo, and here comes MLXG. He's still got that Rift Herald, but Ming's Death Sentence goes wide. The box goes down, Uzi jumps in. Here comes MLXG. Defensive flashes. Jankos has already killed
G2's winning this.
Jankos is turning it back around. Defensive flash from Uzi. Teleport's coming down.
Comes Perks.
Not just to find out. Perks blows up RNG, and G2 win the fight.
It ends up being a 3-0 in favor of G2. And with this early comp that they've drafted, this is the perfect snowball as the crowd erupts for G2 Esports.
Jankos was just in the perfect spot at the perfect time. RNG did not expect the Olaf to be there. They look for the play, and he shuts it down hard. And then Perks on the roam gets so much from that, now way ahead of Xiaohu.
Being a favorite in this tournament is
He can get more.
Xiaohu may get solo
No way.
kill.
No
Ignite
way.
is ticking down. One more.
He gets him.
Perkz gets the solo kill. 4-0-0. This is his team, and this might be his world.
Welcome Xiaohu to Perkz' lane kingdom. It's been a while, but he has reclaimed the throne as he finds a solo kill onto Xiaohu and is 4-0-0 on this LeBlanc.
RNG are starting to fall apart at the seams here, down nearly 3,000 gold now. Here's the play one more time. They just do not know that Jankos is here. Ming goes for the hook, and it's right about now you have to know that things are going to look pretty ugly as Olaf comes around the corner. You can't get back onto the Jhin, and Wadid just hops out to save him.
And that exhaust from Wadid was so crucial as well. The fact that MLXG lost so much of the damage with the arrival of Perkz on top of that meant that it was a very clean play from G2. And we didn't even notice the interrupt from Wonder in the bot side of the map. The face of Perkz as he finds his team their 7th kill against one of the world champion favorites of RNG.
Now, G2 Esports are in a commanding position. They are 2,500 gold up. They have the tools to progress and push this lead forward. But RNG, you cannot understate. They have wave clear, they have scaling, they have initiation, and I am not going to count my chickens before they have hatched. And I need to see how well RNG handle this mid-game. You can see MLXG as well as Xiaohu coming down onto Wonder. He's used the World Ender, and the Realm Warp will cut off that escape route. But here comes Perkz. Rune Prison holds Wonder in place. He will start to revive and resurrect.
MLXG!
Just blows up MLXG. Wonder throws down the Infernal Chains. That's going to pull that me backwards. Perkz
Get away!
the Xiaohu. Wonder's out. Wonder's alive. And Perkz is looking for some sort of reply. Now Jankos
comes
trying to
Jankos.
run back down. He's got Ragnarok available to him. Wonder's going to escape with the recall. Now Wadid will find a stun onto Let Me. This is chaos, but it is chaos that is benefiting G2.
6-0-0 for Perkz. You give me Perkz versus the world, I'm liking his odds. He is looking like an absolute monster in this series, trying to carry G2 to a semi-final.
It was this team that was built around Perkz. Sven and Mithy left. Expect and Trick would left as well, and Perkz had to rebuild. And now, in this situation where Wonder looks like he's as good as dead, 3 members of RNG collapse. They think they found themselves a pick, but the mid laner comes in for the rescue. He dives onto MLXG and just one-shots him with a single rotation of the combo. And even here, you think there's no way they can win this 2v1, but the damage of an Aatrox combined with a fed LeBlanc is more than enough to allow G2 to get the turnaround.
And tell me this isn't a scared RNG, reaching for kills, trying to find something. 2 flashes, 3 ultimates, all to chase Wonder, and they get nothing.
Unbelievable performance. The 3rd seed coming out of Europe, showing up big time on this stage with only one play style, with only one way to win the game, but it is their game. It is their way. And when G2 have been given the opportunity to do so, they are taking RNG down. RNG was supposed to win it all. We're supposed to complete the Golden Road in 2018. And they are on the cusp of being knocked out at the first hurdle in quarterfinals.
But they still may be able to do it. They're going in on Perkz.
All right, Perkz is going to use the double dash to get over the wall. Here comes Uzi. The lantern is down, but it's not going to be needed this time around. Jankos escapes with his life. How many summoners blown? Nothing on the side of G2.
And G2's pushing for this mid lane turret. They may be able to knock it down. Perkz is low, but he certainly packs a wallop.
He does indeed. The tower will fall. That's the 3rd of the game. G2 Esports extend their gold lead, 5,000 gold up. The first time this organization has made it to quarterfinals, and they are in game 5 with RNG.
And for the vast majority of this, Perkz!
So close, the Ignite is ticking, that is not it! Perkz is godlike with the help of Yarn and Wadid. Now they turn their attention onto Let Me, he's just gonna get run down.
The wards!
He finds the lantern, the onto his zone. A death sentence finds its mark, but it doesn't matter. 11 kills to 1. G2, they are gonna do it.
Turn off the nameplates. Tell me who is the favorite. Tell me who is meant to be the world champion.
Busan answered in a resounding G2. That was what I was hearing. Wonder's pushing down the bottom lane, and this lead continues to grow.
And this is just so amazing for Perks, the guy who failed to get out of group stages for 2 years back-to-back, the guy that was considered the best mid laner in Europe for so long. And now, in a Game 5 versus RNG, he picks LeBlanc, and he solo kills the best player in the world. And now, he has his eyes on another pick.
Well, there we go. This is just going to be a matter of time. Perks is legendary.
Somebody stop this man!
0-1. I hate to quote it, but it is true. Prove yourself and rise. Make them remember you. Push through hell. G2 couldn't advance past the quarterfinals in Europe. And they had to prove it by making the run in the gauntlet, by showing up through play-ins. And every time I look at those player cams, G2 are feeling it. Now, okay, 22 minutes in, they have the lead, they have the vision. G2 have the tools, but they still need to get the Nexus.
Yes, and that's where things can get challenging. While the goal lead is big, the wave clear is still very relevant from the side of RNG. The Baron taking speed is not quick from G2, and while they are feeling confident and ready to make plays and utilizing their pressure well, the risk of the 3-item turnaround from RNG, their ability to team fight, is something that must always be respected.
It certainly has to be, but RNG need to staunch this bleeding. They need to stop the snowball coming out of G2. You need to see calm, calculated play from RNG because they have the composition to win in the late game, but they are so far away from getting there right now. You know, falling down this far, this early, they're down over 7,000 gold. They need to buy, 10, 15, 20 minutes of play where G2 is not taking the Baron, where they're catching up before the scaling even becomes a discussion.
And very fortunately for the side of RNG, the wave clear on the rise, the Sivir, even the Scion and Nocturne to a degree is very effective as long as you do not concede the Baron. We've seen during the course of the group stages how a Scion and a Nocturne can threaten teams that are on Baron. And Vedius, like you said, for G2 it'll take a very long time. So there are opportunities for RNG, but they really haven't made it easy for themselves.
No, and the game is in G2's hands.
Yeah.
It is 100% up to you if you win this game or not. This is not a game that RNG should be able to come back in, and RNG are going to struggle to even find out when they are on the Baron. They're so far away from getting vision, and look at that damage!
Yeah, Ming almost gets blown up from one rotation. That's the go signal for G2 Esports. They're going to start hammering away on this inner turret. While that was going on, Wonder left the bottom lane. He moved away from Let Me and was moving to respond, but that's the 5th tower falling in favor of G2 Esports.
And this is what you have to do with your Perks. You do not try to overcommit. You just dash over, throw out your poke, and then dash back, and you chip away at the health bars of RNG. Force them away from the tower so you can set up these sieges and utilize your gold lead to force RNG constantly on the back foot. Do not give them time to scale because, as Azael was saying, they are just looking to slow the bleeding. They are looking to get to that late game point and rely on their amazing team fighting capability.
Yeah, but look at the mini-map, guys. 3 lanes of waves crashing into inhibitor turrets in favor of G2. They had vision superiority on the left quadrant of the map, and now RNG will get a reprieve. Now RNG will have a moment or two to breathe, but another Infernal Drape will go uncontested to G2 Esports, and that's just going to give them even more tools as we move towards this late game.
I mean, double Infernal for the most fed LeBlanc you've ever seen is just going to make you feel that much worse. When you're in this game as Uzi, everyone's looking at this server saying, it's up to you. You have to carry this.
Yep.
You are considered the best player in the world. You need to be able to take over this game, but you need to build damage. And if you go for the IE here, then Perks is going to be able to one round. If you mistime your spell shield whatsoever, you are going to die instantly from full. But when you're this far behind, you can't afford to go for a Hex Trigger. You can't afford to go defensive, or you'll never win the fight.
G2 cannot afford to make mistakes. They got a 10,000 gold lead. They are on the cusp of the biggest upset in League of Legends history. After one of the biggest upsets in League of Legends history, which just happened 5 hours ago. The 2 tournament favorites, the teams that were meant to meet in the finals, are potentially being knocked out on day 1 of quarters. G2 Esports, they've got control. Look at the control wards being placed around Baron. Infinity Edge was completed by Hyun in 3-0-4, and Uzi is still working on a component towards his very own
And
my question is, where did G2 go? Did they keep pressuring the towers, or did they force the hand for Baron?
I think you have to start threatening Baron. It is slow, but you've got to. I think that with the gold lead they have, they can look to force a fight now, given that Jhin is on 3 items. And if RNG try to contest, they should lose. So I think this is a fairly safe
committing
force
to it.
for G2.
All right, let's take a look. How quickly and how effectively did G2 peel? Uzi's got the spell shield and a theoretical lantern that hasn't done a whole lot this game already. Perks jumps in with a Mimic, gets caught up, dash back to the river. He's already killed Ming, blown him up. The Hourglass will buy some time as MLXG's trying to chase him down. Wonder gets the Infernal Chains onto Uzi, and he's got the Resurrect from the ultimate. All of a sudden, MLXG's down in a 5 versus 3. They're chasing Orange.
The turn to Uzi!
Who manages to turn it around? The AoE inside the choke point.
Perks is looking.
D2's HP. There's the spell shield popped as the 3rd and the 4th shot are fired. It's a 3-on-3 for now.
The game stands on a precipice. This can decide the entire series right here.
G2 Esports decide not to overchase. The Realm Warp to safety. Uzi and Xiaohu show you the power of the AoE.
And what was supposed to be a safe Baron for G2 ends up being an overcommitment, and Uzi saving the fight, and here he is.
All right, Perks manages to interrupt.
He can go back in.
Now Perks gets caught by a decimating smash. He's able to flash.
Here's Jankos.
Here comes Jankos. Let me is the man up in the front, but they're going to get a teleport out of Xiaohu inside the Baron pit. This game is far from over, and RNG have not conceded.
Wonder is back alive, does have the teleport, but it looks like that they're not going to keep the fight going. Uzi, he's forced to back, no summoner spells, but that was an even fight for RNG overall. They stopped the Baron from going down. They find themselves 2 kills, and RNG say, we're not completely out of this yet.
Yeah, you had to think this was the fight that will decide the game. This is where G2 will move on to the semifinals, and Perks starts it out well, but does get chunked very low, and you'll see MLXG goes for the shutdown here over onto Perks. A well-timed stopwatch, so just in time there. And then the fight becomes about Uzi. G2 trying to commit forward onto him to take him down, but Uzi and Xiaohu kite back into the corridor.
And this is where all that AoE damage from Uzi can come into fruition. The Scion just tanks up so much damage. Xiaohu has enough shielding, and they act as a strong enough front line so that Uzi can't get collapsed upon. And the 2 big carries of RNG end up turning the fight in their favor. And again, we have to reiterate, this is what we were talking about. They're known as one of, if not the best team fighting team in the world. And if you give them an inch, they will take a mile, even at this kind of a deficit.
And Uzi now has the Infinity Edge, has hit his 3 items on Sivir. So important, especially against a squishy team like this. The ricochets really start to punish your opponents. That being said, there is a window now for G2. No summoners on Uzi. If you can find a fight, if you can take down that Sivir, you can end the game and pull off the upset.
I can tell you right now, Perks doesn't want to find a fight. He wants to play dirty. Catch him when he doesn't know he's coming and just blow him up. 9-0-2. He's got himself the Ludens and Morelos, the Hourglass, as well as another needlessly large rod. And off
Scary world out there.
The vision has been contested. RNG have to push into the darkness. You can feel the energy from the Bexcoat and in Busan as there's this buzz. Because yes, G2 are monumentally ahead. 3 Dragons at 10k gold. At 30 minutes, at 35 minutes, at 40 minutes, that gold value becomes less significant as the power of the team composition for RNG begins to scale up and show its true light.
It certainly does, and the further we get into this game, the more it starts to sink in. The monumental achievement that you are so close to here as G2. Win or lose, you will remember this series for the rest of your life.
And
Things started off again.
History remembers the winners, of course. We'll see who's going to come out advantageous.
Here we go, they're committing. Where is RNG? Can they even get in?
Got no vision.
Perks is eyeing for his target.
All right, Realm Whelp is going to deliver on top of the ward. Lemmi's going to make it in. Glacial Fisher comes down from where did a turn in the fight from G2 Esports. That's a good play. Interrupted. Ming stops Perks. Now all of a sudden, Wonder's running for his life. Look at the re-engage from Lemmi. Wonder forced to dash over the wall to safety. Xiaohu's killed Wadid in a 10,000 gold deficit. RNG tear the roof off of Busan, and they are winning the fight.
Ming's play may have just saved the game there, playing Perks out of the distortion that would have gotten him onto Uzi. RNG win another fight and buy themselves a new lease on life.
Exactly that, Azael. They even find themselves a kill, and the momentum from G2 is starting to slow down. They were in such commanding control of this game. We've now hit the 30-minute mark, and you can see how much harder it is for Perks. No blind phase checks for RNG. A beautiful sidestep from Ming. And look at the positioning of Uzi on the back line. And keep your eyes on this play. Ming interrupts Perks as he tries to dive onto the back line. Immediately gets zoned away, and then Wonder is just left to the 5-man unit of RNG.
And that play prevented it not only from hitting Uzi, but also Xiaohu. That would have been both the carries chunked dangerously low, if not just straight up taken out. And we see at least the GA is forced out there. A good job there by Yarnin trying to make the best of a bad situation.
It wasn't just the play to save the day, but it was the play to save worlds.
Yeah.
To save the 2018 Golden Road that RNG are setting their sights on. 4-item spikes are starting to come in across the board as it's 32 minutes in, and G2, they did get their 4th Drake. The next one will be Elder at around 37 minutes.
And you can see Uzi's confidence in his positioning, in his teammates, still not making a stop for any magic resistance. If you play it perfectly, if you can position perfectly, this will pay off. You make one step too far forward, you make one missed spell shield, Perks will kill you from full. The game can end.
But look at the double control wall that's behind the Baron. There is a TP available for Let Me. TP's coming up for Xiaohu.
Here we go again.
G2 are not aware of the vision that RNG have behind them. The TP flank is a real possibility from the side of RNG. And there's enough vision around this Baron area that G2 do not have full control, but
Alright, Perks got a little bit caught out there. Manages to escape with his life, but Ming is dropped very, very low. They've got him! Jankos has got one. Uzi forced to flash away, and Wonder's trying to chase him down. The Infernal Chain will pull him backwards. Darkness comes out from the Paranoia, and the rattling of the AoE from Xiaohu is melting G2 Esports. Perks is running for his life. The Infernal Chains comes down. It pulls Xiaohu backwards. That's one of the AoE monsters. Yes, G2 got the kill, but man, it felt like they lost the fight.
And G2 are finding these fights harder and harder to win. They only get a single kill onto Ming. They get both summoners out from Uzi, but RNG still stay alive.
Best Worlds meta ever! RNG in a gigantic goal deficit. They are the ones making the move for Baron, and it feels like this game is swinging back into RNG's control.
They're just trying to get some vision around the objective. They need to reclaim some semblance of control as we see more items being picked up for Uzi. 4 are now completed. Lord Dominic's regard is done, and it's getting to the point in the game where for G2 to be able to win, they're going to have to outplay RNG in these team fights.
But still, they're 10,000 gold ahead. Double Infernal, 4 dragons to 0. They are still in control of this game. They can still close out this game, and they need to take a breath and realize their positioning.
I need to take a breath. Do the same thing.
We all do.
It's unbelievable to see how these team fights are turning, but every time Xiaohu and Uzi are allowed to get damage down, they turn it. Yarnin with the Hella Blades, he manages to get a big proc onto Uzi. He's got the GA completed, and he's starting to heal back up. And look at G2, they keep contesting the vision. They keep pushing it into RNG territory, but RNG always seem to find a way to go back. And G2, they're starting Baron.
And Uzi is chunked out. No summoners this time.
He's going to red buff.
They spotted it now. He's going to come to Baron, but it may not be in time. G2 could just commit for this Baron. We'll see if they do.
The Lantern is going to pull Uzi into the fight really quickly. 3,000 hit points. It's going to be the focus. Paranoia throw down. And LEC will not be jumping back in, but the Death Sentence will find a target. All of a sudden, what it is down. Yes, he managed to get the ultimate off, but it simply isn't enough. Now we have
ulti.
Look at the Realm Warp. That's going to
Perks over the wall.
Perks is looking for Uzi. Chunks him down to 50%. 3 members of G2 Esports have escaped for now, and Jankos will be the sacrificial lamb. Jankos will go down, along with what did, but 3 members of G2 hold the Baron buff.
They do get the 2 kills, but still, the most important members from G2, the solo laners, will have the Baron buff. If they want to try to go into 1-3-1, this may be their best chance at closing out the game.
But look at the gold. The fact that the 280 carries are even in this massive gold deficit. The fact that Uzi is still has so many items completed means the RNG is still so strong in this game. Wadid drops immediately. G2 recognized in a 4v5, and at this point in the game, they can't win the 5v5, so their goal is to just evacuate. Perks comes so close to executing Uzi, but unfortunately it's not enough, and now it's RNG that's on the push.
G2 are committing to the 1-3-1. You see Perks and Wonder in the side lanes. RNG moving across the halfway point of the map for what seems like the first time in 20 minutes.
Will G2 be able to use the 1-3-1 as effectively as they have done in the previous games? The 500 CS Siva win condition is eerily close, and it is Uzi's Siva in Game 5 of the quarterfinals. G2 Esports, they cannot make a mistake because this gold lead again, it matters less and less, but to their benefit. Elder Dragon's up in a minute, and I need to see whether or not G2 try to prioritize it.
Certainly do, but what other way would you want to see this game decided than the teams committing to the styles that brought them here?
Yep, this is definitely a close one. The fact that RNG putting all of their eggs in the Uzi basket, he is definitely capable of carrying some Perks. The guy that this team was built around, the huge carry for G2. He has all the kills, he has so much gold, and if he can just find that execute, it could be the determining factor in who walks towards the semifinal.
And alternatively, if Ming can find the Flay or the death sentence to break open the series, we saw him there almost fishing for Perks. He had the flail ready that interrupted the distortion. Just looking at the itemization, with the core damage built for Uzi, he's got himself that Hex Drinker as the 5th item, working towards complete build.
And that luxury item finally coming in means so much for his safety against someone like Perks here in these team fights, being able to perhaps survive one round.
All right, Baron empowered minions in 3 different lanes. Cannon creeps doing a lot of work. Look at how they're melting through the towers. RNG are at risk of actually losing more than 1 turret here. The minion waves have now been cleared out as Uzi's been bopped between top and middle lane. And G2 have got 30 seconds left on Baron.
Yeah, they need to utilize this Baron to at least break into the base of RNG, but even then, at least one more team fight is guaranteed for G2.
Perks
that
might
they
break
need
the top
to
lane
win.
here.
G2 playing on all 3 lanes right now.
Perks is going to get a couple more autos with Baron empowered cannon minion. That's the first turret falling. The mid lane should fall maybe. No, there's the engage. Death sentence onto the cannon creep delivers a perfect play. GA.
Uzi's down!
Back up. But with Uzi down, it's all on Xiaohu. Xiaohu's running for the Perks. Perks has found him. Perks goes golden with the hourglass. They may have just done it.
G2 have just dismantled RNG, and they're going to make their way to the semi-finals!
G2 Esports will find another kill, will tear open the base, and Busan is cheering and screaming and crying. The underdogs reign supreme at Worlds 2018. When expectations were at their lowest, the G2 dynasty will be defined by taking down RNG. Remembering all of those feelings from watching old games just makes me smile. Did you enjoy today's look back at Europe's match history? If so, let us know by tweeting at LEC and telling us which games you want to see on the next episode of Match History.
LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, very, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight.
So tell me, who was the player of the game?
This is my creed. The boots that make me faster. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. I get the best to be more powerful, so my champion rises to the top. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. Because you can only rule the game when you realize you are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hearing whispers in the night, voices filling up your mind. You're like a ghost of you. You've been drowning in the rain, slowly saving up the pain. So deep inside of you, see the colors of the sky slowly turn from black and white. A rising hope, bright as gold. And now there's nothing left to lose, so we're breaking all the rules. And they don't know what we know. 'Cause I can hear the thunder from afar, a lightning in the dark. I can feel the fire come alive, so calm before the storm, so dark before the dawn. Oh, I can see the fire in your eyes, in your eyes. Oh, I can see the fire in your eyes, in your eyes. Oh, I can see the fire in your eyes. Oh, I can see the fire in your eyes. Now you'll never be the same once you felt that burning flame. You're chasing stars alive. What was broken's left behind. Watch it crumble in the light. Nothing can stop you now. See the colors of the sky slowly turn from black and white. Rising hope, bright as gold. And now there's nothing left to lose, so we're breaking all the rules. And they don't know what we know. 'Cause I can hear the thunder from afar, a lightning in the dark. I can feel the fire come alive, so calm before the storm, so dark before the dawn. Oh, I can see the fire in
Welcome, everyone, to a faraway land where mythical dragons reign supreme. We're here to tell you the legend of the dragon souls.
So sit down, grab a drink, and be prepared for an epic tale as we enter the land of the dragons.
Ooh. Now, there are 4 dragons who each rule over their own elements. We have the ocean dragon. We have the cloud dragon. Then we have the mountain dragon. And then we have the fire dragon. Where did you get a light up? Production value. Just get the light away. Get the light away. Now, due to a complex romantic entanglement, these dragons refuse to share the rift.
Naughty dragons.
Dragons! Now, the dragons are wild beasts and need to be tamed. So mighty warriors from across the land will challenge the dragons, where victory will result in earning the warriors a piece of the dragon soul.
It is I, a mighty warrior. I really like souls.
Okay. Now, back to our tale. Upon the death of the second dragon...
I will slay you, dragon.
Dragons, take it down a notch. Maybe the warrior doesn't speak, okay? Let's try that.
Okay, yeah, strong silence. Okay.
Yeah. Now, upon the death of the second dragon, the world itself will evolve to take the shape of the newest dragon. Now, this dragon and his or her kin will now be the sole occupant of the rift.
One is below.
Dragons, stop singing. Slaying 4 dragons imbues you with the power of a dragon soul. Ooh. It also, however, attracts the attention of the mighty Elder Dragon.
Why have you killed my children?
Dragos, you're supposed to sound
So
epic.
lonely.
It's the Elder Dragon. Mother's love is epic. Dragos, okay. Now, slaying the mightiest dragon of them all empowers our champions with the breadth of the Elder that's it, the Elder Drake. Yes. And to secure both the power of the Elder Dragon and the Dragon Soul, you only have to slay 5 dragons. A worthwhile endeavor for anyone who truly values victory.
Yeah, victory.
And that's the end. Do the dragons make sense to you now, little guy?
You have any idea how condescending you're being right now?
We gotta keep it nice and simple for silver players like you.
What the f***? I was gold!
Gold.
Oh, look at me. I was golden.
TFT.
Oh, because League and TFT are the same
I have so many feelings.
Oh, look at me, old man. I can play in gold too. Blah, blah, blah.
That's enough.
Welcome to Berlin, Germany for week 2 of the LEC. There's some huge matchups ahead of us, and it starts with a bang. Origin versus Rogue, 2 top teams going head to head, and only one will remain undefeated. They are getting in the zone, and we are in the zone here in Ready Check. And Vedius, Ender, and myself will check out some potential dark horses, and Dracos looks closer at the new boss in the top lane. Now let's start with the standings, where G2 and Origin are in first place. For me, however, the big headline, and probably for some others as well, is that they're joined by Rogue, who went 2-0 in week 1. Was that as much of a surprise to you as it was to me?
Well, I think for a lot of people that just saw Rogue in 2019, they would be very surprised, right? This team was bottom of the barrel in spring, started picking up the pieces in summer, but it was the big offseason roster move, bringing in Han Sama into the bot lane, where it was a massive upgrade for this squad. And I think myself, along with many other analysts, expected this team to be pushing for top 4, and they came out with a pretty strong showing.
But we have to also focus in on the man in the mid lane. It is so great to see that the EU mid meme is not dead, with Larson having a fantastic
right now,
week 1. This man was phenomenal on his Kiana, on the Vladimir, honestly saving both games for Rogue. I feel like he has to be our player to watch throughout the rest of the split for Rogue.
And truth be told, you had hyped Rogue coming into the split. Now they delivered on week 1. So the interesting thing for me is to track how they can evolve, because we also have to look at their opponents. And now later today, they're up versus Origin. So we're going to see a lot more out of them.
Yeah, because I think in week 1, they weren't fully challenged, right? They played a Misfits and an Excel. This week, they have much deeper competition going against Origin in day 1. This is going to be a true test against one of those teams that we really projected to be at the top, I feel.
And we'll talk a bit more about Rogue later on in Ready Check, and where there are 2-0 teams. Unfortunately, there's also 0-2 teams. Schalke, Misfits, and Vitality for now. And I'm willing to give Misfits and Vitality a bit of the benefit of the doubt because of the influx of rookies they have. But Schalke 04, on the other hand, is a very experienced roster who didn't really show up in week 1. What went wrong?
Well, I think everyone's going to be talking about Forgiven here, right? Because his return to the LEC was supposed to be a really big deal for this team. Everyone remembers the glory years when he was at the top of Europe in that position, but I think his week 1 showing didn't deliver really for me. I want to see more out of him, because I was watching some of his team fights. He's dropping a lot of auto attacks, target selection not always there for me. So I still think he has a long way to go, and only till he gets towards the top end of ADCs once again in Europe will Schalke be up there too.
And the biggest debate is, how will the mentality of this team survive? We all know it. There's no point beating around the bush. People look at the players on this roster, and there is a history of kind of catastrophe that follows them. So we're wondering, will this 0-2 start just collapse them from the beginning, or will they be able to bounce back after what was a rough week 1?
And I think in that light, this is such a good test for them. Now, I'm not wishing an 0-2 start on anyone, but this is definitely a team that can show up if they can overcome that 0-2 week, and then probably maybe reach new heights. We'll have to keep a lookout on it. Not the great start, but of course, it is a very long season. Now, as we look at Misfits and Vitality, I said it already, rookies across the board. So are we willing to give them a bit more time? Because I'm looking at that Misfits, a team that actually had a lot of practice, or a lot of them last year already.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of see these two teams. I was expecting them to finish lower in the standings. So for me, I'm willing to give them time. But then the question becomes, like, how long do you give them until changes need to be made? So again, this is just week 2, right?
Yeah.
So I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt and try to develop some of their new talent longer. I think another player like V-Boy came, or B-Boy came. I'm still stuck in LEC update mode. No, thanks, Boy. We appreciate you. No, but B-Boy came in. I think a lot of people were expecting more out of him as well, being an import into the LEC. And if he can step up, then I think this team has a much better chance.
I personally think that Misfits currently is our worst team in the LEC. Based on what I've seen in week 1, my expectations are incredibly low. And in order for them to stand a chance of even considering being in the top 6, they have to show me a lot, because the foundation that they're building upon is not very high right now.
Ooh, not a great review from Vedius. And I know what you're thinking. Hey, stop burying these teams before they've even started. But we don't have any other information to go off, so we'll be tracking them. And in a week where the top teams look to prove themselves, we also have our eyes on some potential dark horses. Basically, teams that we haven't seen that much from either, but who we expect to pull off a big run. Ender, who are your hopefuls for a top 6 spot or higher this week?
Well, I think coming in, a lot of eyes go to Mad Lions, even as a predominantly rookie team. My eyes immediately jump into this bottom lane of Carzzy and Kaiser, 2 players that have had so much success in the European regional leagues that, you know, they went to EU Masters, they performed very well there as well. So for me, I thought they had good showings, right? Like this 2v3 outplay against G2 in their very first match. But in particular, I want to see Carzzy step up, as I felt like he didn't quite deliver to what I was really looking forward to, and I think he can grow a ton.
Maybe not the biggest surprise that we put them as a contender for that top 6, but are you willing to put them higher? Where do you see them ending up at the end of the split?
For me, I think Spring Split, this team's goal should be making playoffs. I think a 5th or 6th is feasible, but right now, I think there's a lot of teams sort of in that position outside of the top 4.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that what excites me the most about this team is that foundation. I talked a little bit about it for Misfits, but I feel like the foundation, the core that they have and the baseline that they're coming in at is very high. So given over the course of Spring Split, I think a lot of growth can be made, and I'm excited to watch them challenge for those top 6 spots. But the teams that I think that could challenge for top 3 are actually a team like Excel.
Whoa,
I think
okay.
based on what I saw in week 1, there's actually a lot of promise in this roster, especially with the upgrade that we're seeing in the bot lane, the fact that Kadril is playing extremely well. All we need to see is an improvement from their 2 solo laners, and if they can get that, then I genuinely can see this team fighting against the likes of a Fnatic, of an Origin, of a G2 at the top of Europe.
Look, Vedius, I agree with you. I think this Excel roster is a clear upgrade, but top 3 is way too far for me. I think this team could slot in a 5th or 6th position, maybe even a 4th if some teams fall down at the top. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of people on this roster that have proven and have actually been sort of pushed out of the top tier teams like the
I'm
bottom
telling
lane,
you, Ender,
Patrick
this
and
man
Torre.
in the jungle, Kadril, he's already started off the split fantastically, sitting across 1st in most metrics. The guy was very impactful last split. We had our eyes on him, and we also know that Expect and Mickey can perform at the high level. So if they just clean that up, like that, this is a very good roster.
Yeah, sure, Vedius. You know, Kadril, he can beat Yankos and Xerxes with ease. You know, those guys aren't big names too.
I'm just saying that I think that this team can contest. Do I put them as front runners to win the split? Of course not. That's going to be a very difficult thing to do. But 9 weeks long, we saw the growth that this team made last split. I'm very hopeful for what they can do this split, especially with the addition of Youngbuck to the roster as well.
Well, I do appreciate the fact that you're willing to put yourself out there and say that, because it would be so easy to just say, well, G2, big title contender, OG might be in that top 3, as well as Fnatic, because we always put him there.
Yep.
But I like that you're putting it out there. And the thing that's important here is that there is ability, and the possibility is there, but they do have to rise to the occasion. And with the foundation, as you said, that we already saw last year, that might be the case for Excel.
Yeah, and I mean, Vedia sort of touched on it earlier. There are, you know, 2 players in particular, you call it both solo lanes, right? And my eyes go to Expect in the top lane. They both played on G2 at one point, you know? But Expect in the top lane.
What's going on?
I don't know, Shots. I don't know. My mind's everywhere.
Have
Anyways.
I convinced you now, though? Are you now bought in? Do you think they can be a contender for top 3?
Look, no.
Because, I mean, you're sounding pretty enthusiastic here, and like, what is it that the doubt exists in your mind?
Well, my doubt was that Expect was one of our best top laners in the league last split, and then he comes in and gets solo killed in his very first game. So I, in particular, I want to see a lot more out of
I
him.
agree with, yeah, of course. Like, this is the thing. This all hinges on how the 2 solo laners develop, but I believe that they can. The question is, do you believe that they can as well, or do you think that they'll stay around where they are?
You know what? We'll leave it in the middle. We'll get a good indicator, though. I mean, we could talk about it forever, but they'll have to prove it to us, and they have a chance to do so because both of these dark horses will be facing off later today. Mad Lions up versus Excel in Game 4. We have another big highlight, our opening clash, Rogue versus Origin, which we're going to cover in depth later in Ready Check as well. Now, G2 and Origin, they are both expected to fight for the title. You might think, hey, you haven't talked about G2 yet. We're not used to that from you, LEC. Well, here you go. Because tomorrow, the powerhouses OG and G2 face off in a pivotal matchup. This is our Alienware Match of the Week.
There's no doubt in my mind that this is a matchup between the best and second best team in the league.
I realized after joining Origin, I'm not afraid of G2 anymore. He should be.
Bold statements. Origin looks like the best team.
Job, but has he overstayed as well? Crown shot still laying down a bit of damage. E goes the wrong way. Now with the Eden Yankos. He's still alive. G2. Doesn't land on anyone. Look at the dawning shadow.
What you gonna do when they come for you?
I'm pretty sure that everyone who plays against us can never feel safe. We are chaos.
Origin versus G2 is no longer the David versus Goliath matchup that we used to have.
Upset was not touched in that fight. 9K damage. That is so not okay.
I think me and Upset will show him what a true world-class bot lane is.
Dreams, he just walks the entire way with the hook.
How did he hit that?
Away by the Cannon Barrage. He stays alive long enough. Alfari in the 1v2.
This is Xerxes, my because he knows that
Body slam flash. That's gonna be first blood.
this is why Xerxes is one of the best junglers in the LEC.
We are going to do great things in 2020.
We as G2 are the best team that Euro has ever seen, and if people are not scared of us, then we should remind them.
G2 and Origin are definitely the two best teams in the LEC.
We still have the exact same players. And these are the players that went to the World Final and dominated Europe.
I think this weekend's gonna be a bloodbath.
Indeed, the fighting words from the junglers, mostly in these two undefeated teams. And I'm loving the fire coming out of Xerxes. He's been heralded, I believe, by you, Ender. Or am I lying? As the best jungler in the league. I mean, they all say the same, right?
Yeah. I mean, everyone sort of said for basically the last year now that these are the two best junglers in the league. Yeah. I don't think you can really make a case for anyone else to knock these two out. And that always makes it really exciting to see these two teams play against each other because Jankos has the support of just a fully stacked roster behind him. Last year, Xerxes couldn't say the same. This year, Xerxes can too, so it's going to mean a very even one-on-one.
For me, the biggest thing about this matchup is last year, stylistically, Origin was a huge mismatch. The aggression from G2, the sheer lane dominance that came out from G2 was often something that would overwhelm Origin. But now, with the introduction of Destiny and Xerxes to the roster, it to me feels like that they have way more early game aggression and they have way more options to be able to challenge some of the playmaking that G2 often loves to bring to the Rift.
I mean, that's a great point.
I was just going to say that play from Xerxes was so cool. These are, of course, clips from that Match of the Week video, but Xerxes has this uncanny ability to track the opposing jungler and just get in where he shouldn't be allowed to be, and that is what turns into these really cool early game ganks where he just shows up where you don't think he's going to be.
It's very exciting to watch him, and I think, you know, you look at G2 and Origin, and it was last year around as well that very early on in the split, OG was able to beat a G2 Esports because OG is a team that you always expect to show up very prepared and polished at the beginning of a split, where I think we can say, even after the 2-0 first week of G2, it was a bit messy in that early game, so this could be their chance.
When I think of them, it's like you have Origin, who's like a still lake, you know, they're calm, you can easily float your boat along it, but G2 is like the chaotic waves of the ocean that you can never prepare for, and that's what always makes this matchup interesting, because is the preparation enough to deal with the chaos that G2 will always bring to a matchup?
I think you could have improved that analysis with maybe some puppets, perhaps. You know, you get the leg, the boat to sail across it.
Good. And well, in that regard, I think this is also going to be a proving grounds. Of course, they could both lose today, and then they're not undefeated tomorrow. But these are the kind of teams that you want to show up against and kind of install your power and your strength straight from the beginning of the split, so you know that you won't run into them later in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, no one would be surprised if this matchup was our finals matchup at the end of the spring split. Origin versus G2, just like in 2019. So I think it's very important that Origin make a statement early on in the split like they did last time.
We'll see. That is tomorrow, but week 2 is upon us, and with it comes a new boss in the top lane. Dracos, set us up for set.
Oh no.
That's right, Efi. The boss is finally here. This Noxian pit fighting twunk is going to be all the rage here in week 2 of the LEC, because who doesn't love a big ball of stats with a left hook like Tyson and a baby face like Bieber himself? Now, most of you have played against Set. You've experienced his incredible damage, his uncanny ability to 2v1, and if you've played more than one game against him, you've probably also complained about it on Reddit. But that's solo queue. So what does Set look like in pro play? Now, luckily for us, the LPL's already got to try their hand at the boss, so we have some nice highlights from JDG in the LPL to show you what he's all about. And as you look at this fight, you might notice the Set kind of just appear in the middle of the team and literally kill everyone. So that ton of damage, that unkillable nature when you try to all-in him, that's still there. But it's not just Set's numbers that set him up for success in the LEC, it is also the meta. Now, every Set's dream is to ult a fatty tank from the front line and dunk them right back down into the back line, where the bonus health damage on his ult can immediately end a fight. So for Set players, this meta is a dream come true, because who do we have in the top lane but Ornn, an easy lane opponent and a tank for him to dunk? What supports are being played? Nautilus, Leona, and Braum, all champions that love to get close and are essentially walking damage buffs for Set's ults. And you might look at me and you might say, but come on, Dracos, it's not like teams have to group up or anything, right? Well, I don't know, friend. Are there any especially important objectives that team might have to commit multiple members to fight for at multiple points in the game? Do they just happen to live in pits? The literal thing that Set fights for as a living? The pit boss in the pit? So yeah, Set's here. He's gonna be strong. He isn't unbeatable, but it's clear to see exactly how he can be used in the LEC. For builds and runes, pros will most likely take a rune page with Conqueror and Resolve as a secondary tree. For build, it's quite flexible. As long as you're building health and damage, there's not really strictly wrong choices. I personally like Triforce into Sterix. Sterix especially is very strong, but we do see players opt into items like Titanic Hydra, Death Dance, Black Cleaver. We even saw Phantom Dancer in a Korean solo queue game. Depending on the state of the game and the lane matchup, it will change significantly. Now, if you're playing at home, don't worry. Nerfs are already on the PBE. But in the meantime, Ender and I have put together a helpful guide on how to handle Set in your solo queue games.
It's easy. Yeah.
Can I just say that I don't think that works? I've repeatedly tried to walk away from Set. Repeatedly.
It's just 3 words, Shots.
I know.
It's so easy. Like, he can't get to you if you just walk the other direction.
He can punch you from like a mile away, though, right?
Do you have any idea how low that range is?
It's like...
Not low enough.
Not low enough. Nerf.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
Interesting. Do we think that the power of Set is enough to bring about serious changes in kind of the game speed and the action levels in our games, or will that not be influenced by it at all?
I personally don't think so. So I am very much of the opinion that we probably will see Set today. He's strong in solo queue. He's getting nerfs next patch, right? But I think it's so easy to counter this guy compositionally. You just need long range and CC. That's really easy to get in the game when you have champions like Aphelios, like Senna, Nautilus. Like, he just can't touch you.
And Dracos talked about it. The guy that makes a living by fighting in the pits. You're going to have to go to the pits at some point. You're going to have to battle. You're going to have to fight for your life. And when you're in that situation, no one can fight the boss.
I'm sure all our LEC coaches are looking into the lore to try and put together their drafts like, ah, yes, the pit boss, genius.
No.
But in all seriousness, like, I think that in lane, he can be pretty strong. And I think that right now his numbers are just relatively high, which means that he can be pretty decent. But it depends on how much value and how much prep teams have actually gone into dealing with, making use of. So honestly, like, it's up in the air as to how much value they actually put on him. I think Sen is still high priority, Aphelios still high priority, and Akali still up there as well.
We'll see. And also important is that in addition to Set, Lux and Syndra are also re-enabled for week 2. So a bit more diversity in what can be picked here in our week 2. So we have a new champion, top teams clashing. What a week we have ahead of us. And it starts with Rogue versus Origin, a fight to stay undefeated at the top of the LEC as both teams look to continue their great start to 2020. You can also vote on who you think will continue their winning streak right now. Spam RGE for Rogue or OG for Origin in chat. Right, which apparently...
All right, I'm in there. I'm in there early.
Now voted in chat.
My vote is OG for anyone that's wondering.
Yeah, okay. The biggest memer and Twitch chatter on the team. We've given them too much power. Besides voting in chat, what are you excited about when it comes to Rogue? We've said it many, many times, but narrow it down. Why should I be watching them?
It's the man in the mid lane, Larson. For me, we talked about him earlier on in the day, but I have to keep bringing him up because he brings an X factor to the team that I feel we have not seen before from Rogue. Just look at your screen right now. Look at the outplays that this man brings. He was able to solo carry in this Vladimir game, diving in 1v5 where In a composition, he had to make these plays happen. Otherwise, his team was not going to find victory.
And you might think, why are we going on about him? But a 22 KDA, 3 solo kills, and he does it all with not a lot of resources because they're going to that bottom lane to give Hansama some gold and some farm. And that is what is all the more impressive about this guy.
Yeah, I mean, he makes the clutch moments happen, right? And it's in these late game situations where it really is do or die. And as Vedios was saying, compositionally, it was basically just him and Hansama that had the tools to make plays in a lot of these games. And he comes up huge when it matters. And that's why I think he really is trying to, push into the top ranks of mid laners in the LEC right now.
And it works out so well because he doesn't take a lot of resources. The bot lane addition is doing well. So that's why we're tracking Rogue. Same question for Origin. I know we said some of the best roster changes coming into this year, coming out of the organizational staff. What do you think of them in week 1, and what do we see for them in week 2?
Well, I look at this Origin squad, and what I get excited about is how much more refined they seem to be. Last split, when they finished in 7th place, unable to qualify for playoffs, we couldn't really see the team functioning or working together. But now they feel like, as I said, a still lake. Everything just seems to be so smooth for them. Their execution, their setups, they seem to be well thought out, well prepared, and it just looks like a very high quality, very clean League of Legends from this team.
It reminds you so much of actually 2019 Spring Split Origin, right? A very similar idea where they didn't take a lot of risks, especially when they just win every draft. I thought in week 1, they just smashed their opponents in the draft in both games, or all they had to do was absolutely not run it down, and they were eventually going to win the later the game went on, and they were able to deliver on that. So now for me, it is very much about can they prove themselves in a much more difficult week against Rogue today and against Origin tomorrow. They are finally going to be tested, and I really hope that the opposing coaches are able to do it in the draft.
And so far, I feel like we've seen one style from Origin, which is, as Christy was saying, you draft a strong composition, you know that you're going to scale better, so you don't really need to be super proactive, you can play safe. But I feel that because of players like Xerxes and because of Destiny, you can be way more proactive in terms of your early game playmaking and how you actually look to start fights. And I'm praying that we don't ever see another 2-0Z that doesn't do anything for 50 minutes.
We'll see if that happens. I saw in the fan vote that Origin was edging out Rogue, but slightly, and it was very, very close. I mean, typing in bold on Reddit, just get you a lot of fit. No, I'm kidding, of course.
That's all they do.
Fantastic overall. Great stuff there. Now, for Origin, though, you talked to me about proactivity in the early game and Xerxes being in the jungle and there's my question and kind of question marks around the team in general, because we know they always arrive prepared at the beginning of a split. We know they have fantastic drafts. We know they have plans and they can stick to it, but we did sense a kind of upset in their evolution last year because it didn't keep working as the other teams
they signed
evolved.
upset is what happened.
But they didn't keep evolving as the other teams did. So what would you like to see in week 2 to show you that they have more in their toolbox coming into this split?
Well, I honestly, it's really interesting because I don't think they necessarily have to prove anything to me themselves.
Well,
they don't have to go out of their way to do it. It really will come from a team that challenges them very hard in the early game, and then how do they react to it? Because I personally think that this team is going to continue down this road where they go for heavy scaling, they try to draft the superior team fight, and unless you have a strong, proactive early game jungler that can bully you around, you're not going to actually get upset. And that's where I think that when you have Inspired on day 1 and you have Xerxes on day 2, on Jankos on day 2, you might get a little bit.
Well, what you mean is you want to see Inspired on Olaf again, because you love that champion.
I mean, Inspired on Olaf, he can play it. No one else is allowed to play Olaf, okay? He's the only one.
Unless you're pairing it with a Vladimir, of course. But
no, that's just so bad. I can't believe they did that.
But this also gives us the opportunity to focus in on Rogue, and Enra and I are predicting Origin to win out on this matchup. And for me, the main reason for it is Rogue seem to be trying to do everything the Origin already do. And it feels to me that Rogue is just like one tier below in terms of their setup and their execution. And I think back to game 1 when they played against Misfits. They just dominated the laning phase. They used their lead very well. They played the side lanes well. Their vision control, all of it was good, strong, excellent. Then they made one slip up. That one slip up nearly cost them a Baron and could have put them in a much worse position if it weren't for Larson. And it's that slip up that is the difference between them and Origin. We do not see those slip-ups, or at least we haven't so far from this Origin squad. So if you are just trying to emulate what Origin already do, can you do it to the same degree? And my belief is that Rogue will not.
And what is quite interesting also is that you mentioned that Misfits game, but you also called Misfits the worst team in the league from week 1 just 10 minutes ago. So if I look at OG's opponent in Fnatic that they did beat, that just feels a bit different to me, and I think it will be up to Rogue to make the changes, maybe even from the start of draft, and really have a good prepared plan going up against this Origin. We're also going to cover the draft here on the desk with us too, so what would we then like to see from the side of Rogue? What do they need to take away, and what do you want to see them focus on compositionally going into this draft?
Well, as we sort of mentioned before, and I think Vedios was really getting onto something there, you don't want to just play Origin at your own game if you're going to do it worse. I think I want to see some early proactivity from Inspired, but if it's going to be something like the Olaf, you have to pair it with something that can fight next to it in the mid lane too. We saw the game where it was Olaf next to Vladimir, and that didn't really do anything together. So I want it like an Olaf with a mid laner that can support him in invades, in roams, and all of these things, and only then will you have the full ability, I think, to try and crack OG in the early game.
I think that Gragas has to be a big question mark around, do Rogue look to ban that one away? I also wonder, if you are Rogue, where do you invest your resources? Do you try and shut down Nuke Duck, or do you instead try to enable Hansama? My gut would actually be to try and enable the bot lane, get Hansama into a position where he can have a stronger impact in the mid game than someone like Upset can, but also get Destiny off of a comfortable position. He's still new to the LEC. He does not have that same level of experience that someone like a Vander has, and we know that Vander, once he gets that lead, he can get into your head, he can get into your mind, he can read you very well. So I feel that this is an area of attacks that Rogue could look to try and exploit, but the early game is very important, because when we get to the mid and late game, I just feel that the experience gap that Origin has over their opposition will be that will be too difficult for Rogue to stop.
It's also quite the test for the top lane for Finn. I mean, we've seen moments of brilliance from him last year, but this is really the year in which he has to solidify himself. And Alphari is coming off one of the best week's performances, I think, in his entire career. So we're going to see if the top lane gets focused as we go into the picks and bans of Origin versus Rogue. As said, both teams still undefeated, but that's going to change because that's how that works.
Yeah, and just some quick homework here at the start of this pick ban phase. Set enabled, Lux, Syndra both re-enabled as well. So all those picks are going to be pickable in this one. But already, I want to talk about this Qiyana ban on the side of Origin, because Qiyana was nerfed in this most recent patch. Notably, the attack speed got lowered, which makes her jungle significantly less powerful. But OG, remember Larsen's mid lane Qiyana game and how big he popped off.
And also, they're targeting the AD carries on the side of Origin as well. They saw that last week Hansama played Aphelios twice, so they're saying we'll take that away, as well as another comfort for him and Xayah.
There's actually a lot of AD carry bans. Aphelios, Xayah, Senna all being taken away is very surprising, and you can see that Rogue, I don't think they were expecting this amount of focus being put onto the bot lane. When we talk about like trying to invest in the bot side of the map, it feels like the Origin are the ones trying to take Hansama off of his comfort point. Now the question is, do they prioritize something like an MF, or do they look to prioritize the Varus instead?
I was thinking, I mean, if you want to go hard in the bot lane, like Lucian, also a champion that got banned around a couple times in the early split, or even a mage in the bot lane, because with Syndra getting re-enabled, we haven't seen her in any play so far this year. That could very well be mid lane Syndra full. With the fact that it is blind picked, I think it could be a flex.
The boss has entered the building, or the rift, however you want to put it. Set is in, Ender.
All right, so here's the thing. I think early pick Set is
really
wild.
Yeah, it's
it
really
is wild, especially there's a Syndra on the other side. So not only does she have range, but she can also, you know, knock him back with that scout of the week. Not that Set's weak or anything, but she's going to be able to push him away. And if you set up your comp with range and CC, remember, Set should not be able to function
But
well.
also, like, you're blind picking a top laner.
Yeah.
Like, that's always a dangerous thing to do. Right now, we see the safe blind picks being things like Aatrox, Mordekaiser. Like, we could see a Fiora come out from Origin, like something that has been considered a pretty strong counter pick into the... It just gives a player like Alphari so many options to guarantee himself a winning topside matchup.
I think that's a fantastic point, and if you see how well Alphari performed in week one, he is currently, he's doing well. He's in a vibe, so he's just going to have a lot of time to think about this counter pick.
Yeah, I think we can pack it up right now. I like what Origin have already. It looks great. I mean, you have Disengage, you have CC, you have burst damage. Like, I really like the draft Origin has put together, and it ticks all the boxes that both I want to see versus Set, and also that I like to see Origin go for.
So how does Rogue save this draft?
Well, to be fair, if by locking in the Leona, I think they have a very clear lane that they can play through, because I consider Leona to be a good matchup into the Nautilus, and I think that with an MF paired up with it, you have so much gank setup, you now just need to get the jungler that can provide this ganks, and with Olaf still available, a champion that's very strong into the Gragas as well, and something that Inspired is known for, I would wonder if Origin look to ban that one away, because if they don't, it should be an easy pickup for Rogue.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm sort of wondering here, because it could very well be that they're just like, hey, we can let them have the Olaf, and then we just beat them at 30 minutes anyways, because they have an Olaf in the jungle on the other side. But I do agree, Olaf into Gragas, very good matchup for the Olaf. So right now, on Origin's side, it's all about taking away strong early game junglers, whereas Rogue, I actually think that Lucian ban could be for a top lane Lucian, because top lane Lucian, I bet just smashes Set.
That's very true. Yeah. I can see that. We're just kind of waiting for that final ban to come in from the side of Origin now. Like, I expect it to be an Olaf. They're actually going to go Jarvan.
See, that's the thing, though, because Jarvan's one of the best early game junglers that's also strong in team fights. When you build tank, you can just initiate. Also pairs super well with that Misfortune, because right now, Rogue already have a lot of AoE damage. You have Leona for the MF setup, and also Set, when he grabs one of your big beefy frontliners, does a lot of AoE damage.
It's got to be the Olaf now for Rogue.
Yeah. I mean, it's no surprise then.
Yeah, no surprise, really. And expectations are that Rogue will be heavily looking to play through the bot side of the map in the early game.
So here's what I'm waiting for. Does Larssen pick a scaling mid laner now? Because if he does that next to Olaf, I don't really see how Inspired has a lot of utility to be able to do much in the early game without pressure there. So Larssen needs to be very smart how he uses this counter pick.
And we're looking out here if the Syndra will go in the bottom lane, but it seems like Upset is just cycling through possible AD carries, and there's not a lot left if he does want to go that direction.
Yeah, I don't think you really want Syndra bot lane versus the Leona either, because she can jump on you, she can just throw the R. Now with Tristana can actually buffer the solar flare coming down from Leona, so you can't actually secure that long-range engage. And right now, that's your only engage tool unless Set is coming around on a flank and can pick up one of your backliners.
Yeah, I agree.
So do you guys identify the lack of reliable engage as kind of the main issue with the Rogue composition versus this OG comp?
I think it's fine. They're engaged right now.
I don't think it is.
I mean, it's hard because of the amount of disengage from the side of Origin, which is kind of what makes it harder. Because what you can see happen is Olaf pops his ultimate, he runs in your face, but then everyone else behind him is just knocked away by a Gragas ultimate, knocked into the air by a Nautilus ultimate. Like, there's so much disengage CC available to them. And I was wondering what kind of direction Rogue would take with their mid laner, because they had the opportunity to counter pick the Syndra, but as you were saying, Ender, they're going for more of a scaling option. They're going for more of a late game, and it's just so counterintuitive to what they wanted to pair up with the jungle with the Olaf.
And because all I heard from you in the pregame was we want to see that proactivity versus Origin from the side of Rogue, and it doesn't seem like that is what we are going to get.
I think Rogue got absolutely bodied in this draft. I want to say I actually think it's mid lane Tristana now. Obviously, they haven't swapped over just yet, but against Azir, if you get solo experience on the Tristana, you get that bonus range early. Azir has no chance of matching you.
You can also kill him at level 2.
Yeah, you can kill him at level 2, and now there's no chance that Larssen has prio in this mid lane matchup. I think Gragas can play around this Tristana, make sure she doesn't get ganked, and now where does Olaf go? I don't think bot lane's very reliable. I don't think top lane and mid lane is either.
I think they're going to try and dive bot lane, dude. I think that's where they're going to try and hard
Look,
force.
they can try as much as they want. I don't think they got the memo. They picked Set early on, and OGF hard countered them.
Well, to summarize your thoughts about the draft as the coach shake hands, and yes, there's 2 on each side now with the
They still haven't figured that system out.
Figured it out, but there we go. An absolutely huge matchup here. I think you're not too convinced about the Rogue draft, but maybe they have something up their sleeves. We couldn't ask for a better start to the week as the undefeated Rogue and Origin clash on the Rift.
And with Set coming onto the Rift for the first time ever in the LEC, I am ready for this match. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Posture, and it's Origin versus Rogue. Let's kick off week 2 with a slobber knocker.
Already at the gate with the slobber knockers. Yeah. I wanted to kind of tee this one up, as we can see Set in our nice little pip down there. Thank you, observers. We'll go through the abilities. And as we see them, we'll be sure to cover them as it's our first Set in the LEC. Now, he has been played globally, particularly in the LPL. Not to the greatest amount of success, though, because My personal opinion is that the numbers on Set's kit feel very overtuned. That when you do fight him, when you try to go in, particularly the shield that he gets,
from the haymaker,
is ridiculous, and so it's just very hard to kill him when he does get low health. But ultimately, as Dracos was talking about, and Inder very helped, there's a lot of windows that you can punish in his kit, that if you actually just keep him at arm's length and walk away from him, that it is hard for Set to really do anything. And if you look at Origin's composition, we already talked about the disengage on the analyst desk. You know, you got the blowback from Tristana, you have the reset and the cast from Xerxes, you throw out a scatter of the week right there, you stop anyone trying to force on you. Origin draft a lot of range, and they do this all the time on their compositions. And just across the board, you could see that. It is really hard to pick any sort of fight with Origin, and how that works in their team fights is how patient they are with them, how slow Origin play team fights. It's really beautiful to watch, and that's kind of the setup that I expect here. Rogue really need to pop off early, get some of their picks going, particularly that Olaf and that set, if they want to have a chance in hell at breaking Origin's team fight later on.
Well, if any Olaf is going to pick up a strong early game, it has to be Inspired. Made his name on the champion last year on SK. Here, he was spotted on this blue invade by Alphari, but he has been able to get that blue early on.
Yeah, and it's a split map that's happening right now. The fact that you had vision by both teams being placed on the opposite blue buff, the fact that it's a delayed invade from Olaf, and it's trying to get Alphari and Finn in that isolated matchup so we can see what this set is going to do. But that does mean that Han, Sama, and Vander most likely won't get the gank access that they really want to start popping off with that Leona misfortune.
See Finn already getting a bit of trading off in the top lane here on the set. Trying to build up that grit as much as you can before you use your haymaker. Of course, the more of that grit you build up, the bigger a shield you get. Scaling alongside your max HP. Do you want to talk a little bit about the Tristana and the Syndra swiftly swappity that we had in pick and ban?
The classic swippy swap?
Yeah, classic swiftly swap. We saw Larson last pick the Azir, something he's very comfortable on. He's always been good at these scaling utility mages, but it seemed like Origin were ready for him to pick something like that.
And this is one of the things, the fact that Syndra was disabled in week #1, we expected her always to be high priority in a lot of champions, a lot of teams' draft phase because of her ability to be a flex pick. How many blind matchups that she can take, the fact that she can flex to multiple positions, and the fact that it allows them to get this soft counter matchup of Trist into Azir.
Gonna be a smite fight here for the blue. Xerxes picked it up, so both of the junglers will have got 2 buffs. That split map almost stopped by Inspired. If he'd been able to get that smite down there, he would have put Xerxes just that little bit behind.
Yeah, and it's Xerxes making, I'm going to call it a soft outplay with the priority that his bottom lane gave him to allow him to walk in there and make sure that he doesn't just fall super far behind, but there's the all-in.
Yep. All in. Larson gets a little bit of a shield, is able to tank it up, but you can see already the trading patterns from Nukeduck in mid lane.
Yeah, and Nukeduck again is very confident to make that play because Xerxes, as he walks across this mid lane, did make eyes and Inspired, saw that he had moved onto the Gromp, so Nukeduck knows that he can expend something like a rocket jump to Goomba Stomp on Larson's head.
Facebreaker there from Finn, gets a lot of damage down. Of course, you can use your auto attacks to hit grit. 1-2 punch into your Q, which is knuckle down to get 2 more punches in, and you can trade very effectively on set, especially if you're running the Conqueror. You can get those stacks up very quickly.
Yeah, but then he wants to stay in combat with them, which is why I think the Aatrox pick is really interesting. Now, the question that I actually don't know the answer to, so I'm curious if Alphari and Finn will show us, is where kind of the scaling potential is there. If Aatrox can stay even with Set, if Set's going to eventually outscale Aatrox, because in the lane phase, it's pretty obvious that Aatrox with his Q has enough mobility to stay and keep Set at arm's length and kind of pick the trades that he wants to see happen.
Now, what Finn is doing well is waiting for Alphari to try and get some of the CS, and then using that Facebreaker, that pull back, to stun Alphari against the minions and get advantageous trades, but the Infernal Chains then locks him up. Of course, Set doesn't have a gap closer, so he can't then jump forward to try and catch out the Aatrox any further.
I'll hold up. Gank on Larson here.
We go with the Predators. Xerxes gone back for those already. Flash away with the follow. Flash. Nukeduck's going to jump in. Inspired's on his way. The explosive shot. Will it be enough? Ticking, ticking, ticking. And he's gone! He's out of there. First blood to Origin.
And I do want to really credit Xerxes' timing right there. He had just appeared top. He then immediately reset. And that was kind of the only window that Xerxes had to make that gank work on Larson. Because you saw what Larson was thinking. He's like, I have to shove this forward, and then I got to get the hell out of here because I've overexposed myself for a gank. And Xerxes just find the perfect timing to make it work with this Gragas.
Predator boots on that first back, and then this follow flash. Perfection from Xerxes.
Yeah, and then a good setup from Nukeduck. The fade away as the explosion ticks down.
Yeah. That's just so demoralizing to see if you're Azir in that situation. Like, well, I just can't do anything about this. Alphari is trading against Finn here. Finn has the pit grip built up, but Alfari winning the 1v1. Flashes to follow him and takes him down.
And this was set up from the wave as Rogue do manage to get something across map with the mountain, but that was set up from the wave. The fact that Alfari got himself pushed in, he actually created a freeze in front of his tower and then punished Finn on an extended lane. Didn't expect the damage to come out, and Aatrox is able to walk him down.
Alfari has such a stellar performance in week 1 on the gangplank, really just outmanning Fnatic, even in 2v1 situations. Here he's showing us just what he can do on this Aatrox as well. You can see Finn using the Haymaker, that trapezoid of death, very early on, not really getting the full shield out of it, and now Xerxes in the right place at the right time once again, but the sun's going to come down onto Upset. Hans Sama running for the hills, has the heal, has the flash. Xerxes, of course, no flash for him. And Hans Sama flashes away, but Xerxes still connects with the body slam. One more auto from Destiny will lock Hans Sama in his place. He's ripped back, and he's off the map.
And how many times are we going to say Xerxes right place, right time, when it's just Origin really understand how to set up their wave positioning for their jungler to gank at the perfect time. It was the fact that it happened in the mid lane. Xerxes shows up as the wave is being pushed into Nuke Duck and catches Larson before his back. It's the fact that Xerxes then rocks bottom. The wave is shoving in, leaving Hans Sama and Vander exposed. And it's the fact that when Alfari is playing weak side, he got the freeze in front of his tower and is able to punish Finn on the top side of the map by chasing him down. So we get a replay from it. He TPs on the wave. It means that Finn can't just shove that wave in, try to reset it, and then just walks him down with the item advantage.
I also think Finn is just using that Haymaker a little earlier than I'd like to see. You need to build up all of that passive, that pit grip. And again, Fosk, you talked about freezes early on. You can see Alfari is actually setting up this top wave in a very difficult position for Finn.
Yeah, and what Finn wants to do is he needs to get that wave to hit the tower because it's obviously so dangerous for him to be here anytime his jungler's not on that top side of the map. Playing weak side that far forward, Finn is just a sitting duck, a giant target on his back right now.
Well, Set has been in the pits and has had that target on his back before, and he's outmanned and outgunned people in the past, well, at least lore-wise, but haven't seen him do it yet on the LEC stage. 7.5 minutes in, Origin. Look, I have a lot of Set knowledge that I've been building up, Fosk. I have to get it out sometimes.
You can always tell that, like,
it's a new champ, and I'm excited. Okay.
Casters have lost the plot when the lore, like, information starts coming out. Thank you, observers. This is what we're talking about with the freeze. Obviously, the easiest way to maintain a freeze is to make sure at least you have 3 back caster creeps alive and available. The nice thing about keeping the 3 caster creeps, as you can see that that's what Alfari did, is that they attack so slowly and they also have lower health, so you can very quickly kind of change how you want to control the wave by thinning them down as more waves crash in. But this is just bad news bears for Finn.
And with Origin having such an advantage early on, you know, almost 1,500 goals at only the 8-minute mark. You can even see how Alfari's gone cull in this lane just to continue trying to get further and further ahead. And now Xerxes, knowing Finn has no flash, knowing those chains are going to connect, knowing the showstopper really isn't stopping any shows right now. Gonna get knocked back. Haymaker not going to do enough. You can see what Set could do if he was ahead, but in a 2v1, he can't win those.
And then, reminder, because of the freeze that Alfari set up, it just makes it that easy, and the wave is going to be at a perfect place for Alfari because he also gets to shove it in. Finn doesn't have TP. He's not able to follow this up. It's just super crisp wave management from Alfari to hard punish Finn. You can see it opening up in the CS, and it's going to start opening up in the itemization.
It's so difficult for Finn to do anything in that top lane now. In draft, Vedis talked about how Rogue's focus was likely to be the bottom lane, though, and we haven't really seen that too much so far. We saw one gank kind of work. We saw the Dragon taken by Rogue early on, but haven't seen Inspired have the impact he would usually have in a game like this.
I think the nice thing is that Hans Sama and Vander would still have the option post level 6 that they wouldn't need Inspired to try to make the bot lane work just because of how strong the damage setup is from Leona Misfortune. Obvious though, with Upset having access to cleanse, anytime that's up, it's going to be super hard to kill down there, but the game plan from Origin seems really clear off of the 3 games that we've seen from them, which is neutralize, draft scaling, draft range, see at 30 minutes, we'll win the game then.
I mean, they can do it so often. Right? At the moment, they're 2,000 gold ahead. Really not losing too many lanes that hard. Larson has got about a 20 CS lead over Nuke Duck in the mid lane, but Nuke Duck, of course, with that kill will make the gold pretty even. And as you say, we haven't really seen Origin go for dragons, go for objectives early on. They tend to play much more for the laning phase.
And that is also one of the nice things that an Olaf's going to offer you, and kind of one of the bright spots, at least for the early game in Rogue, is that Olaf can solo out these Drakes. So again, they traded the Mountain for a lot of the pressure and topside for Finn. As this Infernal is spawning for 20 seconds, you can see that Inspired is already kind of prepping this one.
Been able to dodge out of the Infernal chains in that top lane, but Inspired is, as you say, They're prepping it. This is what Rogue do well. Their vision control is pretty strong. Solar Flare coming out. Destiny immediately goes golden. Zenith Blade still connects across the wall, and Destiny has been chased down. Inspire takes the kill. The first one on the board for Rogue. Upset running away. Rift Herald has been used in the top lane here by Xerxes. He's trying to match that pressure on the other side of the map. He knows Rogue wants to play for the Dragon.
And it's a very conscious choice now for Origin to trade the top side for the Drake. But now we keep having this conversation, theoretically, kind of across regions of what is worth more, the early Drakes or the gold in the lane. And it feels like a lot of analysts, LS in particular, really stand firm that the gold in the lane is worth far more because it's better to have the back three stacking Drakes. In this case, it would be the Ocean in terms of stats, rather than to get two mixed Drakes early on.
Showstopper popped by Finn. The RKO out of nowhere came in, and here comes the teleport. Alfavi maybe stepped over his mark, but a great explosive cast from Xerxes will get his top laner to safety.
Just so crisp there from Xerxes to hold the cooldown, wait for the TP to come out. Beautifully played.
Really good stuff by him so far. Xerxes, he was a jungler that came onto the scene and had such a strong impact early on, and then last year he still did stuff, but he wasn't that extraordinaire player. He wasn't a player that you would put with the likes of Caps, the likes of Perks, you know, right at the top of his game. In these first few games on Origin, he has really looked like a revitalized Xerxes.
I think it's just the surrounding pieces, because I think it's hard to figure out the intangibles that Xerxes brings to a team, because again, he's not a super flashy player like the Selfmades and the Yankoses who are kind of running in and forcing these ganks, making these impossible maneuvers happening. It's that smart mental game that guys like Xerxes and Cold were playing. But this time around, you know, Xerxes is surrounded by people with so much experience and so much higher ceilings than the previous team he was on, so no wonder he's going to shine.
One of the players that has really benefited from his attentions has been Alfari in the top lane. Last week had an incredible performance. 10 KDA, participating in 2/3 of his team's kills, and was out-damaging his lane opponent by 500... Oh, sorry, he had 500 damage a minute with 1/3 of his team's damage share. So really did a good job all round, getting ahead and keeping that lead. And that's why I look at this game and say he's got a 40 CS lead at the 13-minute mark. He's 2-0, he's got a Black Cleaver and a Cull stacking up. He's only going to get stronger from here.
Yeah, Alfari always gets so much praise from other top laners that laning against him. He's a world-class top laner, one of the best that we have in the LEC, possibly the best up there with Wonder in performance right now. Of course, we'll see Wonder play later on today, but after that GP game, I think Alfari, people remember the name. They will not be forgetting it anytime soon.
And now has just pinged up towards a level 11. So with no dragon on the board for 3 minutes, we'll see what Rogue decide to set up. Bot lane once again. Hansama and Vander have pinged over towards those level 6, level 7, level 8 marks. They have their ultimates available. We'll see if Upset and Destiny get caught out by this play, because Upset still has his flash and his cleanse.
What I think is interesting is actually the reset that Destiny took and where he's heading.
Upset cleanses, and he just walks away.
Okay, interesting. That's obviously just a mistake there from Upset and Destiny to be desynced. The fact that the wave is that far forward, that Upset is forced to use his cleanse. Then I guess silver lining is that no big team fight should be coming up. That Ocean Drake still 2 minutes away, but always a feels bad moment.
It has been a while since we've actually seen Upset on one of these majors in the bottom lane. It was 2018 summer against G2 that he last played a non-traditional bot laner. It was a Rise against G2. They won the game, which perhaps bodes well for Origin this game, but I was a little bit surprised that we saw him take the Syndra and saw that Tristana going mid.
Yeah, he's usually not the AD carry that we would consider with those mage bot lanes, as Perks and Caps reinventing the game. So far, it's been fine on this Syndra.
Yeah, he's done his job.
Obviously, with Tristana in the mid lane, it's not like you lose anything out in terms of your siege potential. In fact, your siege potential gets that much stronger because of Syndra's zone on Scatter the Weak when you approach a tower, and then the Tristana range. You still have the AD, or a traditional AD carry to help you burn down things like a Baron.
It will be interesting to see exactly how that dynamic works. Of course, Nukeduck, very experienced, always known it for his champion Ocean, so I have no doubts at all that he can play this Tristana. If not as effectively as Upset, but very close.
So I kind of want to reset expectations now and turn the game from the lens of Rogue and what Rogue are looking for. And you can see with Vander and Inspired being buddy-buddy and holding hands, that at this point, Rogue have all of the key ultimates, kind of the initial item buys that they want, that they're trying to set up picks, and Origin, obviously reading that, are just kind of daring them. So yeah, I don't think you guys have positioning for that one, though.
So it feels a little bit difficult to set up a pick when you are behind in gold and across the board, relatively behind in itemization. You look at it, you've got a Luden's Echo finished on Upset, only the Essence Reaver on Hans Summer. The Storm Razor's complete on Nuke Duck, no first item on Larson.
It's why it's emphasis on setting up a pick rather than looking for a team fight, because you're still going to have great kill potential from a lot of the key ultimates and kind of the raw damage that will come out of Rogue's composition. But obviously, if it's a line of scrimmages set straight 5v5, like what happened over the Rift Herald, Rogue are like, it's not that time yet. Like, it's fine, you can have it, we didn't want it anyway.
And do you think it will ever be that time for Rogue? Do you think, say, we get to 30 minutes and it's only a 3,000 gold difference? Do you think this composition can take that full 5v5?
I mean, it feels like a lot of the compositions right now in League of Legends have so much wombo combo potential with them that it really always just comes down to execution. And of course, you have that scaling potential from the Azir.
So this feels big. Third Dragon really puts a clock on the enemy, and it seems like Origin are just giving it up. Maybe trying to get here in time, but they're not going to be there. They got the Rift Tower, but Rogue get their third Dragon of the game, and it looks like they get out scot-free.
And I think it's because Origin are thinking that with 2 back-to-back Heralds, and now the map being opened up as this Herald will surely take down the mid-tower, that Origin are saying, that's fine, have this one now, because in 5 minutes, we'll have so much control over the map that you'll never be able to approach another Dragon on fair terms.
Just gonna check here to see if Xerxes gets anything off. He doesn't. I do want to come back to that point, though, because we talked a lot when we were prepping for this game about Origin and how they tend to play for lanes and not for objectives. They play to get waves, and you can actually see that a little bit here represented at the bottom. Their CS, so how much farm that entire team has at 15 minutes, is 518, and then they get another about 30 to 40% of that in the next 5 minutes. The gold is the one that I really want to highlight. They increased their gold by 50% in the 5 minutes between 15 and 20. They were about 26,000 in this game. You expect to see them up around the 40,000 mark by the end of that 15 to 20 minute period.
And what this visually looks like, and kind of like the layman's terms, is that for the first 15 minutes of any Origin game, it's probably going to be relatively quiet. You'll see Xerxes get off a couple of ganks, but they're not going to be a big grouping team fight team around early Dragons, because Origin as a team have decided that there is much more gold in the lanes themselves, getting access to plates, farming waves, rotating around the map, rather than grouping up for team fights, which is why between 15 and 20 minutes, when things start to explode, that's because, as you were talking about, that clock strikes. Now's the time to fight for Dragons. Now's the time when the Dragons matter. So Origin games, super quiet first 15 minutes. Post 20 minutes, they run away with leads.
I mean, I'm really hoping something happens because they have 2 minutes to get about 8,000 gold if our metrics are correct. At the moment, it's Alfari flashing away in the top lane as Larson and Finn just shuffled in. No flashes burnt on the side of Rogue, so Alfari did have to pop both his ultimate and a flash, which means there's a slight summoner advantage on the side of Rogue now.
But that's so many resources in terms of players on the map expended from Rogue to try to force Alfari off a map, whereas now you have both Destiny and Xerxes shadowing Nuke Duck here to continue to get massive chip damage on these structures. Origin are melting through this map.
Yeah, it's another tower gone. 4 turrets to 0 in favor of Origin, and it's not the explosive League of Legends we came to know and love from G2 last year or from Fnatic, but it is working. It's methodical. They know exactly what they want to do at every portion of the game, and so far, you really can't doubt this Origin lineup.
No, and now the question is, what do Rogue need to do to try to break it? And they have to find a fight, preferably, again, on uneven footing. And that's when things like Vander's long-range ultimate, creating these pockets of vision as they're moving into spaces, placing down these control wards, and again, trying to find a pick, trying to find someone unsuspecting as they move to these waves to start setting up, that they can grab someone, immediately move into a numbers advantage, and hopefully snowball an objective off the back of the team fight.
And you do always have an insurance in the form of Larson. On this Azir, 223 CS, only 19 minutes into the game. He is only going to get stronger as this game goes on. If he gets a good wall off, if he gets his soldiers in the right position, people are going to melt.
My only concern is that it's still relatively hard to play side lane with Azir. It's not impossible because he does have disengage options. He can kind of swoop and remove himself from lanes, but it's still harder for how far Finn is behind on this set for Rogue to play a traditional 1-3-1 with an Azir and a set that's behind versus what Origin can do with a Tristana and a very fed Aatrox.
So Origin are ahead of their usual gold tally at this point, but they didn't accelerate the way that they always do. Another turret coming down from 26 to 36,000 in 5 minutes. I'll take that, boss. If I'm Origin, I'm looking at that gold number and I'm very, very happy.
And I'm curious if this Tristana Syndra flex is going to be the bread and butter of a lot of Origin's compositions to come.
What do you think it would mean for them if they can have Upset flexing a mage in the bottom lane when previously he's been very much that marksman player?
I think that there's an advantage, and it shows in the draft here in terms of how many ADCs were banned comparatively to other teams in the LEC, that Origin's bot lane feels comfortable playing anything and everything. The Sennas, the Lucians, the Syndras, the Tristanas, whereas I do not think that that is true for every LEC team, which makes Origin that much more powerful in draft. And just to quote Ender, they got hard smashed in draft.
Rogue got hard smashed in draft. Yeah. I can see that. I can see that so far. It's been paying off pretty well for Origin, but Rogue do still have that Ocean Soul. In just 13 seconds' time, the Ocean Dragon will come onto the Rift. And I'm not Vedius or Draco, so I'm not going to try and puppet it out for you. You can see it happen, spawning to the bottom side. Origin do have total control of the area.
Next, remember what we said earlier, it's that Origin now know that at this point, that they're going to feel confident to fight.
Facebreaker coming out, the showstopper, the RKO comes out of nowhere, but Finn just can't get the damage down. Trying to catch out a Syndra with that is never going to work. Explosive Cask is stopwatch. Finn will get out, but he burned a lot to try and get in.
Yeah, and now it's a question of if the flash from Set will pay off with the flashless Syndra in the fight to come. Rogue are really going to try to force this, and if it backfires and they lose here, it's very easy for Origin to walk across to Baron. Here comes the TP from Set.
But Upset's in the great position for Scatter the Weak. Vandal trying to go forward, pulled back by the Infernal Chains. Ocean Dragon down to 1,000, is smited by Xerxes, but here comes the fight. The bullet time's going to open up, and Alfari's going to have to try and get away. Inspired down, one down as well as Alfari falls. But Origin were able to get the Dragon. Now are Rogue going to go up towards that Baron?
I would love a bold call like this. They would be able to melt through it very quickly.
They're not going to do it.
Nah, I think you're right. They're going to pull off.
Go Rogue does not mean go bold, apparently. So.
I was just going to talk about how we highlighted the fact that Syndra and Set traded their flashes for each other. But I actually think the more important cooldown that Rogue recognized was the fact that Xerxes didn't have access to the cask. That he used it to try to snag Finn when Finn decided to disengage from the fight. Finn was able to dodge it, I believe, with the Hourglass. We'll check back into the replay. And I think that was kind of the big go button. Gragas doesn't have cask. He can't reset this fight. We're going to force it right now.
You can see the power of Syndra at the start of this fight, pushing Vander away, meaning he can never get close enough to really engage.
Yeah, Inspire trying to get to the pit, looking for the Smite Steal, but it was Xerxes who ended up securing it, so unfortunately breaking that combo of the Drakes for Rogue.
For the moment, Origin are able to hold on to the hope of securing themselves a soul. But I think we saw a glimpse of how fights are likely to go there. It will be Upset playing a bit of a bouncer, Xerxes doing the same, Destiny doing the same, and then Rogue burning all of their skills to try and get in, and Origin hoping they can just continue to disengage.
It was a bit of a weird fight, though, simply because there was a fight previously to it. And again, one of the crucial cooldowns that most of these fights are going to revolve around is that cask from Xerxes. Because again, Origin's composition wants to play fights really slow, whereas Rogue's composition wants to just run in and obliterate you through the duration of the Misfortune ultimate, and then hopefully if there is any cleanup duty, it's Larson on his famous Azir.
Do you think we're going to continue seeing Finn waiting for his flash and being a flash engage tool for his team like he was there with the Syndra?
I mean, I think he has to be. This is, again, another composition where Rogue have drafted and don't necessarily have the strongest hard engage.
Yeah.
It's basically all on Vander, and if Larson wants to get some fancy footwork with the Azir scoop, or if Finn is looking for a flash engage. And that's kind of what happened on that Mordekaiser composition that Rogue last week. It was Finn who had to make a Hail Mary flank TP and then kind of flash into the middle of a fight.
It worked out for them last week. Of course, they are 2-0 coming in. One of everyone's top teams in the LEC coming into the split. I think they proved that they deserve that reckoning in week 1. But when you face up against teams like Origin, you need to be better than top 4. You have to be top 3. So not Origin, maybe even top 2. As Fnatic are on the cusp of that podium right now in my estimations.
I still feel like it's pretty easy to say that our top 4 teams are not necessarily in this order, but G2, Fnatic, Rogue, and Origin.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with you there. I think a lot of people would have said they agree with you coming into the split, which I think shows perhaps we're getting better at predicting things, Frost. Good job. Well done, analysts.
I will say, though, that I think that Rogue had a relatively rough week 1, that we truly didn't see the full potential of them. I did expect to see a bit better in this game. They still have time to turn it around, but I still think there's more Rogue to show us, and they're going to try right now.
Looking for Hans Summer. Upset almost gets the knock up on Hans Summer, but can't quite connect. However, Vander is going to pay for his bouncing duties with his life. Gargoyles can only save you for so long, my friend. Upset secures the kill. 1-0 on this Syndra. His first kill or assist or death of the game.
Still not enough for Origin to feel confident pulling the trigger on the Baron. Xerxes fishing with the flank.
Yep. Trying to get in from the side, unable to find his man. Finn didn't have teleport, so wasn't able to match Alfari's pressure in the bottom lane, but if he goes across there, we'll see Origin start of the Baron.
And thank you for the picture-in-picture in the bottom left corner. It's the fact that Origin have again set up their side waves, which is why now they're confident to turn towards the Baron. They know that someone will have to respond there or they're losing gold, so Rogue, between a rock and a hard place, they're going to have to make a decision very quickly on what they're going to do.
Inspired has no flash, there's no blast gun, there's no way of getting in here. He's looking for it, but there's only 5,000 HP on it at the moment. Destiny going to go step forward. Finn looking for the Haymaker, can't quite find its mark. And they are able to disengage Origin from the Baron. Of course, Vander had respawned and was on his way.
Yep, very well done from Rogue there. They managed to dissuade Origin off of it. Origin took too much damage, and then it does transition into a mid lane tower.
And Rogue keeping that gold lead at about the 4,000 to 5,000 gold mark. By this point, Origin tend to start claiming more and more. But Rogue have been able to keep it close, and 30 seconds on the Dragon means that Rogue are going to let Inspired reset. He's finished a Black Cleaver, and he'll come down to join this fight.
And now this is where Origin actually fumbled in their Fnatic series. They went to take a Dragon, and they left the Baron exposed, which is why I like this trap being set up from Rogue. Catch them here, and Rogue can, again, crack this game wide open if they can get a hold of this Baron for a Dragon trade, or possibly even the Dragon themselves to open up a potential Elder later on.
You do feel it really comes down to this next fight. We're looking for the engage tools from Rogue. You have to keep your eyes on Finn. He's the one flashing in, looking for the showstopper if he can connect, or even if he can get a stun with that base breaker pullback. But now they're stepping into darkness. The Ocean Dragon is alive. There's no minion wave for them to hard force in. Alfari, he's on his way for the flank here. If Alfari gets the right position, he is going to shred through Rogue. But Rogue realize they can't push forward. They're accepting of this. It says, okay, you can have two Oceans. We're going to get control over that Baron. But once again, Origin have set up that top wave, so Rogue aren't able to pressure this effectively.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate thing for Rogue is that they waste too much time trying to contest or moving into the bottom river to get the Drake instead of just immediately going towards the Baron. Good thing is that Origin probably felt confident leaving the Baron up. Like, Rogue can't trade for this anyway. They wouldn't be able to burn it fast enough because it's a Misfortune versus something like a Varus. It's an Azir versus something like a Cassiopeia, that they don't have the same burn that Fnatic did in kind of the previous composition. And we've got it warded this time around. So Origin take their second Ocean, they reset, and now we'll be playing around the side waves and that Baron.
And 28 minutes into this game, I do want to bring attention to the fact that NukeDuck and Upset are the only two players in our league who have yet to die, either in week 1 or so far this week. They've had a stellar performance, and even if they're swapping their roles around just a tad, with NukeDuck playing the Tristana and Upset playing the Syndra, it seems like you just can't kill these dudes.
Okay, new mini game for Rogue.
Okay.
If they can't win this game, at least kill those two.
Yeah, okay, that's great. That's a cool minigame. It feels very defeationist, I'm gonna be honest. It's one of those like, oh, we can't beat SKT, but at least we killed FLICKR once. Dumble Doge did it. It's an old school reference for all of you old school fans out there. Must be like 4 years old now, 5 years old. Good old Dumble Doge kill, but for the moment, Origin are just setting up vision around the Baron once again. With it being 3 minutes on the Ocean Dragon, they can use 4 players to push up towards this topside jungle, really starve Rogue out of any vision. Rogue have 2 farside alterations, 3, so they might be able to catch out the Baron if it is started.
They've also got, Rogue have completed 2 Gargoyle Stoneplay on both Vander and Set right now, so they're actually probably feeling really confident to hard force one of these fights and get those 2 key playmakers in the middle of all this action, and then just stand on your Gargoyle Stoneplate and hopefully that Azir and Misfortune take care of the rest.
It really makes me feel that Finn is being used as primarily a hard engage tool in this game as well, because usually you see sets get a little bit more damage. Things like a Death Dance, a Phantom Dancer has been played in Korean solo queue. A little bit more bang for your buck before you go down this tanky route. But
it's just much harder against a team like Origin, because they'll play the map, and then if you're itemizing for the team fight with something like a Gargoyle Stoneplate versus your 1v1 potential, that means that you basically sacrifice any ability to mess with Origin when they're dragging around with waves.
Okay, Control Wall just got in the back of the pit. Origin have reset on this. And they're going to go for mid. Predator, Xerxes looking for it. Finn's like, come on, come take me. Knuckle down with me, Xerxes. You want a Barney? We can fight.
And this is actually really well played from Rogue. They, Origin keep taking too much damage on this Baron, and they're not doing it fast enough or committing to it.
Oh, that's the Banshee's gone from upset. This could be the moment. He says, hopefully, it's a play-by-play. Sapphire coming in from the side. Vanda's taking a lot of damage. Look at Nuke Duck. He's just pushing in from the side, but here comes the engage. Vanda jumping in, the Solar Flare coming out, and there's the bullet time, and that's one! And maybe they're looking for more. The Sun Disc comes down, shows stopper to Alfari, but it really doesn't take too much damage. And Finn is getting chased. Nuke Duck jumping forward. It's a 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane.
But the good news is for Rogue fans is that the jungler is dead, so it would still be exceptionally dangerous for Origin to immediately turn towards the Baron, so I think it's just the team fight gold at this point.
They do lose top inhibitor tower there, though. You can see just how much Alfari is doing. Once again, his first 3 games have been impeccable from the Welshman in the top lane.
I just have to emphasize, it's not just Alfari's lane phase that is really cool to watch, it's how he zones in team fights. He did it with the Gangplank, he's now on the Aatrox. I can only imagine how devastating he would be in team fight zone control on something like an Ornn. Watch where he goes for the flanks, how he's zoning for his carries, when he chooses to step forward. Just like a masterclass.
It felt like Rogue was a little bit at ends here because Vander engages and everyone else is running away.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, people got a bit too zealous on both sides for this team fight.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the show to stop when Finn uses that ultimate. It continues on. We'll see. Maybe one of them will be a showstopper.
Just needs one. Just needs to grab one of those tanks, put him in the back line.
At the moment, it feels a bit like Cats, you know? The movie just keeps going on and on and on and on, praying that it will end.
Some insults are too far. That one was
okay.
That was way over the line.
Okay, 32 minutes in, 5,000 gold lead still here for Origin. They have been slow, they've been methodical. They have taken what they needed when they needed it, but they never really overstepped their bounds.
I also think it's just credit to Rogue that they've been able to stall this Baron for so long.
And now you do see Larson with that Rabadon's Death Cap. Getting towards that 3-item Azir. However, Nuke Duck now, QSS, Infinity Edge, Storm Razor, Rapid Fire Cannon, and Rogue have no pressure on this 3rd Ocean Dragon for Origin. We wondered when Rogue took the first Ocean, when they had 3 dragons, whether Origin maybe had let them get a little bit too much in the early game, but it's that starving out, that gold lead, translating into objective control that we talked about earlier on, Frost.
Yeah, but now we're going to go the distance. What truly is superior in the late game, your Tristana or your Azir?
What do you think?
Well, I think it's about how team fights happen. In an execution where a team fight is just kind of standing still, I actually really like Azir. But if a team fight is obviously bouncing around or you get to move it front to back, then I'm going to really like a Tristana.
I see that. I see that. Do you think the MF does more than the Syndra in a team fight?
Who is actually connecting with what abilities? Like, can Syndra reach the MF and stop the ultimate?
It's a big question. Of course, Nautilus very good into Misfortune, and now looks like it might be a 4v1. Xerxes comes in, explosive cast finds its market, found 4, but Rogue were able to get away. Now, Origin, do you turn straight towards the Baron? I think you should. You've got so many ticking health bars on the side of Rogue. Finn has his teleport if he wants to join.
The thing is so much responsibility is on Larson's shoulders right now to stall out this Baron while Inspired is racing back towards this pit.
And Summer's going to heal up now. The Baron has been started. Banda looking for the flank position.
There's no flash on Inspired. He'd have to walk all the way around to smite contest it.
You coming, Finn? You going to join the fight? Finn teleports in, down towards the bottom side of it, and now Rogue have decided they want a bit of a Barney in the river. Facebreaker misses, Finn hits the Haymaker, but already 3,000 HP on the Baron. Rogue stepping forward. Look for those engage. Oh, they've reset it, the Baron. Healing up. Now they go forward once again. Where's the Solar Flare? Not up. Bandit doesn't have that big engage tool, but he's going to go in onto Destiny. Inspired, kick back. He's done. Upset takes him. And now Alfari just zones out all of Rogue. Bandit jumps in, but Origin get the Baron. Origin get 2, and Origin get everything they wanted.
Now chasing on, they burned a lot of key ultimates, so it's going to be hard for them to lock them down.
Alfari connects once again, and Finn just can't do anything about it. He tries to take down Destiny, but you can't punch those. Destiny able to escape. Xerxes going to chase Larson and Hans Summer down towards the bottom side of this. Larson Puts down the Emperor's right hand. Summer Trading gets nuked up, but he loses. Bullet time comes out. They get one, but they are aced for it. And now pushing down mid are Alfari and Upset.
And this was the watershed moment that we've been waiting for kind of the last 7 minutes. It was going to be the Baron, very slowly played by Origin right there. And finally, it feels like Rogue are really going to get choked out of this game.
Yeah, Inspired, he just dies. He just dies. Nuke Duck unkilled, but he is killing everyone on Summoner's Rift right now, and you have to feel this is all but done. The Nexus towers will be the focus for Origin. Solar Flare, who cares? Doesn't really do too much. And oh my lord, Origin have just broken Rogue in half this game.
I'm going to use the word suffocating. When you play against Origin, they suffocate you out of the game. So slow in their decisions, in their team fighting, it's that patience. I wish we could get a replay of that last Baron fight. How many times Origin kept aggro of the Baron when they were kind of juking, trading off of it. Destiny in particular, him zoning people away when he used the Nautilus ultimate to make sure that Rogue couldn't get into the pit. Very controlled play.
And it's kind of what we saw from Origin last year, but better. And I like it. This Origin roster, I think, are very, very close to being the best team indisputably in the league right now. I think G2 and Fnatic will have more to say about it, but Origin looked the cleanest.
And it now means that our match of the week means that much more. Because imagine, if Rogue had smashed Origin here, then clearly the match would be Rogue versus G2. But now that Origin have taken down Rogue, they are still undefeated. They're looking across from G2, and you have that vastly different clash of styles. As Cap said, we are chaos versus the patience and control of this Origin squad.
If you guys want to vote for your Kia player of the game at LEC on Twitter, you've got Alfari, Xerxes, and Nuke Duck as your options. Honestly, they were all really, really good.
Has to go to Alfari, come on.
Has to go to Alfari, apparently. After the break, Ender will tell you why set top lane didn't work. It's because he lost. We'll also hear from Origin's coach, so don't go anywhere. Woo!
The LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, Medi, Betty, feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight.
So tell me, who was the player of the game? and welcome back everyone. Origin remains undefeated here and I have Gilotto with me to talk about the game. Thank you very much for joining me. I really loved what you guys did, especially in the draft. And this is where I want to start because flexing Tristana on first pick and then picking, flexing Syndra on first pick and then picking Tristana. Did you know that was the plan you wanted to go with, or did you just decide on the way, seeing that they picked Azir?
Yeah, so Syndra was disabled for last week, and this is something that already comes from last year already. That the double flex Syndra Tristana is usually quite strong, especially with all the new AD carries removed, which was the case. They banned Senna, we banned the Aphelios Xayah. So we knew that double flex was good and that we had to blind. We were comfortable on sending Syndra mid and Tristana bot, but it felt that it was making more sense to send Tristana into Azir, so that's what we ended up doing.
Yeah, and thank you for mentioning the first banning phase, because yeah, you put an emphasis on Aphelios and Xayah. Is it because of the champions as they are right now, or is it because of what you saw from Hansama last week?
It's a mixture of both. So I felt that Hansama is someone that needs a really small champion pool in order to perform at the maximum level. And we wanted to shorten down that champion pool. It's only possible because we went on blue side, and that's what we ended up doing. I still think that it did quite a good game on Misfortune, but we just feel that with Syndra coming in, and if we are able to double flex it, then it's just quite powerful, especially with the new ADs out.
All right. Well, another thing I mentioned, and I know Frost talked about it between the game and during the game, is the fact that you guys don't focus so more on dragons, because you feel like focusing on lane and the gold that you can get from the lanes is more important. Can you talk a bit more about this?
Yeah. So I honestly think that we made a mistake not contesting third Drake, because we were on a position where they can't do Herald anymore, and our Gragas Tristana were so strong that we can just take the control on Drake, and we can play for both objectives. But in generally, we just feel that if enemy team is putting so many resources on an objective like Drake, that we are fine on trading them, purely because the power of Drake just seem to go down, and it's just the souls that are extremely strong.
And if you had to do something else differently besides taking dragons during this game, what would you do? What would you tell your players to do?
I think they did perfectly well. I don't know. I think the first Drake, we traded it for, I believe it was top tower. The second Drake, we ended up trading it for, actually, I don't even remember what. But the third Drake, we traded for mid tower. So I know that every time that we were giving up Drake, we had it in mind. So that's what we worked in practice, and that's what I want to see. I don't want us giving up Drake just because we forgot that he was spawning. But if there is a conversation and we talk about it, and if we are going to contest or not, then that's what I'm expecting from my players.
And that's a good follow-up on what Cersei told me last week about the powers of dragons.
Yeah.
Now, last question. We just saw the first set in the LEC. OP, not? What do you think about it?
I honestly don't want to give much info about the pick. We still have a game tomorrow, but I don't know. It's a pick that we were expecting them. If we didn't first pick it, we were expecting them to pick on the first rotation.
All right. Well, maybe Ender will be able to give us more information about set. Here you go, Ender.
Thanks very much, Lore. Now, I want to talk to you guys about how the man you just heard from masterminded this draft to beat Rogue. Really, he just let them first pick Set and then beat him with 3 simple strategies. I got them right here. Range, CC, and just walk away in the fight. That's really all you have to do, and you can see from the draft they went for, they really ticked all those boxes, right? You have incredible range, especially scaling up with that Tristana, who gets so much attack range later on in the game. Syndra also able to keep her targets as range as well and pump out a lot of damage. And then you have so much crowd control, and primarily disengaged crowd control too. You have Tristana's ult that can knock him away. Gragas' ult can do the same thing. Syndra can keep people away from her. You can literally do it all. And because Set doesn't have a great way to gap close outside of just running fast-ish towards you, well, with those tools, you should be able to kite him very, very easily and make it so he can't do anything. And if that doesn't fail, you can fix it with items here. And we saw in that game, actually, Origin go for some really clever things. Now, the rapid-fire cannon maybe not super clever coming out of the Tristana, but hey, that's more range. The better one was Shurelia's Reverie out of Destiny in the bottom lane. It meant that both he could engage fights and also make sure that when Set ran at his team, they could also get away very easily, as opposed to something like a Righteous Glory that's maybe a little bit more common. He didn't go for that. He decided the all-around item. Now, I want to take a look at some of the plays from this game because it was very clear early on that Set was not working. It starts off with the Aatrox counter pick that was able to solo kill Set in lane. And as you can see right here, it's immediately off coming on a reset. So he's level 5, he's got items, he's ready to fight, and then to make matters worse in this one, Finn tries to flash away, but it's on a fully procced Conqueror Aatrox, and there's no way he can escape. It also meant that later on, he wasn't able to get away from this Gragas gank, and when Finn presses his W, well, he's standing still. It makes the freest Gragas barrel ever. Even if Finn gets that massive shield, it's not really going to be able to do all that much. But the problems for Finn extended later on to the game as well when he tried to TP into a play, and this is, or rather, he went for a gank in this middle lane trying to initiate a team fight where he does get onto upset. He uses his flash and everything looks great, but it doesn't work unless the enemy team has no summoner spells. You can see he was absolutely miserable, had to use the stopwatch to get away here as well. So if there isn't setup for Set in the game, in these fights, he's not going to be able to get a whole lot done. You can see that draft-wise, this just completely countered him as he TP'd in around this Baron buff to try and get things going once more. Because, again, Finn was the only real engage force on the side of Rogue. And he walks on in here. You know, he's ready to go, ready to rumble around this Baron pit and misses everything. I guess the W hit upset there, breaking his Banshee Veil, but it would have been the same thing had he TP'd in, had he not. Either way, he got absolutely nothing done. And that's why I'm telling all of you folks out there, Set, he ain't great. But in the wise words of Sir Vedius, it's not the champ, it's the player. That's not the case. When you pick Set in your games, you should just walk away from that if you see it in your solo queue matches. Our next matchup is SK versus Misfits Gaming. Two teams with a lot to prove in the upcoming weeks. Let's see who picks up a win tonight.
Thank you very much, Ender. Usually, we have someone in my ear who says, hey, it's time for us to talk. And that didn't happen this time.
Scrolling through.
Yeah, so let's have a quick look at what people are saying about Set. Apparently not that great, according to Ender. Of course, could still be picked later in the draft when the enemy team can't make as much accommodation for the pick. But we'll see if SK and Misfits, who are in our next game, agree with Ender and steer clear of Set.
Well, we may get a Nocturne top. So there's always that one again. And speaking of champions that didn't do so hot in the top lane.
Yeah, Dan did not have the best of times on the Nocturne top, I've got to say. But maybe we'll see something different from them. Of course, SK went 1-1 last week. They beat Vitality in a very back and forth, long, slow-paced game, and then got demolished by G2 after G2 gave them some early kills. And Misfits went 0-2, and probably the most disappointing team in our league last week?
Statistically, when we were doing the stats breakout that we do kind of before every week, it opened up and our stats guy said, Misfits are the worst statistical team that I've seen in a very long time. And it is a very small sample size, but I think it really does tell the tale of what happened to Misfits, which the nice thing is that there's not a ton of expectations on them. This is a very young roster, very inexperienced roster, and so it's not necessarily about what they do in spring, but of course what they'll evolve into doing, preferably in summer. But you can turn it on any time. Once you're at rock bottom, the only way is up.
The only way is up for Misfits. They did play Fnatic and Rogue, so not the easiest matches that they've ever played.
Definitely hardest.
Yeah, definitely a couple of the hardest. And I do want to just talk about GenX and Crownshot for SK. They had actually quite good performances considering how poorly the team performed.
I did VOD review of SK in particular, and GenX is kind of the guy that I'm going to focus on, and I feel like there's kind of like three quintessential mid laners that have a similar style, and they kind of go in the order of Nukeduck, Larson, and GenX. And I think that these guys, again, it's hard to see how good they are to a layman's eye because they're not super flashy like they can be. Like, everyone will remember Nukeduck's Zed outplay. Everyone will remember, I think it was a Kali that Larson played when he killed Caps in the mid lane.
Larson's corky package into the base. Yeah, everyone remembers those plays.
But GenX is kind of in that same vein where it's about how they read state of map, how they're able to recognize pressure, keep themselves out of trouble. He played the Vel'Koz last week, so I was quietly impressed by GenX. I think, again, it's hard to find the hype around him because he's not super flashy.
Yeah, he's not a Jizuke who's going to go for that outplay. He's not a Caps who's going to go for that outplay. They play much more on the back foot, but gain their team vision, gain their team awareness, and that sets up their jungler usually for success. Now we are into picks and bans. SK on the blue, and Misfits on the red. Lucian, Akali banned. Akali still sitting at 100% ban rate in the LEC.
It's kind of a variation of Akali and then either like Pantheon and Kiana on red side.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see a
And a
Pantheon.
Felios or a Senna. Chuck them all in there.
Okay, is it a Felios or... Yeah, it's a Feli.
It's a Felios, yeah, because he's a fella.
He's a fella.
That's not where it comes from at all, but that's how I use it to remember how to pronounce it. There's the Rumble ban. Didn't see Pantheon banned out in game 1. Maybe we'll sneak through the draft here as well, because there are still things like the Senna that is an incredibly powerful bot laner. Oh, Senna's going to be free.
You would expect. I know that a lot of teams have her super high priority, but since they don't pick it, tells me that they don't feel comfortable playing it. Now, with Misfortune being picked up, it does put higher emphasis on something like a Jarvan. So if there's a second rotation of Jarvan here, it's to deny that combo of having MF and Jarvan given away to the same team.
I think things like the Braum rise up as well, Yasuo, anything that can wind wall that bullet time or disrupt that bullet time can be very effective. And you know what disrupts things very well? An explosive cask to the face. So Razork will get his. Gragas, there's the Braum as well. I would give myself credit for the prediction, but it's a relatively easy one to make.
Now, again, we'll see if Trick follows that up, if he himself grabs the Jarvan, if they decide that they want to take a different matchup into the Gragas in particular. You could also grab the Leona here, and then you get the MF, Leona, Jarvan. You just press R together and you watch someone hopefully explode.
I'm sure Flowers would have a great name for it. We're actually hovering a set right now. The Cataclysm of Solar Fire time.
We'll workshop that one.
Yeah, we'll workshop that one. Ornn, of course, does a very similar thing, can actually set you up for the initial bullet time or for the Cataclysm, so that's going to be picked for Sackray, we expect in the top lane. I believe he played 2 Ornn games last week as well.
He has been on Ornn duty, poor Sackray. It's funny, because he kind of came into our league, and he was like the mage top laner guy. A bunch of Nico was all the big pick, his Vladimir, and now, like, 3 games back-to-back, you're playing Ornn, buddy, and you will like it.
His team has a very specific role for him. He guards the edge of team fights. And we'll see if that's how he fits into their composition once again today. The Xayah is the final pick for Misfits, so it is an AD carry, but with Senna being open, that's a little bit surprising.
With Varus as well, who pairs very well with the Braum. I'm actually really surprised for the Xayah pickup here. Tells me that they look at Jarvan, Misfortune, Ornn, and they're like, we need the extra security and safety with Xayah's ultimate because we don't have like a Tahm Kench. So maybe that's why they're dissuading against going something like a Varus, that you're too easy of a target in that backline.
Does mean, though, of course, Misfits now with the first ban of this second ban phase can get rid of the Leona. We're not going to see her supporting SK. And I wonder what else you would get rid of if you're Misfits here.
Do you think you double support ban and go Leona Thresh?
I actually think Thresh is a good shout, although can be a little bit difficult to play into Braum and Xayah, because as soon as you land, you go for a hook, Braum just jumps onto the Xayah, and then when Xayah has ult, she can just ult away from your hooks. It becomes just that little bit trickier, but Cassiopeia taken away by SK, aiming that one towards Febiven in the mid lane, and now Misfits. I wouldn't mind another support ban. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else more powerful.
Well, because they have second rotation coming out of red side by banning Diana, they can very quickly snap grab a safe blind pick like a LeBlanc.
Yeah. And it means they get rid of the Solari-Lunari combo as well, which is very important lore-wise. Get rid of both the sun and the moon when you're banning things out. It's an eclipse on Summoner's Rift. Misfits. There's the LeBlanc, so SK were on the same track as you there for Skurin, realizing that LeBlanc could be
Grab your top laner here, you know it's Ornn. You can get a free
Set is
lane.
good into Ornn. Set is good into Ornn. Come on. Come on, do it for me. I didn't get enough cool wrestling phrases out last time. And it means you can counter-pick mid as well.
Yeah, they're definitely going to grab their top laner here.
Yeah, but is it going to be Set?
I hope so for you.
Yeah! In before does nothing for the entire game
He's
again.
against an Ornn. It should be much easier this time around, yeah?
It should be, but I have minimal faith after the Nocturne games of last week. SK here looking for a safe mid laner for Genax. Zoe would be an interesting one. Of course, very easy to farm from range. It is going to be picked.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Ornn support? Ornn support. See, I don't think Ornn support's great because it takes way too long to get towards level 12 and level 13.
Rakan can be really fun into Braum because it's hard to lock him down.
It's true. But if you do lock him down in the middle of his dashes, you stun him in place, which means it doesn't get that extra little buffering time that some other champions do. And I think Ornn support perhaps was a pipe dream from me. Got a little overexcited when I saw top laners hovered. The Rakan will be locked, separated from Xayah for this game, and now Denick will be looking for that mid lane pick for Febiven. If you had an option, where would you go first? Well, you do have an option. You can choose.
For Febby?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't have Syndra, LeBlanc, Cassie. I mean, he could go for something like a Ryze. There's a lot of mid lane bans actually down on the table. Azir, if you wanted to.
Kiana. Snuck all the way through picks and bans.
See, I was thinking like the range. You got to try to keep up with the range of the Zoe, and he's like, I'm not even going to play this lane.
Just stealth it. Stealth it all over the place. Of course, Kiana was nerfed for the jungle, but mostly has to be played as a mid laner now. Her attack speed per level was reduced, which means you just don't get enough levels in the jungle for it to be worth it. But when you hit around that level 16, level 17 mark is actually a slight buff. But it obviously takes a while to get towards that level. So, compositionally for Skurin, what are we looking at here?
I think it's pretty clear that both these teams have great team fight execution. My eyes are going to be on this Set versus Ornn matchup and how this one's going to play out, since the first time around with Aatrox versus Set didn't feel great to watch. And I hope that for SK's sake that they can get a similar outcome here, because I'd really like to see a Set pop off.
So would I. We'll see if that is the case this game as the coaches shake hands. And SK and Misfits.
Oh, nailed it!
Yeah, they got it this time. Hey, it's difficult to shake two hands
at
once. Okay.
Very well executed coaching staff of SK and Misfits.
I mean, the crowd has gone wild for it. They think that, like doing a double handshake is almost impossible.
It's like
medically speaking, we don't suggest it. It's a good way to sprain a muscle.
You Phil here.
Thanks for Skurin. I do see Trick on your screens. Came into Schalke at the end, in the middle of summer last year, or at the start of summer, and really actually changed their fortunes. Took them from about a 7th place team to a 4th place team. Wonder if he can do the same for SK. There's a lot of newer players there, of course. Limit, the only rookie on the team, but Sackray, Genex, and Crownshot do not have a lot of stage experience.
I think Trick got a bad rap in week #1. I know Inder in particular went in on Trick. Everyone will remember him doing like less than 300 damage on his Rek'Sai in 20 minutes. Be like, oh, what is he doing? What a terrible player.
That may have been me.
Yeah, you're the problem.
Yeah, it wasn't Ender.
I think Trick did exactly fine. Vitality in that game were so focused on the monster objectives, and Trick was, as we heard from Origin's coach, the monster objectives just didn't really mean anything at the time. So Trick was like, I'd rather just hard farm it. And that's what he did. Picked up for some free Drakes, hard farmed quite effectively, showed up for the team fights. They won the game. What's there to complain about?
We do have an in-game pause, which is why we're taking a quick break here. Both Frosk and I are cracking open our Kit Kats.
Am I supposed to shove this in my mouth?
You don't have to. I was just a bit peckish, I'll be honest.
Twitch chat just lost it right there. My bad.
They obviously really want Kit Kats as well. But yes, sorry, I'm chewing now, which is not the smartest idea when you're trying to talk. And I made you chew as well, which isn't smart at all.
You gave me chocolate, I was gonna eat it.
Okay, so we talked about compositionally. SK have this like big wombo combo. You've got the Rakan jumping onto the back line, you've got the Jarvan, you've got the
we're in.
Everything sets up incredibly well. We didn't talk too much about how Misfits composition is going to work together. You said we expect to see Febby roaming early on. Dan should have a winning matchup in the top lane, but if we do get towards those later portions of the game, which we have tended to do, how are they going to go around team fighting?
I think it's always going to be about a Kiana. I have this feeling about Kiana that when certain teams are obsessed with Barons and Dragons and you have to fight against them, Kiana's value just exponentially rises, because eventually you will have to go towards that pit. And if Kiana hits you with an ultimate, it's game over.
Oh, Set.
Speaking of game over.
Is it going to be game, set, and match early on? It's not.
That's the classic walk in a straight line, get out of danger, scot-free.
Set really can't do too much more. Like, he doesn't have a dash. He has no way of getting away from a fight. This ward will spot SK as they go for the invade. We have tended to see either junglers or supports go for an early Oracle, so clearing out some of this vision, making it a little bit trickier for Misfits to know if SK have stayed around.
The classic ward over the back of the Dragon Pit. See if junglers who can very easily flag and drag over walls can try to split map on you, which is what that ward is. That's the check for Jarvan flag and drag ward.
It's also the level 2 Jarvan gank ward. You know, if Trick goes across there, we'll see Bvoy and Dennet getting caught out pretty easily, and Bvoy doesn't have the huge amount of mobility early on, really level 6 before you get that Feather Storm and the escape. But they know Razork started on the top side with Dan. And Limit will know now that there's a ward there. However, Trick has started top side of the map. Maybe looking to put that Set behind, or maybe just saying he's pathing down towards bot, so he's not looking to put a Set behind.
And I'm going to make the assumption that both teams know, obviously with the ward from SK on Razork's red buff, and then the vision from Crownshot and Limit walking into lane that both SK and Misfits recognize that the junglers are starting on the top side of the map, so they need to be extra careful about how they're setting up waves in the mid and bot side of the map because those two lanes are exposed to potential ganks this side. And as I say that, Trick is not going over the dragon. He is just sprinting towards this blue buff.
Misfits haven't had any vision on this. Trick's going to flag and drag across, but Razzle tanking up the blue. It's going to be a smite fight. Who's going to win it? No one wants to order that. Here we go. Trick gets it. Razork.
Like I'm saying,
3 buffs.
Trick got a lot of flack. Trick plays a very efficient punish in the jungle game.
But he's still done no damage to champions, Frosk, and that's all I care about.
Manages to steal the buff away. He's now going to 3 buff. We've seen how quickly things can get out of hand if you get an experienced lead in the jungle. This is obviously not going to help, and it was set up by the fact that Gen X, Crownshot, and Limit got pushed forward in the lane, giving them priority and first rotation to allow Trick to rock up into that blue buff and just start punching dragons in the face.
For the moment, no real jungle ganks likely to come out. We'll see if either of them decide to get a gank off before their first back. I like this from Dandan. Pushed up the wave. We said it would be a lot easier for the set into the Ornn, basically because the Ornn isn't ranged. And Aatrox is pseudo-ranged with his Dark in Blade, so it becomes a lot harder for Sakurai to get that harass off without feeling the fists of Dandan.
And also with the vision that Dandan has placed here, it could give his poor little Gragas some more opportunity to farm because Trick actually hasn't reset yet. He has cleared all 3 buffs, then took Crud Camp. I believe now he's taking Scuttle.
Limit's coming up here as well. Wave pushing in towards Bevo and Danik. Limit could look for an early gank on Febby. Now the wave will slowly push towards Gen X.
Because there's the 3 caster creeps alive. That should be okay. Oh, now it will push.
Yeah.
That was actually smart timing from Limit there. So what happened is that Crownshot and Limit both disappeared in the Fog of War. Crownshot, of course, took his back. He's then using the movement speed from Misfortune that he could very quickly get back into the lane. So Limit was just testing to see if Febby would step forward, because the assumption could have been that both Limit and Crownshot were back at base, and Limit didn't take a walkabout towards that mid lane.
And it's the thing with supports early on, if your AD carry wants to go back and get like another Doran's Blade, or here, for example, double longsword, you really have nothing to buy at this point in the game, right? You're looking for early boots, you're looking maybe get some health in the lane or go towards a Gargoyle Stoneplate if you're playing something like Leona. So that level 2, level 3 roam can catch a lot of people out by surprise.
Thank you, Observers, for pointing out that ward. Really important because Gragas walked over it. It's a useful ward for all of your solo queue games that you can check when the enemy jungler is making a run towards your camps. Aw, poor Razork.
Poor Razork, but it's a big wave here.
Trick's been sitting in this bush for a long time.
Here comes the Predator. And there he goes. No food on the menu for Razork. He's Gragas, he prefers wine anyway.
Trick, really good read on the enemy jungle. I think it was also because there was a ward up into the top side, so had to take the assumption that Trick could be waiting in that brush. Didn't go for it. Febby also doesn't have a lot of mana.
Febby is going to get that back off. You are looking, if you're Misfits, towards that level 6. That's when your combo... Oh, yeah, that's sad. Anyway, you are looking for those level 6s. You want Kiana level 6, Gragas level 6, set. Dandan has just hit level 6. You can see him harassing Sakurai out of lane. Of course, the Ornn with the Bellows Breath is unstoppable, which means you can't then pull him back with the Face Breaker. And you, like, if you're Ornn there, you can predict that's going to happen. So it's pretty easy for you to save your W for when you want.
Dandan is going to get a TP advantage here, or, I mean, theoretically, he could try to teleport back into the lane and take a really big trade. I'll hold it, though, because Denik.
A little bit of damage coming down. Denik building a wall, but he's building it in the wrong direction.
Cool. Thank you, Observer. So with the crash that Dandan just created, forcing Sakurai to TP back, it does mean that he gets the cheater recall, if you will, and walk his way back up into the lane, not really missing anything. Now has a Phage in his back pocket.
Phage early on, going towards that black lever you would expect will help him out, trying to shred through this Ornn, who will become obviously more and more tanky as the game goes on. Sakurai has gone for the Catalyst of Aeons early.
And the caster creeps are, they were all targeting the same minion, so the wave is slowly going to push back towards Dandan That is a very feels bad moment for poor little Ornn.
Really good feels good moment for the set though, and with a possibility of FEBIVN roaming up as well, it makes it even harder for Sakurai to play that lane. It does have exhaust, has the flash, running that unsealed spellbook, but now what Dandan can do is try and pull these minions, funnel them down towards one of his, and keep that lane in an ideal position.
It means that over the next few minutes, if Sakurai doesn't get some assistance, he can get zoned off this wave, and you're going to start seeing a big opening between Set and Ornn. It's also why Gragas is starting to spend some time up here, because he knows Ornn is going to have to start overextending for these creeps.
I expect that we'll see Trick on his way towards top. Now, Razork knows when his blue went down. He's trying to get in here and see if he can steal away the second blue from Trick, but Dandan fighting up against Sakurai in the top lane. There's the face breaker. Bellows Breath wasn't safe for it. The Conqueror has proc, but Dandan is healing up. He still has that ult, still has the flash, can isolate a target pretty rapidly. Jenax has the flash. Let's wait. Razork, he's gone to sleep. Here comes Trick, flashing forward. EQ flash away though, and FEBIVN knocks him back into the wall. Trick was tricked by Misfits. Jenax looking to flash forward here. We'll get one in return.
That was a Limny snicket of events. Very unfortunate, very strange. Want to see the replay?
Featherstorm, not going to be able to get any of those concussive blows. Was looking for the root, of course.
I think I got psyched out with that mid lane play. I was like, is he gonna check the bush? Is he not gonna walk into him? Okay, let's see what happens. Jenax seems to smell this one.
Yeah.
And Razork doesn't immediately just try to bounce on him. I don't think he can see him around the corner. He's just waiting for him to walk by.
And then Trick's like, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna say
it doesn't land the EQ.
I'm gonna say outplay initially by Jenax to suspect. I wish we could see it from the vision. I'm sure that being around the corner, he was actually just hiding. And then FEBIVN with the Kiana burst damages manages to make it a 1-for-1.
Interestingly though, FEBIVN still has his flash. Jenax has barrier but burnt his flash. So maybe there's an opportunity to punish there in the mid lane. You can see the effect of that freeze paying off just a tad in the top lane. Dandan has about a 5 CS lead.
Yeah, I'm really curious what happened to the wave, because Dandan had the ability that he could have pulled the wave to his side, but maybe he took some really aggressive trades, hit some minions in between it, and then it managed to push back towards Sakurai. So Sakurai not really falling behind in a matchup that we thought he could get punished in.
Yeah, it's okay, but I think it depends on your perspective of it all, Frost, doesn't it? Because you could say, Sakurai's not falling behind, but Dandan is also being allowed to scale. He's not being put so far behind as we saw in the last game. So maybe that's all Dandan's playing for. Maybe all he wants is, 2-3 items before he can really pop off on this set. He's gone Tiamat second. You usually see Titanic Hydra as part of the set build, just for that extra wave clear. It actually looks like both these teams foregoing Cloud Drake, instead bringing their supports and their AD carries up towards the top side to play around the Rift Herald.
Yeah, it seems like both these teams, if they can get access to the Rift Herald, are caring more about the farm and the potential plates. I do like that you bring up the itemization from set. I believe it was Black Cleaver and Gargoyle Stone Plate from the
last game,
set. So obviously Dandan already out the gate, really itemizing towards a 1v1 or a side lane versus a team fight.
There's some really cool builds with set as well. I've seen on Korean solo queue ladder getting a Phantom Dancer for the pure 1v1 power and the team fight shield you get out of it as well. So I am very interested to see how Dandan builds. I've even seen support set, which of course I'm not seeing in this game, but I will be trying out when I get home.
And kind of back to your question, I think they're going to be okay.
Yeah, they'll be fine. Oh, maybe not. Light Fish coming down. Crownshot's going to be stunned underneath the tower. Limit going in. Quickness won't connect, but Crownshot's still alive. Oh, no, he's not. Razork brings down the pain as the cast connects. Dennick's going to land one more Winter's Bite, but no further chase for Misfits.
Yeah, the reach around there from Gragas, just the from the three.
From the three-point line.
Just dunks him. I was like, oh, I think he's going to be. Narrator, he was not okay. I was going to say, going back to your Ornn versus set point, what is this better for, an Ornn that doesn't get put down or a set that gets a free lane? Again, I think it really does have flexibility to what they itemize for. If set is going to be playing exclusively on a side lane, where obviously Ornn is such a low-resource team fighting champion.
The Rift Tower being started up. Trick's looking for the steal, goes in with the Cataclysm, but B-Boy still has the Featherstorm. Trick's going to get stunned up. The bullet time coming in from the side, but the unbreakable wall was put up. And Dennick was able to stop most of that damage coming in. FEBIVN here on the chase. We'll get one more. Misfits, 3-1 up early on, 1,000 gold in the lead as well. They just picked up the Rift Herald. This is a great start for them.
Yeah, and Febivin being a real difference maker for the early game for Misfits. That's twice now that the supreme display of talent has come out at a crucial moment, and especially, as you pointed out, that last team fight in tandem with Dinix Braum there, absorbing a lot of that damage. Take another look at it. Trick's just trying to buy time, while you can see Misfortune and Rakan on the map getting there in time. Trick's like, we can no longer wait. Goes in. The Misfortune ultimate then just getting eaten by that perfect Braum shield.
It's just, it's felt a little bit too easy for Misfits, right? Like, it's very good positioning and they're playing the fights well, but SK kind of just funneled into them. Trick was trying to get in with the Cataclysm, but didn't really anticipate B-Voy having the Featherstorm back up, so he was just able to escape. And now, one of the key carries for the mid game for Misfits, Febivin has the Duskblade finished and his Moby Boots. Like, he's going to be all over the map, and it's going to be very hard for SK to find an avenue to shut that down.
Yeah, he's all over the map, and he has kill pressure virtually on anyone on the map at this point, so that's the scary thing. And I have to kind of go back to the first pick priority of Misfortune for SK. You know, is this going to be a worrying trend that we see going forward with
okay,
SK?
Jax.
Well, doesn't feel great when Braum immediately counters you.
Genex puts up the barrier early on. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble doesn't connect. B-Boy stepping forward here. He's about half his health for a real apparent reason. Maybe he was looking for the stun. Dan trading in. Sakura able to just searing charge his way to safety. But now, Misfits, they want the first turret of the game before those plates fall. They have the Rift Herald. They have 5 players all on the top side of the map. They're giving up Cloud Drake for this, but that turret is donezo.
Across map, however, it is being traded for both the Cloud and a lot of plate and gold going into Crown Shot's back pocket.
I mean, it's good for Crown Shot, but I do worry a little bit about a Misfortune being the person that's ahead, right? Because you look at the enemy team, and I see Razork, Febby, Denick to a degree, and Dan, who can all kind of say, well, I'm just going to jump on you now in this fight, and you're not really going to be able to do too much.
I mean, it's entirely a fair point, but who else would you really put it in the pocket of? You have
I'd put it on limit. A good Rakan player wins any game. Janet's trying to get away here, but he's rooted in place, knocked back into the turret.
So well played.
And Febby is on a killing spree, 3-0 on Kiana.
Yeah, just making it look way too easy here. Febivin decided to really flex. He had a pretty poor week 1 showing, but has popping off on this Kiana, now 3-0. And as you just perfectly pointed out, yeah, if your Misfortune gets a lot of your team's gold, but you have a Kiana that exists.
Yeah.
It's not going to feel fun.
Not at all. 2,000 gold lead now for Misfits as we approach the 15-minute mark. They haven't prioritized early objectives. Instead, they've looked for kills. They've looked for turret plates. Only 1 plate advantage for them. Obviously, they've taken a plate and missed the gold for it somewhere. That's why they won 600 instead of 720. Which would be the total amount for 6 plates.
Are you sure you're a doctor, not a mathematician?
A mathematician?
Mathematician.
Are you sure you're a caster, not a lexicographer?
That word's too big for me.
Yeah, same. I couldn't get the words out quickly enough. And okay, we approach what I will define as mid-game, although it tends to last until around, 30 minutes in most of these games.
Define mid-game is kind of when the map begins to open up, or in the last tower before the map opens up. So usually when the initial grouping starts happening.
So you'd say two towers down, that's when we really get into mid-game usually?
That's usually when kind of like the first item is completed, you're starting to group up, get more heavy skirmishes. That for me is mid-game.
Yeah, well, speaking of first items, Essence Reaver on both the AD carries. That Black Cleaver is finished by Dan, electing to finish that before he got the Titanic Hydra, which is where we expect him to go. Sakura playing a little bit for the solo lane with the Iceborne Gauntlet, not knowing he has to at least be able to put up with Dan, if not beat him.
It also means that if you put multiple resources from SK into a side lane to try to chase Dan down, that they do have the potential on a long lane to try to punish him. It's still a little bit dangerous though, because it's a Zoe mid lane versus something that might run another teleport. So
we'll see where it goes, because it feels like both the teams have kind of said, okay, we need to play around mid right now. We need to try and get this mid lane turret down. But with the threat of Febby in a side lane, you can see Crownshot has to react to that.
I think it's Misfits actually playing more so for the bottom lane. If they can get priority in mid lane and then get an early rotation down bottom, they're actually just going to force Sakura to back off the tower because of the threat of the dive.
Interesting. Yeah, you can see it happening right here. Like, all that Misfits did was push out mid and then, oh, I need to make sure I'm drawing properly, push out mid and then bring everyone down towards the bottom lane like this to make sure that they were able to give Dan some safety.
And that's always going to help because of the speed and mobility that Febiven's going to have on the Kiana, that she can very easily play both top and mid lane, and because she has so much kill pressure right now, or assassination potential, if she catches anyone, she'll pop them. Or if she gets caught, maybe here, Febi knows.
I mean, it's smart. You know there's no vision, you know they're pushing towards your turret, and you know Trick is there. Here comes Limit with the charm, the quick is coming out, and there's the ignite as well. Febi gets the double stun, he's trying to trade into it, but he just can't do it. Shut down. Trick will get the kill.
And Febiven knew, we saw it in how he was positioning. He's like, they're probably in that bush, but didn't manage to check the other bush. So out-thought by SK Gaming there, and it's going to feel very nice into Trick's back pocket, who can now afford more tank itemization to feel very confident diving on that back line.
And you can see it's Misfits who had the lion's share of the gold. Trick sitting very much in the middle of the pack, but Dan, Febi, and B-Boy all over that 6,500 mark, where no one from SK has hit that yet. We'll be there very soon. And with another Rift Herald, well, with their first of the game, but with a Rift Herald, SK will be looking to try and probably crack mid lane if they can, maybe top.
You would imagine, just because cracking mid lane is of course going to give you more access to the jungle, and because you have a Zoe or a Gen X on the Zoe, as soon as you get access to play around in that jungle and start using Zoe's like long range catch potential, I think that's when the composition can get stronger for SK Gaming.
SK have looked to Gen X in the past to be their savior, be their salvation. Here on the Zoe's, finish that Luden's Echo building, perhaps up towards a stop Zhonya's Hourglass with the Seeker's Arm Guard. Could just be using it for the flat armor that it provides. We'll see how he decides to transition the rest of his build, but Dan, a level up over Sakura, has been pretty threatening in the side lane. Misfits kind of playing a 1-3-1 right now, with Dan up top, Forbidden down bot, and Sakura maybe going to call it as Trick and Limit are on their way. There's a tower there for Dan to get to, and the showstopper will pull Trick back. Not really much you can do about that.
Very nicely done to interrupt the flag and drag, and then just kind of cruise through the animation, walk to safety underneath your own tower, which means across map, Misfits are going to win out here. They're getting good chip damage on the mid lane tower, and then also picking up the dragon. Now, Crowny will get that top structure with Trick shadowing underneath him.
Sleep just landed there on B-Boy! Oh, that's not fair. Gen X just did a lot of damage right there. B-Boy able to get away, did have to burn the heal.
Look at Gragas. Febiven's also here. This is a potential flank from Misfits.
But with the Rift Herald coming down, it's a little bit more tricky to do because you're not going to have a tower to protect you for too long, and Gen X can still just put the damage down from the side. Rift Herald's going to charge in, and that will be the turret falling, and Rift Herald gets his charge, her charge off.
So that big chunk out on B-Boy, I agree with you. I think the positioning was also kind of the other half of it. But B-Boy losing all of his health, I think means that Misfits had the potential to try to counter that play that SK Gaming were putting up in the mid lane by looking for a flank, by trying to start a team fight. But with their 80 carry so low, they just had to disengage from it. And over the last probably 3-minute exchange, where it felt like Misfits had gotten the dragon, they'd gotten the tower that they were winning, SK now swung it back in their favor.
Yeah, it's only 1,000 gold between the two teams now. SK being able to close that gap. You have Shirelia's Reverie finished on limit, so he's got even more engaged potential. And I believe, yes, Gargoyles is there for Trick. So if he jumps into a fight, he's not just going to be burst down as he previously would have. It's very hard as well for B-Boy to actually pressure this tower solo. Misfits need to get a few more people around here, set up good vision, because otherwise Gen X can just clear the wave with a paddle star.
Let's see if I can do this. So usually when you want to get this tower, push here, you push here, and then you cut in, and you try to zone them off the structure, and then that's how you slowly get chip damage over mid-tower and slowly take it away. But because SK are doing such a good job contesting for vision in that topside river, it means that Febiven can never get that safe flank that he needs to dissuade SK from stepping on that structure, and then combined with the wave clear, I think Misfits are actually just stalling out here. They're just giving free gold into SK's waiting hands while they're trying to figure out how to crack this map or solve the Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things we talk about with, good and great teams, is that distinction between knowing how to play your composition and then working out how to solve issues with your composition in-game, right? Like, the ability to work out, well, exactly how do we break the enemy team's defenses? How do we break their defensive line? because if you're not able to work that out and you don't just have a draft that outplays the enemy, it's very difficult to get these fights in your terms.
What I would actually suggest is that they play Febivin in a different lane. Because there's no tower up into the top side, it's not like Febivin up there can trade a structure, because he's the one who's really strong. I would actually almost prefer that they swap into the bottom side of the map, try to play for that inner structure, and try to drag SK around by dealing with this Kiana.
Or Trick can just face check into them and almost die. Razork also has flank position here. I won't be able to find too much more out of it. You can see Febivin is on his way across, but there's some good wards here from SK just to spot anything going on. They don't have as much vision as they thought they had a moment ago, but they know Febby isn't in the top lane, so he
They're going to
must
try
be
to use
around.
the cask. Because the thing is teams with Gragas should be able to siege decently well, because you just need a nice cask on a numbers disadvantage to sweep them off the structure.
Sakura chucking down the Ignite so he can get the teleport back. There's the cast. Trick's the one knocked forward, but Dan has the flank. Oh, I was so excited for a showstopper there, but he decides against it. Chickens out at the final hurdle.
Yeah, I think Misfits unfortunately are just kind of continuously funneling gold because Febivin's walking up into the top lane, he's pushing it forward, someone from SK is just grabbing it, and SK are actually doing a really good job staggering their backs and kind of staggering who goes out to pick up what wave, not being caught out. Again, they've stalled Misfits as Misfits are trying to break this mid tower, and if they just swapped Febby, who has kill pressure, onto the bottom side and tried to play for mid tower and bottom inner tower, they'd probably find more success in either making a pit or at least getting a structure that they can contest.
And we are starting to see that gold payoff and that experience payoff as Sakura is now level 13 and is starting to upgrade those Ornn items. The Iceborne Gauntlet becomes... What's better than Iceborne Gauntlet?
Are you asking me what the item's called?
What's better than Ice Cold? Wait, well, I can't remember the lyrics now. Yeah, what's the item? I don't know the name of the Iceborne Gauntlet upgrade.
I'm not the play-by-play caster. It's not my job to know what the item names are.
Okay, just throw me under the bus. Why don't you FLICKR?
I can pull up Google.
The Iceborne Gauntlet. No, okay. The very cold Gauntlet of Death, and then of course the Infinity Edge upgrade, which is called the
very important Infinity Edge of Death.
The Molten Edge.
Okay.
See, that one I do know. But yes, those upgrades usually provide about 1,000 gold on average worth of stats. The Adaptive Helm provides 1,800 extra gold if you upgrade that, so expect to see someone pick that one up, although there's mostly AD. Well, basically only AD on the side of Misfits apart from Razork.
Okay, hold on, we might get a team fight.
Nope.
We didn't get a team fight. There's still time, hold on.
Okay, look, you're not the play-by-play. Don't go for these team fights, Frost.
We've been
Don't
stuck
set me up for excitement
so long
and then just dash my hopes against the rocks.
in this tug-of-war mid lane where we're just pushing waves back and forth. Oh wait, hold on, Febivin.
Oh, please, stop saying, oh wait. Oh, Genex? Oh.
That was...
Denix playing on 60 ping, apparently. Febby almost dies.
Ambitious is what I'll call it.
Yeah, ambitious.
Okay, but we've been stalled out so long here that the dragon, I think, went through its entire cooldown, and SK managed to pick it up, and we're still here in the mid lane.
Yes. Sorry, I'm Googling Iceborne Gauntlet upgrade.
Okay.
So you keep...
Well, I'll play by play, don't worry.
It's a fight! Showstopper coming in, Sakura trying to survive, but Dan takes him down. You could have told me there was a fight while I was Googling, Frost.
I forgot.
Okay. So,
okay, so they finally swept him off, but that's what we wanted this entire time, Medic. What did we say? We're like, they should probably play bot side because they can get the tower there. Now, they didn't pull Febivin to do it, but they did pull Gragas. So eventually, Misfits did find the answer and managed to push this game forward a lot. Medic, you get round 2, try.
Oh, here we go, Sakura caught out by Razork. Great knockback. And then you got to watch out because the RKO is coming down.
Oh, that was really good.
Thanks.
No,
oh, do you mean the play?
Not you.
Yeah.
Set's ultimate that was really good right there.
It stops you being unstoppable if you're trying to run away, so it's pretty cool. But yes, that is the first we've really seen of Set gameplay this game. He's got a 40 CS lead. It's the Cataclysm comes down onto B-Boy. He pops the Feather Storm, flashes away, but the chase from Limited on as he overextended. As here comes the TP. Call of the Forge God was met. Dada going into base breaker, looking to melt some heads. Can't quite take down Crown Shot. Trick's able to get away as well. Razork jumping in, catches Genax, and he's done. Great play by Misfits.
Yeah, Misfits took everything in the kitchen sink, and now we see why that Xayah was picked. It's her ability to disengage and survive all that engagement. And then Dandan comes in, and Misfortune only gets out simply because Dandan's ultimate has just come off of cooldown because he used it in the bot lane with Ornn. Now gives them access to this Baron. Here we go.
Limit coming in. Sakura there as well. No ultimate for him. Limit doesn't have the quickness either. Now Febby, they've just spotted him. Is Crownshot going to change his path? The Baron down to 2,000. It's gone before they can get there. SK give it up. Misfits get the first Baron of the game at the 26-minute mark, and with it, a 5,000 gold lead.
But will they get the mid lane tower? That is what
I hope so. I hope so.
We've been praying for as we take another look at that one. I believe it's, okay, there's one ultimate on B-Boy. There's two ultimates. And the Recon still follows him all the way back there. Survives, walks out of it. The Ornn ultimate comes down, excellently absorbed by the Braum. And then here comes Dan. And again, just because he doesn't have his ultimate, Misfortune is able to limp away from that fight.
Yeah, Genax just knocked back in. Razork's had some very good body slam flashes. He's been able to connect very effectively. Now finishes Zhonya's Hourglass. There's the Sterax for Dan. We'll see where he goes from that.
I would imagine into a side lane with Baron.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. In the lifeline passive from Sterax makes you even harder to kill. And of course, you are very, very tanky when you get that shield up from the Haymaker. Razork's going to clean out some vision. Mid lane tower, the target. A minute and 50 seconds left on the Baron buff as Limit goes in. Trick looking for the engage as well. B-Boy's locked up. The Call of Fortune coming out. They're trying to get the kill, but look at the damage coming out from Febiven. Trick is already down. Razork has the flank, and they're just going to stun lock this Ornn in place. Sacre, well, that was not good as Febiven just deletes someone. They're looking for the chase as the bullet time comes down. Genax able to get underneath this tower, but not able to do too much more.
And reminder that Set spent that entire fight just walking towards the fight itself. So that was a 4v5.
Oh.
I think it was a 4v4 to start. Misfortune only showed up at the very end.
Look at the damage coming out from B-Boy. He did wonder last week after he had statistically one of the worst performances ever in the history of the LEC, whether he'd be able to show up this week. Well, 5,500 damage on this Xayah, dodging all the skill shots, dodging all the ults with that Featherstorm. Of course, have to remember he did play in the LPL for LGD, sorry.
JDG.
That's the one. I have it in my notes, but it's just lots of letters.
He played for Jingdong. As we take another look at this team fight, Limit was trying to pull the Hilly. He was looking for a very deep flank. He was caught, however, a good disengage and good absorption of falling back to the backline with B-Boy and then fighting front to back. And reminder again that Misfortune and Set weren't in the fight.
Yeah, Misfortune was nowhere near it. Crownshot used the bullet time right at the end, but Febby still finding his mark. Edge of Night now finished on him alongside the Yumus and the Duskblade. Trick really unable to get anywhere near his jungle, has a 2-level disadvantage. 2 levels in the top lane. Razork starting up the Infernal Dragon. More important to clear the ward first, but I wonder if we'll see a soul this game, because we're still 10 minutes away from one if we do. And Misfits seem to be finding fights without actually having to play around objectives too much.
I mean, on an open map, Misfits' composition can be really scary, and their ability to engage, because again, Febiven is on the hunt, and then you have the long-range reach of Gragas. They can play both side lanes, because it's an Ornn Zoe versus a Kiana Set. And I kind of have to go back to the head-scratcher of SK's drafting, the fact that it was the priority of the Misfortune. They got denied into the Braum. They blind-picked the Ornn itself, giving virtually a free matchup for Set. He was just able to scale up, do whatever he wanted.
Febby's just trying to get down towards this bottom side. Trick will use the flag. Now they know he's there. You're going to take this fight. Looks like they are. Sakura going forward, looking for the knockup. The charm comes out. Lots of damage already onto Febiven. Pops the supreme display of talent. They're still in the chase. He's got stealth. Can you get away from the Forge God, Febby? Not today. Shut down for Limit as SK find a man in the side lane.
Yeah, and the fortunate thing is that Misfits didn't have waves prepared and ready for Febiven to be that far forward. So it's not like they can trade Febiven's death for trying to take down a structure.
They do get a lot of damage on that inhibitor turret, of course. The quick auto-attacking using Set's passive and the knuckle down means you can get about 4 autos in quickly. Use the reset from the Titanic Hydra as well to get a 5th. And do a lot of damage. Limit here is walking across a lot of wards, so I don't really think that Dan should be too nervous. Oracle's automation will time out before he can even clear that one away, but for the moment, Dan backs away. He respects the fact that SK could be grouped up. It feels like we might just be waiting for the next Baron to come up here, Frosk.
Waiting for the next Baron, or at least waiting for everyone to be back alive and ready on the map so teams can start setting up their waves and trying another siege potential. But yeah, I agree with you. It's probably a monster objective game to game.
So because we have a little bit of time, I say, as Razok predators in, and he sliced it away. Oh, poor Genax. I saw that. I think it went to single-digit HP. It was at least double digits. That's a shame for him. But yeah, as we have a little time, let's talk a little bit about how these teams look compared to their Week 1 performances, because both of them in Week 1, I think, were relatively weak. Like, SK had one game against Vitality that they won, but perhaps shouldn't have. Misfits went 0-2 with an Nocturne top in one of their games. So how do you feel that they've developed or evolved in the last week?
I mean, I'm liking to see the fact that Dan is still looking for carry-oriented champions up into the top lane. I like to see him on something like these sets. His big pick for me last split was something like his Jax. So I like that there's still that identity. And I think it's just kind of for Misfits figuring out what they are without a leader in that mid lane and kind of where Febiven fits into that. Febiven's looked much better in this game than he did last week. I think that there was a kind of an outcry when leader was removed from the squad or left the team that, oh, you know, Febiven's not performing for us. We lost our assassin player. Where do we go from here? And everything seems to be shoring up and filling up the holes. And then it's just how much experience do you need on these new players like new jungler, new support before they start competing with the middle of the pack of the LEC.
Yeah, I think like the expectation is they will be bottom 4, maybe competing for a playoff spot, maybe around that 6 mark if they can continue their improvement.
Sorry, that back was very, very close. He looked death in the eyes and he said goodbye.
Got away, it's fine. Misfits, though, are setting up towards this top side. Baron is live. I have a moderately quick Baron taking team, although not the fastest in the world. B-Boy being at 4 items will definitely help them with that, but looks like Razor's looking for a flank, and Trick, Limit, Suckway, and Genax just walk away from it, not having any of that.
Yeah, it should just be the push forward of the minion wave in mid lane here, and then they'll walk towards the Baron. We'll see if they start it while Dan zones.
Dan, highest level in the game at 18. We'll be able to do a lot of work, and the thing is, you can't really let him get behind you, because all he's going to do is take one of your big carries and ult him into the enemy team. Now, the Baron down to 6,000. Trick is up towards the top side of this. Febby has a good flank position as well. Dan behind Genax, behind Limit.
This is your moment, Trick.
Trick steals. They're hoping he steals. He did one last week. Can he do another? Call of the Forge God coming out. Trick jumping in, but they've reset. They're not going for it. It's not taken away as SK are unable to find it. And now the fight really begins as Dan gets into the middle of them. And look at the damage. They're just swept in the river. Misfits take 4. They take the Baron and they're TPing in for the win.
And you can hear it from the crowd. That was the bloodshed that they wanted. Finally, we got an explosive team fight where Kiana really just hard flex on some kids with that ultimate.
More damage than the entire enemy team combined, I guess, at my quick maths. It's close.
We said it at the beginning of the game. When teams really need Baron to finish, picking a Kiana is just going to be easy mode because eventually they will get hit by the Kiana ultimate. Eventually it will pay off. It doesn't matter what our scoreline was in the game. The cherry on top was just the fact that Febiven had been playing pretty well for majority of it.
Especially when Trick's putting up some more walls for you to fight around. Misfits playing with their food a bit, but they will get their first win of the LEC in 2020.
Can we talk about that Baron swipe though? Because Gragas left the pit and had to flash back in.
That's fine. Mind games for us.
I was hoping that the game wouldn't end off of that so we could get the replay, because that was like musical chairs.
Just ring around a Rosie. Misfits, of course, elated with their first win of the split. You can see amazing there, holding Razork's head in his hands like, come on, man.
It was amazing. He got back in the pit and got the Baron. But he tried to zone out Trick, so as Trick's coming in, Gragas is going over the wall trying to disrupt him. Trick gets in the pit, Gragas is like, flashes back in and grabs the smite.
Do have to give Misfits credit though, because they did stop the Baron. As soon as they saw Trick coming in, I saw it tick up in health. I saw all of them say, okay, we need to kill Trick, we need to kill Trick. They managed to do it. If you guys want to get involved at home, the Kia Player of the Game vote is available on Twitter at LEC. Razork, Febiven, and B-Boy are your options. I think that man in the middle has to be high up on everyone's priority.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Febby right now. I'm going to say, though, that I feel like Dan was robbed there.
Oh, we have to high-five Cameraman. Missed. Dan was robbed.
Player just
did nothing.
High-five me with the...
He got a free lane into an Ornn and then had one good team fight.
I think his zone control was there. Well, I mean, that was basically the story of that game. That game was all Kiana.
True.
You could put anyone else on that. but Kia player of the game.
True. Well, we'll see. We'll see who gets it. Despite a 2-0 record, it hasn't been smooth sailing for G2 so far. Shox and Vedius reveal the flaws in their plays after this.
This is my creed. The boots that make me faster. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. I get the best to be more powerful, so my champion rises to the top. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. Because you can only rule the game when you realize you are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
Hearing whispers in the night, voices filling up your mind. You're like a ghost of you. You've been drowning in the rain, slowly saving up the pain. So deep inside of you, see the colors of the sky slowly turn from black and white. A rising hope, bright as gold. And now there's nothing left to lose, so we're breaking all the rules. And they don't know what we know. 'Cause I can hear the thunder from afar, a lightning in the dark. I can feel the fire come alive, so calm before the storm, so dark before the dawn. Oh, I can see the fire in your eyes, in your eyes. Oh, I can see the fire in your eyes, in your eyes. Oh, I can see the fire in your eyes. Oh, I can see the fire in your eyes. Now you'll never be the same once you felt that burning flame. You're chasing stars alive. What was broken's left behind. Watch it crumble in the light. Nothing can stop you now. See the colors of the sky slowly turn from black and white. A rising hope, bright as gold. And now there's nothing left to lose, so we're breaking all the rules. And they don't know what we know. 'Cause I can hear the thunder from afar, a lightning in the dark. I can feel the fire come alive, so calm before the storm, so dark before the dawn. Oh, I can see the fire in your eyes.
Welcome back, everyone. Laure here, and Misfits just scored their first win of the split, and I feel like we got to see more from you guys this week. So what was different?
I mean, I think after a 2-0 week, like, you obviously get a bit shaken in your head. You know, you need to perform the next week, else it's just like if you lose 3 games in a row, it's gonna hit even harder. You know, so realize that we have to really make a change and even like work harder and smarter. You know. And it showed in this game. I think SK wasn't like the hardest opponent, but I'm happy that we actually managed to play pretty solid and happy with the win, of course.
Yeah, comfort win is always good to have, especially in the beginning of the split. But anything you worked on in particular and that you can tell me about?
I think it's just like everything. You know, there's so many different aspects of the game that a new team needs to, you know, learn and improve on. And since we have a lot of rookies, it's a lot of fun, and everyone is like working really hard to get the wins on the board, you know. So I'm really happy, and yeah, it's just all the small things, you know. They just have to be on a baseline, and then we can make them better and better.
Yeah, I was about to say, you are among rookies here, and you had an amazing game. So tell me about your role, considering on one side you have to, I mean, handle communication, help them, but also carry in the mid lane. How does it go?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, you know. I like the responsibility, you know. I feel like I have all those things that I can do for the team, and I have to do for the team, because if I don't, then it will show, you know. And that's, I think, is gonna be the difference maker for our team if I'm able to do those things on a high level, lead, you know, carry, as you said. We're gonna do great things, and this is why I'm working every day to, you know, get this going.
Tell me, how are you helping them on day to day?
I think it's the process, you know. It's the work ethic, it's the effort, it's leading by example, you know, making sure, you know, the guys look up to me, and putting them in the right mindset so we can, you know, become the best team that we can be, you know. So I'm just trying to be that guy that leads the team.
And I'm glad they have a good player to look up to. Thank you very much, Febvin,
Thank
and
you.
congrats on the first win. Now back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Laure. And Febvin is also the Kia player of the game with 59% of the votes, and that must feel good for him. It's been a long road for Febvin, and we can't forget that he has Ronaldo breathing down his neck as well, who can be put in that mid lane. So it's good to see that he's putting up a great performance in week 2 and getting that first win on the board.
Yeah, it's very true. I think the Febvin has a lot to prove, especially after last year. I was very critical of Misfits at the beginning of the day, and while today was definitely a good starting point, I still believe that the team has a long way to go, and I think the Febvin recognizes that as well. So definitely a good start. We'll see how they carry on as we move into the rest of week 2.
We sure will. Vitality is up versus G2 Esports, and for G2, this season is about establishing themselves as the best team on the planet. Hopefully. And while their record is 2-0, we've seen them make multiple mistakes, especially in the early game. Now, you might think, why are you harping on G2 so hard after only 1 week and that change in the roster? Well, it's simply because we have to track their development. They are a team that got close to that World Championship, but it wasn't good enough. So we want to track their development early on and see how they improve.
I think it's also important to just be critical of our best teams, because the reality is G2 is not flawless. And one of the things that we're going to talk a little bit about today is how they get given information, but then they don't use it very effectively. So in this clip, that's exactly what we're going to be focusing on, the information that they have and then what they do with it. So as we roll this play out, what I want to draw your attention to is where they have that information available to them. The thing that you'll notice is that they did see Lee Sin in the bottom side of the map, as my replay has decided to change. As you see, as we jump back into the replay, as it refuses to let me stay on my play.
Oh, so we're just going to see if that's going to work out or not.
Right. Anyway, as we jump into the minimap, what you'll notice here in the bottom side of the map is that Lee Sin is playing and available. My point is that Lee Sin is sitting on the bot side of the map. G2 have this information available to them. This means that because of that, Wonder is freely able to TP back up to lane and start pushing this wave in. All of this play is absolutely fine because he knows where the enemy jungler is. As we continue the play rolling out, what you'll notice is that G2 then move into the enemy bot side of the map to try and get vision of the river and gain control over this area. They're going to use this information to gain control over the Drake and set up for that play. But they also know that Lee Sin is now missing. He has decided to move up towards his top side of the map and start clearing out these camps. Wunder has to now be aware of this, because in pro play, you're playing around assumptions. You're playing a lot around what information do I have, what information don't I have. So as you jump back into the clip, the expectation is that, hey, Wunder will probably start backing off, right? Wunder will start to play safe. No, he won't. No. He's going to go for an all-in trade against the Ornn, and he's going to get punished for it. Meanwhile, while all this is happening and Wunder is losing his life, in the bot lane, they're paying attention to what's happening up in the top lane. These two then try to go for an all-in, and of course, the Nautilus then dies as a result. And you can see that with this early game information that they had, they did not respect the possibilities of their opponents, and they ended up getting punished for it.
Would you say it's, you know, a lack of awareness and concentration? Because this seems like something you can fix pretty easily, but doesn't feel like they feel like doing it in that first week.
It's one of those things where you think maybe it's just first week jitters, maybe it's just people getting used to the role. And when we think about getting used to the role, we kind of have to move on to this second clip where we look at the bot lane for G2. And again, as we roll this one out, you'll notice again what information they have. So I just want to draw your attention, as the jungle path is clearing out, you'll notice that Jankos is going to start on the red buff, and he's going to walk all the way up towards the top side to try and get information on what Jarvan has been up to. You'll see on your screen right now, he'll check the red buff, he'll check the Krugs, but he hasn't found Jarvan. This must mean that Jarvan has done one of two things. Jarvan has either gone all the way back to his side of the camp to start clearing things out, or he's gone back to base. With Jankos moving into the enemy jungle, he'll realize that, hey, the Gromp is up. That must mean that Jarvan isn't there. So again, G2 is in a situation where, hey, we have to figure out where Jarvan could be, and we have to respect it. Do the bot lane of G2 do that? No, they don't. They don't flash the engage, they don't respect the possibilities, and they end up losing their lives. And we've seen this now in both games in their first week, which just goes to show maybe G2 is still ramping up, maybe it's still G2 getting used to getting back onto the Rift, but honestly, like, this is something that we've now seen from 2 games in a row, which is a big issue for G2.
And with that, we do also have to highlight what they are so good at when that early game phase passes, because as we see it here, they have an uncanny ability to turn it on, to press that on button, and the way they play out and identify their opportunities in the mid game and the team fights is absolutely stellar. So for them, it probably means, well, hey, we know we can turn it around, so why would we try hard in the early game? Because we want you to, G2.
Yeah, exactly that. Like, when we see it from Origin, the vast majority of their gameplay is very clean, very smooth, whereas for G2, look at the deficits that they find themselves in within the first 15 minutes of the game. Yes, it's all well and good that within that 5-minute span, you can turn it around. And that just goes to show how world-class this team really is. But other teams will find ways of punishing you. And with teams like Rogue, Fnatic, and Origin all breathing down the neck, all wanting to take what G2 has had for the last year, they have to clean up that early game. Otherwise, it will come to bite them in the backside.
It's given me something to look out for in this next game, and we'll see indeed if G2 can shake up the early game as they take on a Vitality, still looking for their first win.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm still Medic. This is still FLICKR, and we're here for Vitality versus G2.
Yeah.
Swear, you say something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and I'm super excited. And I have to throw down the gauntlet because if you guys have been paying attention on Twitter, Wunder threw down the gauntlet earlier.
He did.
He said, ban Sona, otherwise I'm playing it top.
Please. I actually used to be called Sona the Caster, because it was my main when I first played League of Legends. Yes. And also, I thought it was quite funny. She's a mute champion, and I was a caster. That was pretty cool.
I see.
Yeah. Of course, we have also heard rumblings of Soraka top, so maybe something starting with S will go into that top lane. Jarvan banned away to start us off. G2 expect to see Akali removed as per usual, and now things open up just a little bit more.
Yeah, and I was kind of checking through the draft stats, and there's only 2 teams that have a particular notice of a certain champion, and it's Diana. And those 2 teams are G2 and Fnatic. And so because we are seeing G2, I'm actually really curious if Diana is going to crop up in this draft phase at all. I think it was Inder who said it, Diana's secret OP.
Yes.
And I really agree with that. And so that's kind of the champion that I'm looking for in this draft phase, if we're going to get a Diana performance.
Well, so far she is through bans. We have Set removed by G2. I wonder how Sona plays into Set. I think it would be a pretty bad matchup for the Sona. There's the Pantheon banned away as well. Well, you raised my hopes now, FLICKR, and we'll see if it comes to pass. Vitality with the first pick, AD carries both available, Aphelios and Senna there.
Yeah, and usually we do see a priority pick of the Aphelios. I personally prefer the Senna, so I'm curious what Duke's going to go for here for Vitality's first pick. Yes, Duke.
Gonna be the Senna, he agrees with you. A bit more utility in the AD carry role, not quite as much damage, but scales very well. Don't do it to us, Wonder. Don't hover and raise my hopes like this. Jankos just looked very, very nonplussed about the whole possibility.
Won't do it.
You don't do it now if you're gonna do it. There's no way you do it right now. It's Elise. Jankos, the First Blood King, will be back on his most well-known champion, apart from the Sejuani and Braum, obviously. But
you would actually assume here that G2 would want to pick up Aphelios as the as the other ADC or big ADC that was left open. So no surprise to see a jungle ADC rotation. Everything seems to go according to plan just yet. This should be jungle and support.
That's the expectation. Supports into the Aphelios. You want things that can dive onto him. The Rakan, the Gragas, of course, two very strong champions at getting that Aphelios out of position. Do want to bring attention to the fact that it's still Seiken in the mid lane. We're not seeing Milica yet in the LEC. Hope he recovers quickly, of course. And the Gragas has been picked up for Skeens. Actually had a relatively good performance last week, considering how poorly Vitality played as a whole. He had some very good positioning on the Rek'Sai. Braum will be the final pick for Vitality on this first phase.
Yeah, I think it's super fair to just say that no one really knows the ceiling for Vitality right now because there's so many new names. I agree with you. I really liked what we saw from Seiken, especially on the Cassiopeia. So I'm really excited to see if he's going to get that champion again. I have a feeling that it will be banned away in the second rotation just because that's kind of been his go-to, that G2 might roll the dice and say, let's see if you can do anything else.
I do see Lucian getting all the way through the first phase, picked up by G2 as their final pick, and the flexibility of that is obviously clear to see. Mid, top, and AD carry, it can be played. There's the Cassio ban against Seiken, so now Vitality have their options just that little bit more reduced, a little bit more reduced.
My guess will be Cassio and LeBlanc bans from G2.
Okay. Well, Vitality got a ban there.
Well, I don't think that they want to ban, unless they have another, like, if Seiken has a smaller champion pool or a smaller effective champion pool, they might also ban in mid lane here. I find the Gangplank ban a little bit interesting because Lucian can flex into that top side, and then obviously Lucian is a great pick into the Gangplank. But I was just curious if they're then going to try to ban out other things in the mid lane in case Lucian does go top to make sure that Seiken gets a decent matchup there on one of the champions that he has left and available.
I think the difficulty for Vitality is G2 only have to pick their support next, so they don't really have to show too much. And that means that they can have that flexibility of the Lucian until their final pick and until they've seen all of Vitality's 5 champions.
And with the GP and Aatrox ban, now things have turned on their head where we're really starting to thin out the top lane matchup pool for Cabo there.
I mean, we still have Sona and Soraka available, so I don't know what you're talking about, Frost. There's still tons of options for these teams. Vitality with a couple of seconds before they get their final ban in. We'll see where they go. Irelia, so lots of top lanes actually gone out of the pool.
Soraka and Sona inching higher and higher on this
the
list.
The priority's getting bigger. Thresh, the pick for G2. We expected them to go towards a support on that rotation. Thresh, Leona, Nautilus all available, but Mickey trusting himself on the Soul Warden in that bottom lane.
Okay, so what's it going to be, Cabo? What will you reveal potentially against a Lucian top, especially with 3 top lane bans? Yasuo would be fun.
Yeah, Yasuo is very fun. I like the ability to get onto that backline as well, especially with the Gragas Explosive Cask. You have great synergy already there.
Could even try to go for a double flex here and something that's played in both mid and top lane.
Mordekaiser?
Wait for the last second to see who's going to go where.
I'm just listing champions that
More
I know
Ryze,
now.
but
Yeah, Ryze works well. And Seiken, of course, played Ryze the first time he was on the LEC stage against Misfits. He had a great 2v1 outplay versus Soaz and Maxlaw in the bottom lane, but Rumble also works as a flex. Ornn does as well, technically. We have seen some mid lane Ornn across the last few weeks.
I think they've just given away that it's the mid lane Yasuo.
Yeah, I think they have as well, but I like a little bit of mystery, a little bit of intrigue.
Okay, this is the moment. He's hovering it.
He's not gonna do it. You got my hopes up so high. They're like, look at his face. He's trolling us as hard as he can right now. Oh, come on.
He did it!
Yes! Oh, I'm so happy.
Okay, And this is good, because I've done my Soraka top research. So we are going to really dive into the nitty-gritty of this.
I'm so happy, boss.
Chakra has just put out an excellent guide talking about Soraka top and mid. It's also been appearing into the bottom lane in the ADC position. It is all over scrims right now, all over multiple regions. And how it's really going to work is you max Q when you're into the top lane, and against... I was going to say against a Rumble, but the Rumble was hovered. It's actually really good at absorbing and negating a lot of instantaneous burst damage, because a team fight happens, the enemy team uses all their massive big cooldowns, and then Soraka just smashes R and then also has the redemption itemization and just completely resets everything that you wanted to do. So against a team comp that is super reliant on big, crucial R buttons, Soraka just destroys it. And then she hyperscales into late game, where she's putting out ridiculous heals in tandem with an Athene's Unholy Grail.
I cannot wait to see how effective the Soraka top is. It's teleport alongside the flash to get back into that lane a little bit easier. We do need to talk about the rest of the lineup.
No, only Soraka.
Only Soraka, only Ornn. Let's have a look at the rest of it, because you do have this pretty good engaged composition from the side of Vitality, Call of the Forge God, Explosive Cast, Braum jumping in there, Yasuo with the last breath. I can see how that works as a team fight comp.
Yeah, and they also have great scaling potential and the ability to play a side lane, especially with something like the Yasuo. So there's a lot of flexibility for Vitality still here.
And we are going to jump on to the Rift. Third game of the day. First Soraka top without Smite in the LEC. And we have a pause.
It's okay. It is more time to talk about Soraka top.
Well, we could wait, because we have a really cool graphic that I want to bring up to talk about Soraka top.
We do have a cool graphic.
Talk about the composition from G2. Because you told me how Soraka resets fights, but how does the rest of the G2 composition actually take a fight?
I mean, the longer that fights go on for, because they have a double ADC, the better G2's chances will come up, because they do so much overtime or kind of sustained damage. And then when you pair that again with the Soraka, like, you have to think if a team fight lasts more than 15 seconds, G2 have won it.
Okay. Double AD carries work very well in a team fight. Don't see a huge amount of disengage. Like, Lucian and Aphelios, relatively low mobility. Of course, Lucian has the dash to get away, but alongside that, at least can't really disengage too well for you. Thresh can put up a box, but you have a lot of ability to jump on the enemy AD carries here from Vitality. So maybe a couple of Grievous Wounds early, maybe a couple of Executioner's Callings early. It's going to be quite difficult for G2 to last through a fight.
Yeah, you're definitely going to have to consider what you're going to do around the heals. And again, Vitality's composition still has so much versatility and flexibility into it. They can play a side lane. They also have great scaling options. They have great 5v5 and a lot of CC. I do think that G2's composition is harder to execute, but that's kind of been the MO for G2. Yep. They pick ridiculously complicated comps to execute on, and then because they're G2, they just win anyway.
Well, we are on to Summoner's Rift. I had a quick look at top lane itemization. Cabashot going for the refillable potion, and then we'll probably get a Doran's shield in lane, of course, because you can just build in the lane. See a lot of Ornn's doing this. He hasn't made a mistake. You just need a little bit of gold before you can get that Doran's shield. And it's Doran's ring and 2 pots on Soraka, and I don't really know if that's... I assume that's the conventional build. I assume that's what you'd go.
Now, here's the thing about Soraka top, is that she's being run with 2 different summoner spells. It's either the barrier or it's the teleport. Okay. And you can actually see both depending on top lane. You'd assume, it's top lane. Of course, it's going to be teleport every single time. Now, Wonder runs it teleport, I think, every single time when I checked his solo queue account, yep, or where he was practicing the Soraka. And one of the issues that she has is that if the wave gets away from her or it gets put in a bad space, she actually needs a lot of assistance to get the wave back safely, because Soraka is still very susceptible to ganks. And with a champion like Ornn, you have great gank setup. So Vitality, if they want to try to punish that, there's that ability that the wave gets away from Wonder, he has a hard time resetting it, because she's great at pushing and yep, trading, because she gets the health back on the Q and she just spams Q and tries to run you down with it. But if she's overextended, Gragas and Ornn will just have a field day with her.
Oh, I've accidentally brought up the wrong
graphic.
The wrong one. I'll get the correct one up for a second. So yes, Soraka top, the reason that it's great, as you said, is the wave play from the start call. And then when you get this Athene's redemption, you reset fights really well. You set it a little bit in pick and ban. If the fight doesn't kill you, all you do is you pop your ult and you pop your redemption in Athene's and you get a lot of healing back.
And I suspect that we'll see more Soraka because she's really good into a lot of blind pickable supports right now. People are picking a lot of Braum, a lot of Tahm Kench you're seeing globally, and Soraka can slot down to that support position if you decide you don't like the top lane matchup. So she is triple flex in mid, top, and support. Now this time around it was the last pick into the Ornn, so you don't necessarily get to see that potential blind pick safety that offers her with the flex, but it is something to consider. And then again, kind of some of the core itemization is that she will look for the Athene's Unholy Grail. Obviously you can stack up the charges on it by spamming Q, and then when you tap that next heal, someone is going to get a lot of health back.
And a lot of people think of Soraka as only healing her teammates. Of course, if you hit the Q, you get a bunch of healing for yourself that you can then pass on to your teammates in a fight. So it's actually quite difficult to harass her down in the lane. Jankos here has already got both of his buffs. Did Gromp blue and red. And now Skeens has come across after doing a full topside clear. Jankos really doesn't have the position to stay around for too much longer. You can see already Jackdaw is on his way across. He'll just take away the Scryer's bloom, but we'll have to retreat out of the jungle.
But it does mean that with so much information about Skeens being on the bottom side, that Wunder super safe to really build up a slow push here and have a big crash onto Cabochard's tower. And you can see that he's already really starting to chunk him out. Now, reminder that the Star Call will crash down faster the closer that Soraka is. So Wunder's doing a good job kind of like sniping out Cabochard with a lot of these Qs, but if someone does manage to rush forward, get on top of Soraka, she actually is pretty tanky or harder to kill because the Star Call will start just like zipping down from the ground, like meteors raining hell upon you, and she's getting so much health back.
It's just so difficult to play into her as well, especially if you're looking for like a telegraphed engage, because she puts down that Equinox, you're silenced, you can't go any further forward because you just get stunned and you have to try and retreat out of it. So Cabochard's not going to have the most fun here in the top lane. Volatile Spiderling, we'll see Seiken.
He's just stopping the back. Wunder, unfortunately the wave is actually getting frozen, or not frozen, but is spending a lot more time on Cabochard's side. So now that Skeens has reset and is playing top side, it's going to force Jankos and Perks to also play top side to protect Wunder here. So Jankos doing a good job invading, finding this Gragas, and trying to create space for his Soraka to get a better wave placement.
Well, do you want to dive a little bit deeper on how those wave mechanics work? Because as you might have seen a couple of minutes ago, we actually are going to talk quite a bit about wave management this game. We've mentioned freezing, we've mentioned crashing, but exactly what our top lane is looking to do for us.
So, and it's not just top laners, it's kind of everyone, and we wanted to make it really simple and put waves into 3 primary buckets, which is freezing, crashing, and pushing or priority, and kind of why you would do that. So this is a slow push into a crash. So he is crashing 2 waves that have been stacked together, and this can be useful because you can either get a cheater recall, like if Wunder wanted to, he could back and then walk back into lane, not expend a teleport, or you can really hard punish, either through a dive or continuous poke. Because you've crashed 2 big waves, Cabochard has to stay, he has to approach the minion wave, and you can see that Wunder just gets to sit there and chunk him out with those Qs, and then probably push the wave back in and force a TP out of Cabochard, whereas Wunder, again, is still going to have time to possibly walk back to the lane.
See Cabochard there having to teleport back in. It means there will be a summoner spell advantage for Wunder, as you say. He won't have to burn his TP to get back here. We have looked a lot at the top lane. Let's have a quick look across the scoreboard to see if anything else interesting is happening. And there is. Perks. He's doubled the CS of Seiken early on in this game. Of course, it's quite hard as Yasuo to beat a ranged matchup early on. And there has been a little bit of jungle pressure from Jankos as well. So that's a sizable lead early in the game.
So what Perks did right there is dragging the minion wave aggro and then walking to the brush, not only placing the ward, but again, getting the wave to stack up right in front of his tower. Depending on how he thins this, if he hits the cannon creep, now that it's hit the tower, it will potentially bounce back. He can try to keep it frozen here because he's just come off of a back and force Seiken to overextend.
You can see Skeens trying to get in here just to protect his mid laner, but that ward that Perks placed is going to spot them out. Jankos misses the cocoon. Seiken is able to walk to safety. But it's just constant harass, constant poke from Perks. The Cullen coming out even. Seiken ignited, has to flash away.
And that's where you're starting to see the massive CS gaps, 28 to 53 between this Yasuo and Lucian. It's because Perks is continuously doing maneuvers like that. Getting the wave frozen in front of his tower, Seiken has to walk up, overextend, and get smashed.
First blood to the First Blood King. Jankos sinks in the fangs. Mickey was there to lend a bit of a helping hand. Didn't actually do too much. Perkz got an assist on it though, so he'll be pretty happy with that.
And so far, G2 are just muscling their way through this lane phase.
It's actually just disgusting. They've already got a 1,000 gold lead. You have a very big CS lead for Perkz in the mid lane, and now you know Seiken has no flash. You can just rinse and repeat. They're looking for a fight up towards the top lane as Cabochard may be caught out. He's going to use the steering charge to get away. Jankos still on the chase, not going to do too much as they just push out the wave. Caps got ignited here. It's a lot of damage coming down. Cop! Dawning Shadow was flashed away there by Caps.
Meanwhile, in the top lane,
Call of the Forge got on Wonder, but do they know that Jankos has stayed around? Wonder ignited, Skeens coming in, Wonder's down. Jankos trying to get something out of this, but this might be 2 quick kills to Vitality. Smite from Skeens. Going for the dive underneath the tower. Great repel by Jankos, and Cabo will not tank that any longer.
so good job for Vitality to punish Soraka there. They CC locked her, I believe. She didn't even get a chance to A, flash or use the last wish to try to get a bunch of that health back. But on the back end, Jankos played it very well to escape with his life. So making sure that it wasn't 2 kills that went in Vitality's back pocket.
Jankos is back though. Wonder teleported back into the lane. Cabo, of course, no flash on him. You see Wonder just trying to keep this wave in a favorable position, knowing that Cabochard doesn't have the flash.
Taking another look at what happened there. Let's see how long she's CC'd for. So she's up in the air.
Stunned.
He just held on to it for a long time. He did have an opportunity to flash away, but got outplayed.
Maybe thinking that Jankos could react, and if you flash, maybe they back away, so...
So I also want to point out what Wonder has done here in the picture-in-picture. So he teleports back to the lane. He takes a super hard trade with the Ornn, knowing that Ornn doesn't have the TP. And I was going to say, usually they would take their backs then. He's going to get an extra buy, kind of get all the mana back, all of the health back that he'd done on a hard trade. But instead, he's actually using the time to clear out vision. But what you can see is those top laners then get a quick back here and then come back super refresh. And you're still just taking away that much more CS. The wave will collect up, and then eventually it will, I would say, slow push back to him, but as he star calls, he actually just wants to push it in.
Trying to get that wave underneath the tower as often as possible. Mickey once again with the roam here. Seiken and Jack Troll are having a little buddy-buddy system, but the plate comes out. Seiken gets the double knockup, dodges the hook. I'm going to say dodges. Mickey missed it, but we'll give him that one. Then they're going to jump in onto Perkz, but Seiken, that was way too greedy, way too much. Another kill goes down to G2.
It was a one-ticket ride for Seiken. He's like, no matter what happens, I am ulting on this Gragas barrel.
Yeah, it doesn't tend to work when you haven't thought through the consequences of your actions. And it was a good timing from Mickey to get the roam up, of course. Caps had backed away from that bottom lane, and now G2, with a 1,500 gold advantage, will start up this Mountain Dragon. Should be pretty easy to secure for them. Jacktroll's going to get hooked. The Lantern's there. And there's the flame. Jacktroll flashes away, but Jankos, the cocoon connects. Right at the tip of it, you have to feel. Caps now joins the action. He gets his first kill of the game.
Did Mickey make up for the initial dodge?
That was a super easy hook. He was on board.
Yeah, but he got a sweet lantern. He got the hook, the nice setup.
Nah. Got to do a few more of those. I need some Mad Life hooks if I'm going to give Mickey the benefit of the doubt. Especially since last week, he did have a few inting moments early on in the game. I think all of G2 had a few inting moments early on in the game last week. I think they were averaged 1.7 thousand gold behind at the 15-minute mark.
I mean, we heard it from Vedius. G2 had a bit of a messy early game last week, but much cleaner this time around.
Yeah, it's been a lot better for them.
A quiet 50 CS lead in the mid lane.
And a 10 CS lead in the bot lane, which sounds nowhere near as impressive, because it's not. But Jankos also has about a 600 gold advantage because of his 2 kills on this Elise, made his name for it, a name on it, when he first joined the league all those years ago. And Vitality just trying to find the scraps that they can. 2,500 gold behind, they will get a Rift Herald, which is something good, especially before the 14-minute mark. You can get some plates, but look at how much CS they're losing in the bottom lane because of this.
It's also the fact that Caps is getting a lot of free gold and free experience by himself. Excuse me, solo gold and solo experience by himself. Yeah. Since Mickey has been roaming around a lot. And as Vitality walk back to this tower, they need to be very careful. There's at least 3 members of G2 sniffing around down here.
And Vitality really don't have any vision in this bottom side of the jungle. You can see Caps gets a couple of plates, has a 10 CS lead or so. Gets his back, and we'll see where he decides to go for that first item. Caulfield's Warhammer and the Cloak of Agility, slightly nerfed on this patch, but do build into the Essence Reaver still.
I think there's a chance that Vitality use the Rift Herald down here. Skeens is still behind them.
Yeah. It's quite possible. The thing with the Rift Herald is you want to take as many plates as you can before you put it down because it does true damage. So you build up the Bulwark stacks and then you let the Rift Herald get the extra charge in, working past that extra armor and magic resist that a tower gets.
And it looks like they weren't here for the Herald, but just for the priority over the bottom side river, as now Skeens and Jack Troll have cleared all of this vision out, although there's still 2 deep wards behind them from G2.
Well, we'll see what G2 decide to do. They do have teleport on Wonder, but that's on cooldown right now. A good ward there for Mickey will spot out Skeens, and I believe we'll see Saken when he comes around the corner here. Yeah, now they know he's here. There's the Rift Herald. G2 shouldn't defend this. It's very greedy to defend.
But they have 4 members running down here, so here comes Perks and Yankos.
But that tower's almost gone.
Mickey's looking for
Mickey's stepping forward.
a flash.
Looking for something. Comp gets the Glacial Augment slow. G2 have been able to keep the tower alive. Oh, Graviton's gonna get the root, and here comes the engage. Jackdaw puts up the Unbreakable, and some damage comes down. There's a Dawning Shadow. Yankos almost dead. Piercing Darkness will just about keep Jackdaw alive. Perks up towards the top side. He's just 1v1ing Saken. Forsaken by his team, forsaken by nature. They can dive. Mickey flashes forward. Skeens with the stopwatch almost gets the play, but Perks is just diving it. The wish comes out, and that's more than enough. That's one more. Perks has got the double. Skeens gets the teleport from his teammates to try and defend. Cabashard's going to call to the Forge God. Lands on Caps. Looking for the stun, but Caps gets the lantern away. Saken flashes forward. Yankos still alive, and another goes down. Now it's all Skeens underneath the tower. Mickey takes it up, and Perks flashes for his second double of the fight.
And I think that might be all she wrote. Only 13 minutes in the game, but you are witnessing what G2 do best, and it is style and flex on their opponents with perfect execution.
Incredible stuff there by G2. The tower aggro, the kiting in and out, get the first tower of the game, and with it, a 6,000 gold lead.
And meanwhile, of course, we didn't get to talk about this with Soraka. Like Gangplank, doesn't have to teleport to participate in fights because she has the Global Wish. We said that they could dive knowing that Soraka had the ultimate available. Cabo decides to commit to his team, and now he's going to lose very hard. So what was a fairly close 10 CS difference between Ornn and Soraka has now opened back up as Wonder got to participate, pick up all of those assists, and stayed fat and happy on the top side of the map.
Have another look at that fight, because it drew on for a long time.
Really cool setup from Caps to use the ultimate to, get the purple locked down. And then it looks like for a second that Jack Troll's gonna go down. He does manage to bounce back to safety, but the difference between Saken and Perks, 2 levels, I believe it was right there. Just finds the 1v1. Good stopwatch from Skeens to dodge out from the Death Stance, but there's the wish from Soraka, giving G2 the all go-ahead to look for the dive. Really nice outplay from Caps on the stopwatch himself. That's, again, all she wrote.
That poor tower is still alive.
A stiff breeze will take it down.
G2 coming out swinging in this game, and
Perks is 5-0-2.
Yeah, he's in a pretty good position. I mean, let's give credit to Caps as well. He's got a whole kill and an assist. And the Essence Reaver complete. I do want to have a look at how much gold Perks is ahead of Saken right now, because that's got to be a pretty sizable sum. He's got a 600 gold bounty on himself.
Well, Saken has some shoes.
Yes.
And 4 daggers.
So how much gold do you think that's worth?
I mean, basically, he's running around with, like, some Pumas and a Swiss Army knife. That's really like a corkscrew.
A Swiss Army knife can do a lot of things, Busk, okay?
He's got nail clippers,
got all of those different
a corkscrew,
attachments.
a bottle opener.
That's what a Felios is. A Felios is the Swiss Army knife of AD carries, because you can do anything. A little bit of everything. Perks, 7,500 gold.
That's a 3K difference between the mid laners.
That's a pretty sizable stun, and we talked about how teamfights only go well for G2 because of their double AD carries. Vitality trying to trade here onto Caps, but Wonder comes in, heals him up, and oh, that crescendum damage. When you team it up with the moonshot from the Calibrum, very difficult to deal with. Do you want to do the Aphelios Twister?
Let's play the game.
We're going to play Aphelios Twister, guys. Here we are.
So we talked about this last time. We had a graphic made. We like to identify Aphelios by colors, and we like to play Twister with him. So again, green for range, red for lifesteal, purple for CC, blue for AoE, and white for dueling.
And Perks is, he's got the white gun out right now.
And Lucian for owning.
Yes, Lucian for owning. You only have to feel sorry for Saken here. Coming in as the sub for the team, replacing Milita has had, well, he's felt the bad end of G2. He's felt what a lot of mid laners in the LEC have felt across the years, which is that Perks, he really does have a lane kingdom at times.
Yeah. I like how he's like, Caps, you play ADC, locks in ADC mid.
And then, that's true actually, I didn't even think of that. I do like the way he's capitalized his name when he replaced Caps.
When he's in all caps?
Yeah, he's in all caps. Anyway, 7,000 gold lead here for G2. They got the first two dragons.
Dark technology in jungling right now.
What's the dark technology?
He aggroed the Gromp and the blue, which a lot of junglers can do, but some of them don't, and you can actually jungle them at the same time, using the piercing light to go through the blue buff and the Gromp.
Ooh, very intelligent.
It's the little things.
All right, speeds up your clear. He is 170 CS
Because he's not just the
17 minutes.
ADC and mid laner, he's also the jungler.
Perks moving to jungle next year, confirmed. Doinby is going to come in as the new mid laner for G2. If you can't beat them, join them, apparently, is the motto for this G2 team. 17 minutes in, the Rift Herald will be started by G2, and Vitality really... this is one of those games where I always try and tell both sides of the story. I always try and look for a way that Vitality could get back into this game, an avenue of approach for them. But you just really don't see it, because G2 with this lead, assuming they play the way that G2 play, shouldn't give you any windows of opportunity.
That's the idea, but we've also seen a lot of fun games from G2.
Happy games.
Happy games, that's the word. The Invictus Gaming happy games from G2.
This doesn't feel like one of those right now. Especially not for Vitality. I don't think they're having too much
very
fun.
happy.
That's true, Fosk. That's true. So there's still Rift out here for Jankos. They're going to use it to try and break the tier 2 in the top wave. And Kamashot's going to try and defend. It didn't last too long. But maybe Vitality. Okay, they're on a pink ward. They have control of this area. Oh! Vitality's going to get a turret. Minions! He did it. Rift Herald's going to charge in again. G2 trying to crack through the inhibitor line. Here comes the call of the Wards God. Perks already used the dash away, has the flash. Here comes Jack Troll, gets the double knockoff. Vitality maybe find their fight, but there's another great hook from Mickey. And G2 just turn it right on its head. There's the root. Hits all three. Mickey hooks a minion. I still haven't forgiven him for the earlier missed hook.
Excuse you, that was the hero minion right there. That's like the best player Vitality have right now. He blocked the hook. I'm sorry, that was over the line.
That was harsh. Gotta be honest, G2 take the inhibitor. Vitality going extinct like the bees that they represent. G2 now, just backing away. Now that you've got the inhibitor at 19 minutes, you expect a Baron. They can just go straight towards it.
I don't think they would
you up.
need the Baron to win the game.
I'm not saying they need it. I'm saying G2 are having a lot of fun right now, and a Baron would increase their fun.
The game has gotten very quickly out of control. Now, if Vitality were to hunker down and try to think, okay, what are our options? Now, I'm going to say good news, silver lining.
Okay.
They've opened up a farm lane up into the top.
That's true. Super Minions are going to push that wave in all the time. Free XP.
And so, technically, Seiken could just hard farm that and try to get back. Take another look at this one. Wonder flashes, doesn't get hit by Call of the Forge God, and also flashes out of Cabo Shard CC. That's very nice. There's the first hook from Mickey. Caps setting up a great ultimate, and the second, yes, that minion right there. That minion is a hero.
Do we give hero status to the minion that got them the bot lane tower as well?
That is the honorary Jizuke minion.
Oh, okay.
He has gone to North America, but we will still remember him fondly as the minion that saved Vitality there.
Now, G2 turned their eyes towards the Ocean Dragon. I think they'll be hoping the game finishes before his soul is on the menu, with that coming up about the 25-minute mark in this game. They're 10-1 up. They have a 9,000 gold lead. They have 3 dragons. They've got 2 item AD carry in the mid lane. They've almost got a 2 item AD carry in the bot lane. They have Soraka on her power spike of Redemption and Athene's.
She'll probably look for a Ardent Censer now because she's running a double ADC, and you can see that she's already got the, what is the Fairy Charm upgrade called?
Fairy Charm.
Well, she's got the 2 Fairy Charms into the little rock.
Why do you keep testing me on these?
It's not a pop quiz, I promise.
I love you so much, but sometimes give me a second to Google, you know? So I'm just gonna, so the upgrade of Fairy Charm is the one you're asking about. Yes, the Fairy Charm upgrade. Is that specifically what you're asking about here, Frost?
It's the purple rock.
You're specifically asking about the upgrade of Fairy Charm, which I obviously know is Forbidden Idol.
There you go. Yeah, it's the Ardent Censer coming.
I'm glad the internet is good. I've been able to Google that one pretty quickly. G2 have got vision control on the Baron here if they want it, but as you said, they really don't need it to close out the game. And,
no, it is simply a lure. What G2 want is they want more blood. They want Vitality to come to them. They want to continue to kill people repeatedly, and that's what the Baron is.
Okay.
It is the lure.
That makes sense. I've been watching Dracula on Netflix recently. All perks. Steps very far forward. Mickey's got the hook.
Seiken, this is your moment.
Seiken has the flank. They go into perks. Dawn and Shadow coming out as well. Maybe Seiken's going to be able to kill, but perks just heals up through all of it. Mickey gets one. Skeens jumps in. Jankos gets knocked back, but he goes golden underneath the tower, and the redemption and the heals and everything is just far too much. Vitality can do nothing about it, and G2 are back to full health. This is unfair.
Yes, Soraka is very unfair.
Look at that, Caps goes from 1 HP to all of his HP in like half a second.
It's the Jugger perks comp.
As a medic, I think I should be happy about this, but I don't enjoy watching it.
I don't know, it's super fun. Look at how confident Perks is to step forward.
That's true. It's like the old, the Juggermore comps of old, as you say. Kamashard hooked up, pops the exhaust. That's not going to do too much for you. G2, 22.5 minutes, and they've already taken down the Nexus Tower. The second will be short to follow after. They have got that blood for the blood god that you were talking about. Perks still on the front line. The hook from Mickey misses once again. Perks dodges to the side. Jankos dodges forward. Perks doesn't even need Soraka heals. He's got the Blade of the Ruin King to heal himself up. And now the minions will do the work. Caps with the Gravitum, Cop with the hook, Jankos with the kill. And this was destructive, this was devastating, this was G2 at their finest as they take down Vitality.
And man of its word, it wasn't Sona, but we did get the Soraka top. Thank you, Wonder.
Yes, but I think it's less surprising than the last time he played Soraka top and won. I believe he is the only player in the LEC with a winning record on Soraka top.
He also has the most experience on it.
2 whole games. 2 whole games. The dark technology needed to take them perhaps to more than a 0-3 in the World Finals. Of course, commiserations to Vitality. Was not an easy game to play, but whenever you play against G2, I think you have to count it as a learning experience.
Yeah, it's the measuring stick. You know, you're just going to see how tall you stand on that day. And while we did talk a lot about the Soraka top, as Wonder and Cabo share nice little friendly greeting there, Perks was really the quiet standout that game. 50 CS lead, unkillable. I think he finished the game like 7-0-2. Hard flexing on people.
Back in the mid lane. Key player of the game vote is available on Twitter. It's at LEC. Wonder, Jankos, and Perks are options. And well played, well played. I'm sure Perks believes that he deserves the key player of the game.
I think it's the easy one to give it to.
Yes, but is easy always right, Frost?
Yes.
Okay, apparently easy's always right.
I would give it to Perks.
Jankos did nothing. He only got first blood. Managed to stop Seiken's back, which led to Perks getting a kill. Who cares about junglers? It's 2020. We don't care. Wait for a week until we get 10-3 on. All that extra XP.
That was a dirty game to watch.
That was, yeah. I'll be honest, gonna go home and have a shower after that one. It was just a little bit too gruesome for me. Too gruesome for me, I'll be honest. It's a lot of stuff going on. It's this point where I'd usually say, there's some positives for Vitality, and that's the fact the game ended quickly. Could have been drawn out by G2 for a while longer.
I think it's one of those things. You go up against G2, you probably assume that you're going to take the loss, but it's about how much do you take away from the game, what do you learn, and how high do you measure up.
What do you learn from that game, though? So say you were Vitality's coach. Would you be saying, we learned we have to ban Soraka top? Because that feels like a very weird thing to learn.
No,
okay.
I don't think that's a takeaway. I don't know what it is. There was a lot.
Okay. I can see that. I think we have an interview awaiting with Jankos in just a moment. Oh, Laura's already standing by. Let's hand it over to Laura and Jankos.
Thank you, guys. G2 is still winning, but I see some improvements in the early game. Do you agree?
Well, I think that overall our team is less rusty right now, and that's why the game went smoothly.
Okay, well, I gotta say something. Looking with it, I feel like Vitality's composition was better than yours. So did you have a backup plan if things went wrong?
I think we knew that we probably are a better team, and we had 3 winning lanes with a winning jungle. So if we cannot execute the comp in a way where we snowball early game, then we would be the worst team. So it doesn't really matter that even though their team fights could look like a bit scary at some point, we just didn't allow them to be in that state. And I think Perks performed very well in this game because Yasuo couldn't play the game. So it was the solo queue Yasuo.
I was hearing from the casters that Perks should get the player of the game here. Do you agree?
Well, if we could go over the voice comms, I was actually 1v9, absolutely. And he was just pressing right click on Lucian, but he had the kills and almost the pentakill, so I allow him to get it.
You allow him. Oh, so you are the master puppets behind the G2 players, right?
I mean, I think if we have a good early game or like a good early game champion, then the game goes really smoothly. It's not as easy against like FPX, for example, but it's not as hard against Vitality. But my thirst for blood is not satisfied yet, and I really want to ruin Origins Day tomorrow.
Okay, well, tell me, Puppet Master, I want to show you a replay here about the Herald play that you guys initiated on bot lane and that you transformed into a dive. Tell me about the communication there and how you made it happen.
So the communication is pretty simple. We said that they can get a tower here, which they didn't. And then Luca Perex realized that, Yasuo is running it down. So he just kind of went hard on them. And we are just trying to 3v2 them as well at the same time. And, both sides are winning. Yasuo is trying to join the fight because, probably Vitality is panicking and being like, please help us, please help us.
He didn't know what to do here.
Yeah, and Yasuo just died. And then we were like, okay, we can play dive this. We still have Soraka going. And, we just went for the play. Lucian is really playing very well mechanically, and then we have all the stopwatches we need, and even though they TP, it doesn't really matter. And then for some reason, Ornn goes in 2v4, which doesn't make any sense, but at that point, I think they knew the game is, hard. So in this situation, it's very hard to communicate that you should give up. And even if they wouldn't go in here, I think we would still dive them. So I just feel like they made a mistake of overstaying on the bot side when Yasuo and Gragas were already rotating to mid lane, which is good for them because they rotate us too, so Lucian cannot go on them alone. And then they still stayed, like the Braum and the Senna stayed in our engage lane, and we just like all flashed in. So I just feel like they were like low-key.
A bit desperate for them, maybe?
I mean, I'm not sure if desperate, just they didn't know when the play is done, and they just overstayed.
Well, that turned out great for you guys, even if it was brutal to watch. But I want to talk about another subject here, because I saw you were complaining, I mean, all of the junglers have been complaining a lot about the XP changes lately and the fact that basically, because Xerxes last week was saying that junglers are dogs right now, and I saw that we're going to have an XP buff in the weeks to come, and Riot listened to you guys. So do you feel that these changes with the XP is going to be enough for you guys to be relevant again?
I mean, I think jungle is very OP in a sense where you can still impact the whole map because you are a roaming support from level 1, right? So jungle is never like necessarily balanced in a way, but I think at the same time, it shouldn't be that I'm 4 levels behind my mid lane and top lane because it's just impossible to play on side lane at some point. If you get behind, they can just like 1v9 the game because of how useless is the jungler. So I think something in between would be good. And obviously, it's super impactful role, so people will still cry about it. But I think it was one of the weakest states right now currently. But it's not bad, right? Like all the junglers can still look for plays. We can impact the early game. We can 1v9 games if we play well in the early game. But at some point, we will not scale into the late game. We will just have to rely on teammates. And playing in G2, that's fine. Playing in solo queue, probably not, right? So for my solo queue experiences, I really appreciate the fact that Riot decided to buff junglers.
Well, is it going to be enough for you to counter Xerxes tomorrow facing Origin? Quick take about the matchup.
I don't really care about Origin. They're nothing special. Like I don't understand where the hype came from. Even like on the hype video, they said that the best 2 teams in Europe. Like, I really don't understand, and I think we are the clear favorites. And I know that Upset and Nukeduck didn't die yet, but they will sure die a lot tomorrow. So it's going to be a fun game.
That's harsh, but I mean, you guys have been the best team in Europe for so long now. I think it's a bit fair. Thank you very much, Jankos, for the interview.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break now, and coming back, Mad Lions will take on XL. Stay tuned, guys.
If I keep on improving and I don't get depressed or something, I think I should get the Rookie of the Split. I think I'm the best rookie.
It was definitely something that I wanted to stay. I think XL is growing so much as an organization, and just they're putting in so much just to make sure that they can win, and they share the same philosophies as me. They want to be the best, and they're obviously British, so that helps.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, Medi, Betty, feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight.
So tell me, who was the player of the game?
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The amount of new talent consistently entering the LEC has never been higher. Rookies come from all over as teams scramble to be the first to discover the next great European talent. This week on the Euphoria podcast, Yamato Cannon and I sat down with Peter Dunn of the Mad Lions to talk all about his process and history when it comes to scouting new talent in Europe. While almost every one of our new players has a unique story and path to the LEC, one stands out more than the rest. A dual citizen of Italy and China, a mid-80 carry player and solo queue, and now an LEC jungler. Mad Lions Shadow leverages his experience in clever ways that many might miss.
The name that immediately jumps out to me, mostly because it jumped out to Ender. Ender had a lot of strong words, as he frequently does. Shadow is a guy that I want to hit because from what we saw, very solid early game pathing in the match versus G2 generally seems pretty good. Still, obviously, maybe some rookie tendencies, but I wanted to get your read. One, why did you get this guy? And then two, how do you feel like it's been working out?
As somebody who plays mid lane, as somebody who plays AD carry, he understands all the bot lane matchups, he understands all the mid lane matchups. And I don't know if people maybe watched LEC, I mean, I hope people, watchers of the show, watched LEC this weekend, but we played a game against Vitality, and the mid-jungle matchup was Zoe Jarvan for Mad Lions versus Cassiopeia Rek'Sai for Vitality. And this is a matchup where basically if you're Zoe and you have flash and the Rek'Sai doesn't have flash, you can do whatever you want for the laning phase. And if you don't have flash as Zoe and Rek'Sai does have flash, you're going to be 0-10 at like 15 minutes. So what Shadow understood this from the mid lane matchup. He needed to find a way to burn the Rek'Sai flash, and so he went red buff into camping in the jungle with the specific intention to blow the Skeenzer's Rek'Sai's flash. If you look on paper, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you go?
He did sit there for a very long time.
He sat there for 25 seconds, like not farming a jungle camp with a juicy raptor camp.
It's very early in the game if you want to go back and watch the VOD. It's like 3 minutes in, 2 minutes in. Yeah, he goes red buff to the bush above enemy red buff.
To enemy raptors, yeah. And but it's this understanding that he just needs to get the Rek'Sai flash, and if he gets the Rek'Sai flash, he doesn't have to do anything, for the rest of the early game. He's achieved his objective, and this is something which comes with his experience playing mid lane. I mean, he likes to play Zoe. I'm not going to comment on his skill level on Zoe, but he understands these matchups, and I think that there's a lot of things. He's a player that sort of we've been tracking, as with all the rookies that we have this year. We've been tracking for more than a year.
Wow, what a wonderful and charming podcast host. Most certainly, you can, of course, check out Euphoria on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, or SoundCloud, wherever you get your podcasts at. Path to Rookie episode was excellent. We got to hear from Peter Dunn, of course, member of the Mad Lions support staff. And now we get to see if the Mad Lions can take down Excel. And I have a problem because every time we invite a team onto the Euphoria podcast, I'm just instantly convinced that this team is insane. It happened a lot last year with teams who shall not be named that turned out to be bad. And I'm worried, so I want you to ground me.
Okay, I'll ground you.
How good do you
go
think
to your
Mad
room,
Lions are?
Dracos, right now. Okay, Mad Lions, probably not the greatest team, not G2 level just yet. A whole lot of rookies on this squad. Humanoid, the only returning member to this team that actually played in the LEC last year. But I actually see a lot of promise in this squad. Not just Shadow, who you heard Peter Dunn talking a bit about on that podcast, who has consistently had very good early games, but also this bottom lane. I think Carzzy and Kaiser are one of our best new bot lanes in the LEC, if not the best, and I think they've got a lot of hope going with them.
And speaking of bot lanes and things to be excited about, it's Carzzy's birthday today. That's right.
It just says
on
birth.
stage. Thank you, audience. Does just say bird. That's all we got on camera. Hopefully it says birthday boy.
Are they?
There's day to you. Oh, man. Yes. Oh, my God. Berlin, you are such a wonderful audience. Carzzy, yes, thank you. Good luck, sir.
He just blew a kiss to the audience.
Great. Good luck to Patrick, too, though. I don't want to be biased, but, like, a little bit more luck to Carzzy because it's his birthday, and winning on your birthday is special.
It'd be a nice present if he can keep it on his shoulder. Is that going to be a problem in game?
So I was listening backstage, and they're like, look, you'd make our content team and the LEC content team happy if you would wear the birthday sash on stage. But
now it's all twisted around.
You will be asked to remove the birthday sash before we get into game. So it's not a permanent fixture here, folks.
Yeah, because like you gotta, like some people, if he plays on low DPI too, you gotta move your whole shoulder and stuff. That could be a problem.
It's true. You got high DPI game. Well, we lost track a little bit. Mad exciting. Excel on the other side, I think, is a team that surprised me in their first week because there's two ways to look at Excel. I think it's either A, a lot of very promising talent, or B, a lot of mediocre talent. It really depends on your perspective, and I think we saw both sides of the coin in Excel week 1. And now as they enter week 2, we're gonna have to see what form they show us today.
Yeah, expecting to see a lot more out of the top lane and mid lane for Excel, 2 players that stuck with the team over the off season, but did not get off to a phenomenal start here. So against the predominantly rookie side of the Mad Lions, this should be a matchup where Excel are favored to win, but these were 2 of our sort of dark horse teams, you know, we talked about during Ready Check as these potential playoff contenders later down the road, given the time to develop into strong teams.
Now we're seeing nothing too crazy coming out of the ban phase. Early Mordekaiser ban overall, but obviously a very strong champion in the current meta. Curious to see what first picks are going to look like. Excel had very unique draft priority in week 1. First picking Braum, securing a strong pushing bottom lane with the Braum Varus, and while it did ultimately pay off for them, it was a bit out of left field, it felt like.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing a lot of Braum right now because he works both very well and against some of the meta marksmen down the bot lane, the Sennas, the Aphelioses of the world, but I don't think he offers that much when it comes to like the engage potential. We love to see the Nautiluses and the Leona from time to time down towards bot side when you are with a team that loves to make plays. So we saw Tori go for the Nautilus himself. Kaiser was on the Rakan. On the games, they were not on Braum themselves. So that's the direction I always prefer to lean on because I really like to see when teams get proactive and make plays.
And interesting to see the Jarvan banned out so early. Obviously, Shadow had a solid game against Vitality. On it, the Syndra will now be the final ban. And I think, as mentioned before, we talked about the 2 sides of Excel. And the 2 sides where the bot lane and the jungle did quite well, and the solo laners did quite bad, to be honest, in week 1. And we have to see that kind of adjust. With Mordekaiser banned, expect Can much more comfortably pick the Mordekaiser, as he did struggle in that matchup.
Yep, and it's going to be the Gragas here for Kadril. This is interesting. I wanted to talk about it at the start of draft here too, because last week, Kadril played a AP jungle in both of his games, while Mickey played a physical damage mid laner in both the Yasuo and the Pantheon. So this could be setting up for something along those lines. We know Mickey loves to play these, you know, melee AD mid laners in the mid lane. You remember all those highlights from 2019 last summer when he was on the Aurelia, making 1v2, 1v3 outplays in the mid lane. It gives you the ability to play around these champions. So I think a champ like Yasuo immediately skyrockets in priority for Excel when they have the Gragas.
It does, and of course, because this is happening in first pick phase, they will have the liberty to pick it whenever they want, as well as ban away potential counter picks. Interesting to see how Kadril manages to handle this jungle matchup as well. Elise generally favored early game against most champions. Gragas absolutely no exception to that. But Gragas, of course, as we get later, does become stronger and stronger in terms of what he provides to a team.
And what he provides is big team fight power, both engage and disengage next to a Zyra Khan down there too, is a very good answer, especially into someone like the Aphelios. Aphelios needs a more defensive marksman or support down next to him in the bottom lane, so the Braum could be a choice, but Braum, not a great matchup into the Rakan. Rakan never really gets CC'd by those concussive blows because he has so much mobility. He can go in and out of a team fight, so it sort of pinches down on that pool.
So it's going to be the Nautilus lock-in, obviously conventionally still quite strong, but I am curious to see how the lane matchup plays out. We saw Origin do a very good job of dismantling Aphelios with the power of the Zyra Rakan. Can be incredibly oppressive if it gets any kind of lead, and generally I just think it's similar to Gragas. It's just a good all-around bot lane, and that's kind of what I feel like we're getting from Excel so far, is a good all-around composition.
Yep, definitely so at the moment. I do like what I'm seeing from Mad Lions right now, obviously identifying the similar trends that I saw in Excel with that Yasuo ban away from Mickey. Curious to see how hard they go on it though, whether or not the Pantheon is ban-worthy. I don't necessarily think so. I think that it has to be, although Pantheon would contribute to this idea of Excel just piling on bottom lane at level 6. They already have really good tower diving tools, which can sometimes be a little difficult difficult against the Nautilus because the shields, the tankiness, the CC lockdown that he can provide, but if they're able to split the map away from this Elise, they can make those types of plays.
And it's interesting to see that most of the bans so far have been focused kind of around the mid lane in the second phase. The Yasuo's with Lucian. Of course, Lucian historically has been a top lane flex pick, but not one that we've seen recently. The LeBlanc now coming out too. So clearly both teams are willing to put a decent amount of attention around the mid lane.
LeBlanc, of course, been so good against champions like the Nautilus or the Elise. Anyone with, that slow CC to come towards you can jump in the back lane, drop down some damage onto an immobile ADC like the Aphelios, so get rid of that one, no problem. And now, Mad Lions have to blind pick their top laner here. Of course, the Ornn is still open and available, but that would obviously incur the wrath of Expect if he wants to go for some sort of a counter pick, because the Ornn, while he is a fairly decent blind pick, because he's always going to provide utility, both the gold he effectively generates through his items, also the ultimate CC in fights, does have some pretty Struggle City matchups.
Struggle City.
Struggle City.
Yeah, very much so. And now kind of trying to see how they want to round out the composition. We've got a lot of engage on both sides. Rakan, Gragas, you've got the Nautilus, you've got the Ornn, as well as the Aphelios potential with the Gravitum ult, as we saw Caps use it last game. And I want to see here, Excel feels like they need at least another damage threat. The rest of the composition is most certainly up to them. What is it going to be? Patrick's playing with our hearts right now. The GP, that'd be another damage threat. A little bit safety in the top lane. We saw, what Alfari could do on it. We'll see if Expect can do something similar here.
I like it. This probably means Mickey wants to go for a mage in the mid lane. I would assume, of course, you do have magic damage coming out of the jungle, but I don't think a Gragas on his own is going to nearly be enough. And I remember Mickey back in the Azir Corki meta do some pretty nasty things on those champions.
And this, to me, Ender, what we're seeing right now feels like a very similar read for Excel that Origin have on the meta, which is outscale. Never mind, it's a Pantheon. All right, it's a slightly different story now.
Back to the beginning, Drake. That's what I say. If they lock in the Pantheon, they're diving bot at level 6. Now, with an added global, Gangplank up in the top lane too, so they can pile on down here. This means around the 7-8 minute mark, Mad Lions need to be especially aware of not just where Cajal is on the map, but also priority in the mid lane for Mickey. Is he able to push out that wave and find a quick rotation down into the bottom lane? These are the things they're going to be running through their heads. And while Shadow does have the ability to make plays on this Elise in the early game, level 6 is going to be a critical moment in this game for the Mad Lions.
Most definitely will be. There's a lot of questions for me. Most of these matchups I'm very familiar with, we've seen a decent amount of, but the Pantheon Rise is going to be an interesting one. Because just Pantheon was a champion that, as long as it was considered quote-unquote OP, which has been since its release actually in pro play, it's just been pretty much permabanned. Now it's gotten through twice into the hands of Mickey and no one else.
Yeah.
And it was, I'll say, a mixed bag. In theory, the Champions kit's still very, very strong despite some of the nerfs that came through, but one that we still have not seen, I think, at least in the LEC, the full potential of.
Yeah, and we do, of course, have a lot of ability to play Maze. I think we're getting the Champ Select remade, so it's not going to be Rise in the jungle for Shadow. I know you guys would love to see that. He's done some crazy things, but not this time around. I would sort of like to draw our attention to the mid lane. I was just informed too, it is going to be the same picks, same bans, everything. So the comps you see on your screen right now are definitely locked in. But the one thing I did want to mention was mid lane here, because the Pantheon, a talking point, as you mentioned here, as a melee mid laner, is actually very exposed to ganks from an Elise, from a Rise you have set up around that lane. So if Pantheon is ever stepping up in the lane to farm without, spamming his Q from range, that's when he can absolutely be ganked. So I'm sort of wondering if Shadow can try to sneak around this Pantheon and try to bully him a little bit in this early game.
Yeah, phase rush as well, allowing you to get in and out on those trades. And audience, I love the energy, but as Ender said, we're just gonna need a minute. Gotta do the champ select thing again. They just have to click through it though, so it should be pretty quick, but it's just gonna take a second here to get us into game. What we're doing is it's building the tension for what should be a wild game. Now, right now, Ender, when you look at the drafts, when you think about the teams that are playing, when you wave to the camera.
I hope they saw that.
Who do you think got the edge here? Who do you actually think has the edge in terms of overall drafting? If you were predicting, if you had to redo your prediction right now, who would get it?
So I think both comps do have clear ways to win the game. I think that Excel's composition is easier to execute, right? You have clear globals you can play around. You, of course, have this all in around level 6 in the bot lane, strong team fighting with the Xayah plus GP as well. But one thing that's always going to be in the back of my mind in this game is that the Mad Lions have 2 ranged DPS threats late in the game. Whereas there's a Pantheon in the mid lane for Excel that's going to fall down the later we get. Ryze is only going to continue to get stronger and stronger and should eventually reach a point where he is unmatchable in a side lane. Like Gangplank can try to clear waves, but Pantheon won't be able to do that same thing. So Mad Lions do have these cross-map tools that they are going to be able to play with, on top of the fact that once Arome hits level 13, he's just going to feed, 1k bonus worth of stats into his carries to just try to pump out all the damage.
It's hard for me to know when I look at this team, because I think the thing that we've seen so far that might be a bit misleading is how successful Gragas has been overall. Because I don't think that we've really seen a Gragas completely shut down in the early game yet. We've always seen Gragases kind of make it through fine, get to level 6, get their Predators, make some plays away from the Elites, but I'm wondering if Shadow, as he has shown us a decent amount of clever pathing before, can get in, can disrupt some of what Caedrel's trying to do, can start to set up his laners for success, because you said pretty clear where he can gank, where he can go. Tons of setup bot lane. Easy setup mid lane. Top lane's a little bit harder. Oranges always are going to make things a little bit difficult, but generally, really easy setup for Shadow if he can just find a way to get these advantages in the early game.
And what I'm wondering is because it feels like Shadow always has a plan going into the game. It's not like he figures it out halfway through. It's like, as you heard Peter Dunn say, it's, oh, there's a Zoe on my team versus a Rek'Sai. I need to get Rek'Sai's flash or else my mid laner is going to die and there's nothing I can really do against it. So he goes for this, elaborate level 2 invade to try and skirmish against his opponent. On Elise versus Gragas, she doesn't really turn on until level 3, so maybe it's a little bit harder unless you're just stealing away a buff, but you're not actually going to go for a kill, be able to burn a flash, more than likely. But with an extra 4 minutes here remaking this champ select, Shadow just has more time to think through his options here and try to mastermind theory craft this early game.
Planning it out. How big brain is he? Big brain enough to go toe-to-toe with Caedrel is the ultimate question.
Caedrel's been a beast this season too. Right?
Has been good. I think Caedrel's one of those players that has been he was pretty consistent last year. He's kind of felt like a safe bet coming into the season. He has so far delivered. But I think as we talked about before, the big question is kind of Expect versus Arome. That to me is the biggest where I think we'll see the most variability.
Yeah, because Expect came in to this season, right? And we were all projecting him to be relatively highly ranked among LEC
I put him
top
on my
laners.
top 20. I really had absolute faith in Expect.
And I think if you watch 2019, he looked absolutely phenomenal. He then rolls into week 1, day 1, and gets solo killed in his very first match. So, of course, that wasn't the showing we were expecting. And, of course, long off-season, whatnot. You can give him a whole array of different excuses. But if Excel wants to make it into playoffs and try to make a deeper run, he is going to have to show up in that form that we've seen him in before.
Absolutely will have to. We are now loading into game. Champ Select was remade. The players are ready. The game is so close to being underway. I'm speaking very slowly because I'm anticipating a loading screen at any moment. It's not happening.
Keep going, though. You're doing great.
If I speak slower and I stretch out each and every word, it'll seem like I got the timing right. And there it is! I did it the whole time! Woo! Oh! It's like when you point at a red light and you're like, green, green, green. And then when you nail it, you're like, yeah, I did it, guys. Woo!
See, I was going to say it's more like the light turns green, one car gets through it, turns red, and you're the next car.
That's
like,
what it feels
wait a
like.
second.
It's great. It's good that we have this
and
time.
then they hand you a Kit Kat.
Yeah, that's... I gotta say, when they told us Kit Kat was sponsoring our pauses, I was skeptical. Not because I don't love Kit Kat. I was like, we aren't gonna have enough pauses. But, bless Champ Select issues. They're coming through for our friends at Kit Kat. It was a peripheral problem. I don't specifically know what that means in this case.
You couldn't see out of the corner of his eye or something? I don't know.
Here we go. Actually in game. Welcome. It's the 4th game of the day. It's week 2 of the LEC, and it is XL versus Mad Lions. And as always, the chance, XL Esports. I can't remember if it's fa la 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 or just la la la.
It's just la 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 la.
Thank you.
Or if you're in Twitch chat, lola lola lol.
There you go. Ender Weird Champ. A true classic.
Hey, come on, man.
You have your own emote. You should be happy about that.
It's true. It's true. All right, let's talk about the game. Already like what I'm seeing from Shadow. Dude, I'm telling you, early game, I love it. He put down a ward right outside his Raptor camp, immediately recalls for the sweeper. Because let me tell you, that sweeper is going to be ready as soon as he gets back onto the map. You can see that Torre did the exact same thing. I don't believe Caedrel, even though he has a sweeper now, started with the trinket and placed it himself. he just walked out onto the map with a sweeper. So unless he's invading, that was just inefficient.
Well, but I do like that they have 3 members positioned on the top side. It does feel like the call from Excel is to move in and contest a little bit, because you're not going to out-gank the Elise, but if you contract the Elise, she essentially becomes useless in the early game.
And also early level, like Mickey can take W at level 1. I actually don't know if he's skilled it or not.
Sweeping. The question is it a bluff? Are they actually going to commit to this? Or are they just trying to, oh, they are going to commit. Shadow's going to walk away.
Yeah.
The ward is placed down. They tracked his pathing. Arome's going to know that Caedrel's there, but this has significantly delayed the Elise. And this is kind of the advantage of having the GP as opposed to the Orange. Just a much stronger level 1. A similar story for the Pantheon. They just could not take that fight.
For sure. And we talk about the Elise as having, priority in the early jungle matchup, right? She should win fights. That's a level 3, though, right?
Yeah.
At level 1, things are very different in the jungle, because Elise, she's going to start with her W, which gives her attack speed when she's in her spider form, of course. She doesn't have any CC, none of that. So Caedrel able to walk into the jungle pretty easily. Now he's going to try a gank in the mid lane, or just walk through so he can make sure he secures all of his buffs. And then the question is whether or not Shadow tries to walk all the way around, because the immediate response of your Shadow is to walk towards the enemy blue buff. But Caedrel, or rather Mickey, I think, left a ward on the Raptor camp to see if Shadow is going to go for that type of a play.
And we'll keep our eyes on the jungle as Caedrel will now back off, clear his own Raptor camp as Shadow, as you said, rushing to level 3, wants to get there as quickly as possible, knowing the Raptor camp is not down based on how much time Gragas took. But will be spotted on the ward. Once again, good tracking from the side of XL to know exactly where Shadow is in this early game. But there's the Pantheon one more time going in, and this might be why the champion's banned. Woo! Instant Conqueror proc. That feels so oppressive.
Those are the early all-ins right there, too. And this is what I was saying. Mickey's going to be very up far forward in the laning phase, but he can play so aggressive.
He can go for 2. He can go for 2. He can go for 2. No, Shadow does not want this fight. You have to get him low enough to execute him. But he loses. That's what I'm talking about. Redemption for Mickey. He just happens upon a spider. He wanted to kill him. He got one free.
He gets them both. That's what I'm saying. He loves his melee AD mid laners. It flashes you back. Oh, ball lane back? What is happening?
Is this Excel or G2? 3-0 off the bat.
Okay, we're 3 minutes in.
Okay,
we're 3 minutes in. Mickey has a serrated dark. It's over. It's over, folks. Tap him out right now. It's McGregor. It's done. All right. So Mickey walks in here, pushes the wave, and then just guesses. Oh, no, he has the ward still in the camp. And then watch this. He flashes over the wall. He's going to kill Humanoid. And then, look, his passive fully stacked right now. So he just jumps on in there, gets the big QXQ damage, and then get another one.
Yeah. Humanoid. Yeah. That's a bonk. And look, folks, I'm not going to lie. We had a whole spiel prepared about Humanoid's isolated deaths, because he dies isolated a decent amount. But I'm not going to count these ones against him, because I'm just going to say in pick ban the Pantheon. That's what we've learned. It's been a 4-minute tutorial on why you should ban the Pantheon. That is so oppressive. Well played by Mickey, but also, this is a non-interactive game for Humanoid. He is one large blue cannon creep right now.
Humanoid is not having any fun. He already has some armor in his inventory. Does he just get dove? Probably not. He's level 4. That'd be a little bit ham. You can see Shadow's trying to invade the enemy jungle. He's like, don't worry, I'm getting ahead myself. He's still leveled down, so
this is
not actually.
This is one of the things that we talked about, is that we've yet to see an Elise really fully utilize that early game potential into a Gragas. The knockback is there. Onslaught used. Carzzy gonna be able to get this snare here, but definitely not the ideal gun combo for extended trades.
Right, and while we talked a lot in the pregame about how Shadow has really clever, individual early game paths, one thing we didn't touch on, which Excel do a lot, and we saw in week 1, is these early game plans. And I think this comes, top down, Young Buck coming into the squad and sort of helping them craft these early game strategies, because we saw with that level 1 invade, they completely shut down Shadow. That's something Shadow did not expect and wasn't able to, adapt on the fly, maybe tell, of course, his mid laner just died 1v1 and then he got killed too.
But the damage. This Nautilus just getting absolutely obliterated. Okay. Well played by that Victoria. The snare follow-up's there for Carzzy if he wants, but he's going to let it fall away as Humanoid forced to clear out vision. But it's a good point, because the thing that Young Buck was always heralded for, as long as he was a coach of Fnatic, were the level 1 strats. He said it was a team effort, but it was always facilitated by Young Buck. And now we're seeing the same thing on this Excel lineup. Shadow. He's going to connect there, but there's knock from Rakan. Good play by Shadow. The walk away. Patrick goes over the wall. Okay. When I said you guys are G2, I didn't mean just run it in.
And everybody out. Gather around, and they're good. Okay. So there wasn't the communication there. I'm pretty sure Patrick didn't think Shadow had flash up because, of course, Shadow died in his own jungle, but he just got one shot by Mickey. Now, Mickey is level 6, though, so this is something we have to continue to track because Kaiser on his support Nautilus is level 3. Remember how we said that bot lane was diveable? With that Pantheon level 6, expect his level 6 too. You can make those plays. Mickey, however, maybe looking for other options. He will get spotted out on this ward, but this is something Mad have to be so aware of. And you can already see how there are red wards in that bottom river that Mad Lions are trying to protect themselves with.
And the thing that really I think is scary now as we check in across the board, obviously a significant gold lead, almost 2K for XL. The Pantheon 3-0 up is a nightmare to deal with, but the global and semi-global pressure of a Gangplank and Pantheon, when you already have a lead, is incredible.
And right now, Humanoid, just based on the same time Mickey full pushed that mid lane wave. So while there isn't a dive happening, you can see Shadow is maybe predicting a little bit of move down here. He's sitting around to make sure the dive doesn't happen. XL do easily pick up this Ocean Drake, so it's a much lower risk play, but they are playing around the reset timers of their opponents, and they're going to continue to dominate from the center of the map outward because right now Mickey has a full level lead over Humanoid. Humanoid just now ticked on towards level 6, so the next time Kato gets back onto the map, XL should be looking to make this ultimate count.
Oh, and you got to feel for Humanoid. He's trying to make a roam play happen. So moves up to the top side. We'll go back to mid in time to catch the wave, but he's just so far behind. Is the Rise, as we mentioned. No one's going to be able to match him in a side lane if the game goes long enough. But right now, he's at such a significant deficit that we're going to be waiting a while before he can really go toe-to-toe with anyone, let alone come out on top.
Yeah, we're going to wait a long, long time. And even though he was walking into the river right there, I don't think he's not really ever going to be able to make a roam play happen just because that Mickey has a global himself. There's a TP on that mid laner too. So Humanoid should only really be using his ultimate to react to plays that Mickey is making to try and, make up for that weakness. Because let's face it, he is going to have to take a much more defensive posture out of this mid lane unless the rest of Mad Lions are coming around, which is an option, right? You have an Ornn in the top lane, very good mid lane roaming champion because his ultimate is so long range. So if Mad Lions are ever going to make a play, it is going to be with both Shadow and Arome, I feel like, visiting towards this middle lane.
Yeah, and ultimately it feels like, once again, it is dire for the side of Mad Lions. They're absolutely not out of the game. The winner of this whole exchange is obviously Mickey. Getting the 8-minute Youmu's. He is going to run that Rise down even through Phase Rush. But Shadow is the one who truly suffers. Getting the early game champion and now has not been able to do anything in the early game. Maybe, just maybe he can get a play here. But it's starting to feel very unlikely.
And right now he sees Kadril on that Rift Herald, or he didn't see him start it up, he saw him in the area, should be able to know that, so he really wants to make this play work. And the wave is pushing away from XL, so this is a position where Mad Lions do want to gank. If you were listening to the cast before this, FLICKR talked at depth into all the ways you can manipulate the minion waves. So right now what Mad Lions should be trying to do is keep it on their side of the map, so that Patrick and Tori don't feel comfortable walking forward because they don't have a jungler nearby them.
Yeah, and you could obviously see Kaiser and Carzzy both stepping forward very aggressively where they had been losing a lot of trades in lane. Might have been a dead giveaway that the jungler was in the area. Regardless, though, Carzzy actually doing a very good job overall in terms of CS, a 17 lead for him. Maybe now we see a bit of more aggressive play on the top side.
I don't know about this.
In. Shadow trying to buy time, trying to back off. Can go into the air, but the knockback is there. Quick and easy dive. Mickey going to walk away. Meanwhile, the fight breaks out on the bottom side. FLICKR's trying to lay down a little bit of damage. Throws down a turret, trying to deny any follow-up from the side of XL. Just a trade of cooldowns on the bottom side and an all-in on the top side results in the death of Shadow.
Yeah, so Humanoid is trying to come down here. Actually, he's just taking the Raptor camp. I go back to that play. I'm like, why is Arome going in right there? Because Mickey was absent. They didn't know where he was on the map. All they knew was that he wasn't in the mid lane. So going up there, very over-aggressive, and his jungler is going to get punished for it. At the same time, because Shadow showed himself topside, now bot lane for XL feels more comfortable to step forward. Obviously, they lost that all-in. That was not good for them, but they were able to break that freeze and can now farm relatively safely down here.
And so far, outside of the bot lane, this is just
a shellacking.
It's just absolutely miserable. I mean, it's not quite the previous game, but it's definitely difficult. Yeah, get him, Arome. That's a moral victory. Tori, though, going to get caught out. Ulti's not going to connect, but Carzzy does not even need it. Patrick now in trouble. Feathers fly, but Humanoid's here in the bot lane. The TPs are now coming down. Mickey wants to get a kill back. Carzzy, though, caught out under the tower. Kaiser going to flash to safety. Carzzy getting the double kill. Still alive. Still has Infernum. Can finish this one off. Give Carzzy the shutdown, and they're right back into the game. Humanoid takes it instead, but that was a fantastic play from the side of Mad.
They just got everything right there. It's kick-started by Shadow running straight down into the bottom lane, knowing that Excel weren't there to defend their bot lane duo, and then they're just stuck there underneath the tower, and all the stopwatches come on through for Mad Lions. They needed that play, because if they could not make something happen soon, I didn't really feel like they had an even chance of getting back into this.
Let's be absolutely clear, this was the last gambit. If this dive failed, they most certainly were out of the game, but they managed to make it work.
Yeah, they're immediately going to jump onto Tori right there so he doesn't get his CC down onto many targets. Then that's the first stopwatch to drop aggro. Carzzy then blocks Mickey's stun to come through, and now Mickey just doesn't really know what to do. He teleported into this fight thinking it was going to be at the very least a 3v4, but with multiple TPs coming on through, that fight was so lopsided, not even 5 kills could turn it around in Mickey's favor.
And while there's still a huge deficit for Humanoid in the mid lane, you can see Carzzy pulling very much ahead, almost 1K above Patrick. Aphelios is scary. A Fed Aphelios. Wow. That was
tongue twister right there.
There you go. Even scarier. Does not really result in any greater item advantages to Dagger and Endurance currently, but finishing Essence Reaver first, getting closer to that IE, which can, of course, be upgraded by the Ornn, is going to be all too important.
So the way Shadow's been playing this game now is really interesting because obviously when your team is put at a significant deficit, you can't really walk into even-numbered fights anymore. So you see he is playing opposite maps, sort of shadowed, or mirrored rather, to Kadril, or Kadril's bot side for the Dragon. Now Shadow is up here to try and dive this tower.
And now the Pantheon headed bot lane. Carzzy's going to be in trouble. The barrel's there, and he just can't do anything. He was feeling nice, he was feeling comfortable, but you're still just a Aphelios against a Fed Pantheon, a Gragas, a Xayah Rakan. We talked about this interaction in Excel. Just knock him right back down.
So of course, in order to make that work, you're the opposite side of your map. The weak side has to play back right there, and it's really hard to get away from the Cannon Barrage and the Pantheon Ultimate. You basically have to give up your entire tower in order to make that happen, and all Mad were able to do on the other side was Humanoid stole the Wolves and Shadow stole the Raptors. Well, I've got bad news for you guys. Jungle Camp's not worth a lot in Season 10, so Kadril's still going to be a higher level because he's just passively soaking up EXP from his lanes.
Now the Cloud Drake as well, the second Dragon for Excel. 3K gold lead, just about 2.5 for Excel, so still very healthily in the lead, and now it's going to be Infernal Drakes. And this is excellent for them because they're already winning fights, so if they can win a few more for a few more Infernals, it only makes the game that much better. Ooh, Expect. 8-1 all-time record. Thank you, Stats team. Important to remember, Expect famously, I believe it was playoffs, made a Gangplank pentagram to summon the... I don't know.
Okay.
Demonic. He did. He made a Gangplank pentagram out of barrels. It's one of my favorite
not aware
moments.
of this.
It's like 2016, 2017.
I thought you were going to say Expect famously played for G2, and it's pretty easy to pick up wins.
No, he did, and he was great. He was an excellent top laner, best top laner in Europe at the time, but also made a Gangplank pentagram. I thought that was the more interesting story.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was very interesting.
There you go.
You interested me.
Thank you, Ender, for your support.
I'm no longer interested in this. Can we move along?
Yes. We'll do the play-by-play transition. 14 minutes, still 2.5K. Mickey's going to get scarier and scarier, though. The good news is Humanoid already has the Roa now completed, and the tier's been stacking up this entire game. And, of course, Carzzy remains a very massive damage threat if he can be protected. So 5v5, Excel have the advantage. But still have to be careful. Have to respect the Aphelios always, especially when he drops a turret down. That ability is still incredibly oppressive despite some small nerfs on patch 10.2.
Yeah, now Excel, or rather Mickey, will be happy. He has, you know, his E shield. He can just throw up and soak up a whole lot of crescendum damage, severum damage, all the guns, the red gun, the white gun, if you'll listen to Frosk. But now as we sort of, you know, move forward in this game, turret plates have fallen down. We're reaching a map state where it's now 1-3-1 for both squads. Well, Excel just switched that up. But for the future of this game, I think we're going to see duo lanes go into the mid lane a whole lot, especially once these remaining outer towers fall. And now, what that's going to mean for the game is that you have 4 champions that have very good roaming tools, right? Range engage, of course teleports as well, random realm warps into the mid lane, you know, all sorts of stuff.
See what they do with it. Get a bit of priority.
Nothing.
Allows them to roam over, lay down some vision.
Right.
Kaiser waiting in the brush there. But it's very clear with the Gangplank all being used that Excel are very focused around this.
Well, Excel just won this map trade because while you see bot lane, there's just all these minions dying to the minion or dying to the tower. Expect just used his Cannon Barrage to soak up top lane, so he got all the value out of those minions right here, whereas Mad Lions just effectively wasted it all. And now, because that wave was bot side pushed up and someone had to go pick it up, Humanoid without a Realm Warp, without a teleport, is bot lane while the Rift Herald has spawned, and there's no objective for Mad Lions to trade on the other side of the map. So Excel have just absolutely destroyed Mad Lions across the map. They're getting more gold, they're getting more objectives, they're getting more experience, and that's going to be good for them.
And this is the kind of trade I feel like you have to take when you're behind. Because Mad aren't getting nothing, they're just trading vision around an objective that doesn't exist for a Rift Herald.
Yeah, so I do think there are alternate plays for them, though, because Humanoid, we saw him Realm Warp into mid lane when that wasn't going to accomplish anything. It's way too easy for Excel to just clear that minion wave, even with a single player, because there are only 4 waves in it. So Humanoid could have lurked around that bottom lane, waiting for the minion wave to come in, obviously back away if there's a lot of Excel members around, but he could have still gotten those minions, and that's the trade play I would like to see. Try to give up neutral objectives if you cannot contest them, but on minion waves, trade around your enemy's windows.
Interesting, though. This Humanoid maybe not the most ideal their use of the Realm Warp, but starting to pull ahead in terms of CS. Obviously, the 5 kills are more than going to make up for that difference, but the 170 to the 138, clearly very focused on taking resources, taking extra jungle camps, trying to do what he can to get back into this game as quickly as possible. And actually has almost even up the gold. Thank you, Observers, for the toggle over. The Pantheon that was so incredibly far ahead is not really that far ahead anymore in terms of just raw gold value.
Yeah, pretty much the whole gold lead for Excel is going to come through the Gangplank up in the top lane. Massive advantage up there, you know, 15, 1600 over the Ornn. But even Ornn has mechanics in his kit to make up for that. So there's a bit of a fight in the top lane.
This doesn't.
All right.
Okay.
Sometimes you just gotta
just waddle away, Ornn.
Waddle away.
It's like you can flash then, or you can flash 40 seconds later when the Pantheon is threatening to kill you.
See, I was just about to say, like, oh, it doesn't matter if Orome loses lane, because eventually he's just going to give his team gold, right? And that's going to neutralize the advantage, but loses this flash now. Of course, Excel going to be able to knock out this mid lane tower, and then transition into an Infernal in 25 seconds.
Tori's just standing right there, waiting for the engage, waiting in the darkness. The Gangplank barrel
so
hit
good
as well.
I mean, how do Matt approach this, really? You know, XL are able to walk it into the tower. Now Shadow has to jump away, and at the same time, Mickey is full pushing this top lane wave. He has the TP, so he's going to be able to get on over towards this dragon fight, and if Mad Lions contest, Orome will be forced to teleport in and then give up that full wave to the tower. So Excel are playing this map very, very smart, and even as that dragon is spawning, you see Expect is running into the bottom lane. They're very intelligent, they're thinking about their side lane waves and making sure they're wasting nothing.
Yeah, picking up a lot more CS, continuing to extend the gold lead between the top laners. The Infernal now as well, one away from the Infernal Soul. Definitely impossible for Aphelios to survive if the enemy team gets that one. Pantheon probably already one-shots him, but will definitely one-shot him, the Infernal Soul. But still, you see Kaiser, Shadow, they're stepping forward, but Mickey's going to come over the wall. They're going to realize this is not quite the fight that they were interested in. Waiting to see if Cadril is going to commit the cast just to try to force a play here, or if Excel are just going to keep waiting this one out.
Right now, Excel just want to reset. Still a minute off the Baron right now, so, you know, finish off some of those items and then try to take full control of that topside jungle. Once more, expect full pushing the wave into the side lane. It's going to cause that little response play from Orome to go pick that one up and basically make sure that Mad Lions are going to be too spread on the map to make a play while the rest of Excel are trying to find some resets themselves. And then it's just about waiting for Mad Lions to make a mistake, I think, because once you take control of that topside jungle, especially on the Infernal map, where it can sometimes be difficult to walk forward and ward the single bush that you can be standing in, there's a lot of ground to cover and not a lot of walls to protect the Mad Lions. So champions like the Rakan can dash on in. You can look for these big ultimates from Expect to make sure that once Mad Lions go past a certain point, there is no escaping because of that giant slow field. So all these things are going to make it so that Mad Lions have to have the vision necessary. And whenever Excel go in here and clear away wards, Mad Lions are going to be spooked. They're going to be like, wait a second, could they be on Baron right now? We need more blue orbs to be able to check that pit. And right now they only have one. So I'm expecting to see someone like Humanoid switch over to that relatively soon, because scouting this objective is going to be very important.
Absolutely will be. Baron has potential to be the final nail in the coffin in this game. Hold that thought. De-engage. It feels like Mad are still constantly threatening despite the deficits they're experiencing, but Humanoid now running down to try to face Expect. The barrel setup is there. Expect going to try to find it. Here comes Arome as well. They're trying to isolate the solo lane. Already it's been... Ooh, Flash comes out. Call of Forge God will not connect. Now, Tori's going to step forward. Cocoon will not connect either. So a lot of kind of fumbled engages here. They do manage to burn the Gangplank Flash, but don't get a whole lot else, and that is going to give Excel priority over this mid lane.
I still like that play from Matt. Now, Arome is trying to flank on in here, but again, there's no Ornhorn, so a fight here I don't think goes Mad Lion's way at all. They're going to have to give up that tower.
I think he's still coming in from the darkness as well.
Yeah, so I still like the initial play from Arome to go into bot lane, burn the Flash. Now Expect lost his teleport and ultimate as well, so the split push would have to be Mickey in the future if Excel are about committing for a fight. I don't know about that one.
Find Patrick forcing ult for ult, though, maybe hoping that that's going to be a positive trade as Mickey spends his time focusing on Arome.
The problem with forcing ult for ult right there, if you are Cars, obviously nothing comes out of it, so it's not going to be a huge loss. But with Mad Lion's team comp, they don't have a lot of dive tools to get onto Patrick. So I don't really think that Zaya's ultimate is the make or break ability in a team fight, simply because Mad Lions aren't going to be hitting Patrick until way later in the fight anyway. So having the Felios R is going to be much more crucial to the Mad Lions, especially when it comes to setting up fights around CC or really just providing the damage at the moment because they are down in just raw firepower against Excel's itemization.
True. Humanoid, though, continues his one-man mission to bring his team back into the game. 50 CS lead and continuing to grow. Gonna have to keep an eye on him in the coming team fights. See exactly what's going to happen. As you can see, it's been very much Excel favored from minute one when it came down to that very clever invade.
But we do know eventually Humanoid should be too big to deal with. I think he should be able to walk this one off.
How far
can't commit down.
Okay.
Got the flash. So here's the thing. Mickey didn't have perfect vision inside the Mad Lion's jungle. A lot of that vision is sort of snuck over towards mid lane, so he didn't know if Shadow or Humanoid were right behind the Ornn. So flashing there is the safe play. Obviously, if you have God vision, you can see everything. It's not correct. But ultimately, he went the safer route, and now there's no flash on either of these side laners. So Mad Lions continue to make these side lane plays, and because the only objective on the map is the Baron buff, and Excel aren't comfortable to just start that one up without much more information, they're just getting these like mini objectives, because that's all that Mad Lions can play for at the moment until they get more items, until they do get stronger. And as you mentioned earlier, our eyes are on Humanoid to do that, because eventually this guy will be unbeatable in the side lane. Now, of course, to sort of fix that problem at the moment, Expect's itemization is much more focused on that 1v1 against Ryze. You see, Merc Treads plus second item Mob Malmortius. I do agree with this, just to try and match Humanoid, especially as the game gets later, and Excel should have strong team fight anyways, but it will mean a drop in DPS, especially in the 5v5.
Will it cost him, though, is the big question. And it's interesting because this game felt so decided. Honestly, minute 3, I think, when the double kill came through for the Pantheon. Humanoid, though, now running. That's a lot of flashes. 2 going to be burned, but now the rest of the team can just move right in. The AD carry and support are no longer apart. Candle's going to miss the cast completely. This is an absolute disaster. Mickey in the middle of the pit. He's going to go down. That's going to be the Pantheon. More money into the back pocket of Carzzy, but a massive barrel. The follow-up is there. The Inferno. Big damage. Can they steal the soul, though? Cadril is not alive. This one should be secured by the Mad Lions. Just like that, the Mad Lions are back. Fighting, contesting, the Realm Warp coming out. Humanoid trying to run them down. The knockup is there. Tori now coming back with the hook. Now comes in. Patrick goes in. But what goes up must come back down. But can they find the kill? No, Patrick. This is his moment to shine. The autos from Carzzy. That's going to be one picked off. 80 carries support duos.
We can expect.
The last in the fight. Shadow definitely going to be taken down here. The hook goes wide. Carzzy and Kaiser are next on the list. And just like that, it turns right back. Such a back and forth fight. But Excel win in the end.
That's the Expect I wanted to see, baby, getting in there at the end of the team fight. That one lasted forever. It felt like, and it started with Humanoid trying to pick off Torre, who of course then gets immediately double flashed on by the bot lane of Excel. And at the top side, this is where it all looks terrible for Excel, because the cast goes wide, he doesn't land the body slam. Mad Lions immediately one-shot, or I mean, it takes them a little longer than that, but they kill very quickly Mickey, who has almost all the gold. And then the damage comes through. How do Excel win this? Well, it's because they play the fight slow and are able to kite around the Mad Lions. Big barrels from Expect at the start zone the Mad Lions, and then as Mad Lions split up themselves, you know, looking maybe over towards Cadril, who gets bumped on towards the side, they just can't get through the barrels and the feathers of this bat line from Excel. They're too low. They aren't able to walk in and face tank all of that damage, and then Expect, you just can't beat this guy in a 1v1 or even a 1v2 because Humanoid had to run away as well.
You can see the mob proc, the extra healing coming in. This Gangplank is very functionally unkillable at that point in the fight. But what I love is the tenacity of Mad Lions in this game to try to find a way back in to force these fights. But at the end of the day, we saw Humanoid drawing so much attention. He's the guy with all the resources in his back pocket. Now Carzzy as well. But expect justifying the amount of resources that his team pumped into him with a performance like that. Ooh. You hate to see it.
Yeah, well, they can fight now. No flash on Carzzy.
Carzzy needs to back off.
Oh, he's so dead.
Nats goes in. There's nothing he can do here. He's going to get knocked up. He's going to get knocked out. Mickey in the midst of the team. Excel are looking to make this one quick. 2 quick pickups, and now they can turn right back to the Baron.
Yeah, they should run there immediately. Wave not big enough to make a push in towards the mid lane, and it's just the top side of the map for the Mad Lions. And Humanoid is pushing down bot lane, so at best, he's going to be able to get this tower some damage on the next one. Excel need to start this one up, or they're going to lose a little bit.
It is a moment for Shadow, though. Realm Warp going to take 2 minions in.
No one's basing from Excel. He should get this tower, but nothing more.
5K and dropping. Shadow's going to back off. They're not even going to risk contesting this one. Inhibitor tower traded for the Baron. Infernal up in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, so they will have the buff for the following fight if they want to immediately contest it. Ball definitely in the court of Excel.
Any team fight in the next few minutes is going to be really rough for Mad Lions. Basically because they don't have the protection of their backliners, like a Xayah ultimate. Having all these flashes being down means you're dead. Carzzy way too far forward here, isn't able to anticipate the flank coming through from both Torre and Kato, so he gets immediately destroyed alongside his duo partner. And now, Mad Lions just have to play super far back. They have to try and play these fights as slow as possible because Carzzy just can't step forward without having that flash up. Same story for Humanoid, so it's very likely a situation where Mad Lions do end up trying to contest around this Infernal Soul, right? It's a very important objective, but it's going to be so hard to execute in this team fight unless they're able to stall it out for Carzzy's flash to be back up.
And the graph here tells you a very decisive story of the game. Not a lot of fighting happening on the side of Mad Lions. Really that one team fight where they got most of that damage down, a couple skirmishes on the bot lane. They've just been getting poked. They've just been getting ganked. They've just been getting killed. Now the entire team splitting up the map. Only Humanoid really confident enough to push forward. Everyone else with very defensive posture is backing away from a lot of these waves. Cable though potentially caught out here. The CC is good. Cable now trying to make it out to safety, but Carzzy wants to finish this one out. He has Severum as well as the Chakram. Very lethal at close range, but has no real long range or CC options. The TP now coming in, they want to commit to this. Back off, and Excel, a very confident play to keep this one going forward. They're just going to move in, they're going to break down this inhibitor. The engage, though, coming in from Kaiser, the Ornhorn coming out as well, but instantly Kaiser dies. That's the Inferno Vault, but it's simply not enough. Humanoid knocked up, taken down. Excel trying to make sure that this one is finished, but Carzzy remains untouched. Keep your eyes on Aphelios. Moving in, expect next on the menu, but it is simply just enough to finish the job, and Carzzy manages to keep the dreams of the Mad Lions alive. The birthday boy showing up clutch.
Yeah, got that big crit at the end right there, looked like, with a Molten Edge upgrade from Arome. Now, Infernal Dragon spawning in just 25 seconds. Shadow is alive, so should be able to get back onto the map to try and contest this one, because once again, at the start, it is Kaiser that finds the initiation, but it's on towards Torre, and he gets immediately exploded. And then it looks like it's all hopeless here, but they kite back in towards the Aphelios, and that's where things get really, really rough. Mickey not in a position to offer any more DPS to the fight. Sort of zoned away right there, not jumping forward with the rest of his teams. They are going to drop. Now Mad Lions have to rush this one down, I think. Expect is up in 6 seconds, but he doesn't have ult, he doesn't have TP. It could only be a steal from Expect, or from Cable.
Caliber from Carzzy as well. A lot of extra range to keep him safe in the fight, as well as a bit more utility. Not the most damage. Can they secure this one? Can they get this one down? Aphelios gonna grab it.
Shadow didn't have Smite.
Denying
it just came up.
That's a second Infernal now for the side of Mad. They're coming right back into this game.
Yeah, and I don't know why Kato didn't just drop a barrel on that Dragon. He could have seen the HP of it, tried to get in towards the pit. Obviously, it was always going to be hard to body slam in with Nautilus trying to block him so he couldn't reach over the wall, but now without the Baron buff, it should be near impossible to knock down this tower.
Still trying to push, still trying to get more prio. Baron, of course, 3 minutes away. They can lay down a little bit of preliminary vision on the side of Excel. But it has to be a bit frustrating if you're Excel. You get the exact start that you want. Elise totally irrelevant. The Gangplank, the Pantheon start taking off. Your bot lane's doing solid, but now you're struggling to close this game out. The scaling options are still there, but it does not get easier from here, because if you mess up in a fight against a late game Aphelios, your entire team is just going to die.
Time is not Excel's ally necessarily, and also Expect just finished a Youmuu's Ghostblade in the top lane when 4 out of 5 targets on Mad Lions have already started building armor. So I don't think that's the most effective purchase, not the most bang for your buck right there on the GP.
But does it tell us that the only person they care about killing is the Aphelios?
I mean, it tells me that, but I don't think that should be too much of an issue. Like, Aphelios doesn't have a whole lot in terms of peel department. Mickey can try and jump to the back line. You have zoning tools as well, because it's not like you necessarily even have to kill Aphelios. With a Gragas barrel, you can simply place it in the middle of the team, right? So you knock the enemy front line towards you, you burst them down. Well, it knocks away the enemy back line.
Up goes Patrick. The timing's not quite right there. Multiple ults, slow flash burn, and now the counter engage comes in, but Carzzy still untouched on the back line for now. Torre's going to make it out, but just barely. The ulti now coming in. Torre, ooh, just barely managing to live, but that's a 1-for-0. The redemption now coming in, a bit more healing. They want to keep this push going. They want to keep Mad on the back foot.
Well, right now there's a wave stacking in the top lane and 2 super minions down towards bot side. If Excel wanted to make this rotation up after pushing out the mid lane wave, they're not quite going to be able to hit it because Mickey didn't stick up there to zone Humanoid from the wave, so they should not be able to push this tower anymore. They're just maintaining control right now, which means that Mad Lions can't get any vision inside of their jungle. And remember that it's 1 minute away from the Baron buff spawning. So that's going to be the major objective that Mad Lions need to contest. And if they can't get any preliminary vision, it's going to be really hard.
Here comes the Pantheon. All they want to die. They see Humanoid's not in the fight. Just going to force him off the tower. Going to settle for the second inhibitor. Maybe look for a Baron as a follow-up and try to close out the game. Torre playing with fire a bit as he steps forward once again. And uncertain about what the next move should be. Baron 48 seconds away. Excel will have enough time to back off. Already have some decent vision set up. Can just move right onto that Baron as soon as they recall.
Mad Lions should expect a recall right now. They have to play it pretty slow, scout some bushes with spiderlings and whatnot, but they do have the time to get that vision. And assuming this Baron does stall out, it's 2 minutes away from Dragon spawning one more time, so Excel could try to do a little bit of a trade of sorts, but again, I don't think you want to give up the Baron, because the Baron is effectively the buff that should end the game right now for Excel. Excel get that one, they should be able to push in and end it. At the same time, you are now staring down the barrel of a 3-item ADC, you know, big old Humanoid in a side lane. Who can match him at this point? He's level 18. It's going to be really difficult, if not impossible now, for anyone to deal with him. So what Mad Lions should be trying to do is try to sneak him in towards that bottom lane. Maybe even put a Rome behind him is what I would like to see in case Excel tried to make a multi-man play down there. But now it just seems like mid lane control is going to be the name of the game.
Ulti comes out, trading 1-for-1 with Patrick. Not a deal in terms of damage output. Shadow now in trouble.
Yeah, but now this opens up Ornn ult to absolutely destroy Patrick. He has flash, so we will have to get away from that one. But you saw last time they tried to use them both at the same time, and it didn't quite work out. Now they have the option.
Ornn all coming out. Rise all coming in as well. Cage with the knockback is there. Humanoid stepping forward. Expect going right into the team. Torre on the backside. Still, Aphelios remains untouched. Big damage coming in. But Carzzy going to take a lot back. Mickey! Get out of there. Patrick steps forward. Patrick is fearless. He shreds through the enemy AD carry like it's nothing. Carzzy take it down. Excel take the fight.
And they're teleporting down to the bottom lane. This is going to be the end. The whole team, minus Shadow, wiped on the side of the Mad Lions. Excel, they waited for that perfect team fight, and they got it. Mickey jumping to the back line to lock down Carzzy, and that's going to end the game.
Fantastic performance from Excel. Strong start. Momentum died a little bit. It felt like hope might be alive for the Mad Lions lineup, but still, Excel find that fight, as you said. They're going to move into the base. They break down these towers. And Excel proving why they deserve closer and closer to the top. From 1-1 to 2-1, one more kill to close it out. One more win for Excel Esports.
Really solid stuff coming through from Excel. I thought all the way from the level 1 that they had, you know, maybe a couple extra minutes to plan for during our pause, but they set it up so well to shut down Shadow at his own game. They were able to beat him and then carry so much of that momentum. I mean, we saw Mickey absolutely destroying out of the mid lane, and while, as you said, it did slow down for this team, they weren't quite able to finish out as quickly as they would have liked to. I thought from minute 1 to 25 and then 30 onwards, it looked great.
It was a fantastic performance. And once again, it proves kind of... Well, actually, here's my question for you. Okay. I don't know what it proves. Here's what I'll say. We were asking questions about Excel's solo laners before that game. Is this game enough to prove to you that Expect might still be at the top? That Mickey might be right there with
Okay, I'm like, I know Expect is still very good at League of Legends. I just thought week 1 didn't quite hit the bar. This definitely hit the bar, if not exceeded it for me. So I'm very hopeful for this team. I'm expecting to see a lot more out of this squad. And while I think consistency is the thing we're always going to be asking for from this team, we do, you know, a lot of us expect this team to be one that is making the playoffs.
Wow, yeah, it's tough. You walk into that word expect every time
you say it once and then you just cannot stop. You say expect like 20 times, which, I mean, in a game like this, you can say expect a few times.
Amazing doesn't play anymore, because I said that word 300% more when he was on stage. Key player of the game, of course, at LEC on Twitter. Expect Mickey or Torre.
I'm going to say expect.
As much as I love how Mickey started the game,
I hate it when people get 1v2 kills at level 3. That's just the worst, man.
I mean, that's a really good point. It's hard to debate with that one.
Like that one play,
It's
I'm
enough.
just gonna give it to him. You know,
it's enough. We don't need to know what we think. Why don't we hear from the coach, the man behind the genius of the early game plays? It is Youngbuck and Lore standing by.
Thank you guys, and thank you Youngbuck for joining me. Who should get player of the game here?
I think it has to be Mickey after what he did on level 3, yeah.
I gotta say, coming into this split, I thought Excel would take a bit more time before finding their form and their style. But I mean, looking like this, it feels like the synergy is there, the comps are on point. Do you agree?
Yeah, we have fantastic communication and synergy, especially our bot lane who is now new. They're really fitting in well with the team. I also thought we would need a little bit more time, especially transferring from Scrim to actual stage. But it turns out we're actually doing quite well. Like I think we're transferring way more than I would anticipate when it comes to actually like the knowledge and all the muscle memory that you have to have from your practice.
I'm really glad for you guys, but because listening to the analyst desk and people on social media, a lot of people were seeing Excel as the dark horse. So do you see your guys as dark horses, or should you guys be considered as real contenders?
Our goal has always been to make playoffs, so if they don't think we'll make it, then we might be a dark horse. I do think that we have the potential to take games off of like really good teams in the top 4, like Origin and Rogue. We've kind of shown last week that we almost beat Rogue. And yeah, I think throughout the season you can see us really challenge them every now and then.
Now, a bit more about the players. I saw you guys announce Cajal as the captain of the team. So what does it mean really with his role? Is there a special connection between you and the rest of the team? Could be a bridge?
Actually, he has a very special connection with everyone because he has played with everyone on the lineup before. So he has a history with Patrick and with Tora. So he's kind of been the glue between Mickey and Expect, and then the new guys in the bot lane in Patrick and Tora.
Well, and that's a great role for him. I mean, he was shining so much last year. A bit more about you now. This new challenge, what seduced you to join Excel?
I really love the idea of coaching guys that are still really hungry, are very new and haven't really achieved their peak yet, and a team where I can see that I can have a lot of influence on, and yeah, that really seduced me. And yeah, also having like some control over the roster. We had a really good synergy within the off season about when it came to bot lane and mid lane signing. So yeah, it was just a really good project for me to join.
And I'm really glad things are already working out for you guys. Thank you, Youngbuck, for joining me.
Thank you.
We're gonna take a break, and coming back, it's gonna be game of the day: Schalke 04 versus Origin. Stay tuned on Fnatic.
Hi guys, this is Whipple here. We're gonna be playing Schalke tonight, and as long as I don't pick Swain, we should be good.
Hearing whispers in the night, voices filling up your mind. You're like a ghost of you. You've been drowning in the rain, slowly saving up the pain. So deep inside of you, see the colors of the sky slowly turn from black and white. A rising hope, bright as gold. And now there's nothing left to lose, so we're breaking all the rules, and they don't know what we know. 'Cause I can hear the thunder from afar, a lightning in the dark. I can feel the fire come alive, so calm before the storm, so dark before the dawn. in flame. You're chasing stars alive. What was broken's left behind. Watch it crumble in the light. Nothing can stop you now. See the colors of the sky slowly turn from black and white. Rising hope, bright as gold. And now there's nothing left to lose. So we're breaking all the rules. And they don't know what we know. 'Cause I can hear the thunder from afar. A lightning in the dark. I can feel the fire come alive. So calm before the storm. So dark before the dawn. Oh, I can see the fire in your eyes. In your eyes. Oh, I can see the fire in your eyes. In your eyes. Oh, I can see the fire in your eyes.
Welcome back, everyone, to week 2 of the LEC Spring Split. As we just saw, Excel picked up a win versus Mad Lions, and you voted for Mickey as your Kia player of the game. Now, I think this is especially wonderful because I have Verius with me, who said just in Ready Check a couple of hours ago that he thought that Excel could be a contender for even a top 3 position at the end of the split if solo laners like Mickey and Expect stepped up, and there you go.
Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to see. Getting 2 solo kills at the very beginning of the game on Pantheon is a great way to start off week 2 for XL, and the fact that the solo laners are stepping up is definitely a big advantage. Obviously, there's still some things that they need to clean up in their overall gameplay, but I hope people can start to see some of the promise that I see in them and the long split that they still have left to go where they could be challenging for those spots.
Absolutely. So great stuff from XL, but next up is our final game of the day, Fnatic versus Schalke 04. And for the first 10 minutes, XL's Cadril will be joining the caster desk to get a player's perspective, which is a cool little mix-up. He also played fantastically. But we're also going to introduce you to the game and, in fact, are going to focus very much on the bottom lane because we have 2 icons playing up versus each other, Forgiven and Reckless squaring off. I also saw Fnatic share a throwback image on their Twitter because, well, these are 2 legends of the game when it comes to Europe.
So the last time that they fought was actually back in 2016, the quarterfinals. It was a very hype matchup. Everyone was prepared for it. And the record between the 2 organizations was 8-8. But then H2K came in and smashed Fnatic, getting that 3-0 and also helping secure their spot at at the World Championship that year. It was very monumental. That was actually my first split here with the LEC as well. And like everyone remembers how massive it was as well because of all the drama around it. And it was such an exciting time back then.
And we do want to look at both players' performances because no matter how good you performed years ago, it's all about how you can perform right now because this is a split you're playing in. Thank you, Captain Obvious. But we did want to put into perspective how both players did in week 1 and looking at what they might have to change. And for Forgiven, we didn't see a stellar week 1, unfortunately, and we did see him cling to some of the olden golden champs for him in Xayah and in Varus.
Yeah, things like the Aphelios and the Senna were not prioritized, whereas as you can see on your lower third, were a high priority for a player like Reckless, and it's part of the evolution of AD carries and what they've become. We joked a lot about Uma Yan last year and how he revolutionized the AD carry position, but in many ways, he introduced a lot, and the changes where mages were played a lot more in the bot lane was very important and impactful, and we get to see how Reckless as a player has evolved to become one of these players, but it feels like that Forgiven is still a little stuck in the past, and relying on his old raw mechanics is not going to be enough in the current age of AD carries.
Yeah, I think that is a great point because Reckless is a fantastic counter example to that, and as you remember, we have criticized Reckless's champion pools in the past as well, but he always found a way to come back in there. Yes, he benched himself for a while because he had to play Janna, but he always comes up with new things. Remember the Jhin around the IEM a couple of years ago. We remember him picking up the mages in the bot lane still after a while last year, and he keeps reinventing himself. And it showed last week he had phenomenal stats, and he definitely did his part for Fnatic.
I really feel like Reckless was one of the standout performers overall from the weekend in week 1 because his performance individually was immaculate. It really feels like that he's come into this year with a mindset of winning. And while they only went 1-1 last week, I feel like that they showcased a lot of very positive things. And I mean, winning a game in 20 minutes it just goes to show how prepared this team is, and while a lot of people aren't talking about them right now, they need to be. And I think that Reckless is one of the players that you have to watch, and I think that based on what we've seen from Forgiven, you're going to see a gap between them today.
And I think this is then also the perfect game to kind of judge more Forgiven of, because this is a player he knows, this is a player that has risen alongside him for so long, but of course Forgiven has had a break in his play and is now back. What do you want to see from him, specifically in this matchup versus Reckless and Healy?
Well, I think that for Forgiven, we need to see some of the tidying up of some of just the raw mechanics. And they talked about it this morning where he was missing a couple of his auto attacks, canceling them a little bit earlier on. His positioning was not always ideal. And while his reaction time still seems strong, it feels like that he's still getting used to playing on stage. So I want to see that confidence that we used to see from Forgiven. We already know that he likes to play aggressively in lane. We want to see that synergy being built with Dreams. And it's going to be a tough order because they're going up against one of the best supports in Europe and one of the best performing AD carries. So we'll see how he stacks up against the Reckless and Hylissang bot lane today.
And that's why it could be exactly the match for him to shine and step up. Let's take a look, because so far Forgiven's return has been anticlimactic, but tonight he has a chance to prove himself against another legend. Let's see who comes out on top.
Thank you, Shocks. I'd like to welcome Excel's Cagel to the caster desk. Man of the minute that we have. Man of the jungle. That's also true.
Man of the jungle, the useless role.
I want to congratulate you on kind of lounging around in that game while your mid laner double killed everyone.
I mean, I was doing my second, third camp, and then I just see my mid laner double kills the enemy mid jungle. So at that point, I was like, okay, nice, both no flash. I'll just come in and kill him.
Just take the hands off the keyboard and the rest is easy.
Yeah, I was just smiling. I knew the game was pretty much over, yeah.
Yeah. Took a little bit to end, but it did come out on top. Now, I'm curious, we talked a lot about, you know, the bot lane. Obviously, it's Reckless, it's Forgiven. Ooh, old names, incredible. But Selfmade, Gilius, this is something I kind of want to get your take on. Gilius did not have a great first week. Selfmade was a mixed bag. I felt like he had solid early games, but they didn't always transition. What's your take on the jungle matchup?
Well, I think the first 2 games that Selfmade had last week were a bit unlucky. He did have the Kiana, but he didn't manage to make anything happen. And in the next game with the Gragas, he didn't really have to do anything in the first place because his team was smurfing. So hopefully this game he can show up more and just show what he's got. I think Gilius, he tries to make plays and he tried to do things for Schalke, but it just didn't look like any of their lanes had enough pressure to make anything happen there. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens in this game, because two games doesn't really tell much.
Yeah, and that's going to be something that Gilius will maybe struggle with in a game against Fnatic. You know, really strong laners on their side as well. So maybe fighting an uphill battle there from the get-go. But then the question becomes, where do these teams sort of prioritize in terms of draft? We've seen Gilius especially really like that Jarvan for himself, try to get active in that early game. Whereas Selfmade's been on some junglers that maybe prefer to wait it out towards level 6. Of course, his Qiyana was very active early on, but these junglers definitely scale up into very strong team fighters.
Yeah, well, I think the Qiyana after the nerfs, it's only got 5% attack speed on the W, so I think Qiyana jungle is not that great anymore. I think if you pick it on red side, it's not a good flex. It just kind of gives it away it's going mid because the clear is so bad. I think right now the meta is high tempo jungling. That's why I think Jarvan is the strongest jungler in the game.
Where's Mike Young?
I think giving a team Jarvan on red side is already a bit iffy. Then obviously you have Gragas, Elise, and Olaf, but I think Jarvan is definitely S tier.
Now the question is, do Fnatic ban away the Jarvan? Is that something that they prioritize? Gilius has already shown himself to be comfortable on it, something that he prioritizes. So I feel like if they don't take it away, they know it is an option for Schalke to pick it up. But they do already ban away the Aphelios from Echoes as well as the Rakan from Hylissang. So clearly some bot lane focus to limit what they can take against Forgiven. And the Syndra, interestingly, will be the last ban.
Well, right now the Senna is open, and this is the question a lot of people have. Is Forgiven willing to play some of the new champions? The answer is a resounding yes right here with the first pick, Senna. So this is our first time seeing him return to the stage and now be on a champion that maybe wasn't released back then. So the Senna is definitely one of these picks that scales up into being an absolute monster. Also, I think, has the ability to bully out sometimes in the early levels.
Yeah, I think MF Senna lane, I think it's pretty fine for MF. I think as long as you get a counter pick on support, the bot matchup should be pretty good. I didn't expect Forgiven to pick Senna. I actually thought they would leave it open. I didn't know he actually played this champ, but I guess it does. Reckless, I know, is a really, really good Senna player, so I thought Fnatic was looking for that. But we'll just have to see. I think most drafts, you kind of go AD jungle on the 1-2. You picking Gragas blind is really good, Jarvan blind is really good. You don't want to pick support yet, because you want to counter pick it on 3, or pick a solo lane on 3 and ban out 2, so you have a really strong matchup. But right now, blinding jungle is the best, and I would love to see Jarvan come out here against MF.
Yeah, do you think they can just take Braum here too? Because you see MF and Gragas on the other side. Seems like a pretty safe pick to me.
Yeah, playing Gragas into Braum is not the best, but you have to do it sometimes, and then playing MF into Braum is really not good. This kind of leaves Ornn open for Schalke really well, so I would expect to see an Ornn ban from Fnatic. And then a counter pick support here, maybe Thresh is really good against Jarvan, it's really good against Braum. It makes MF kind of safe, so she can get Lanterned out to the Jarvan ult. So yeah, I'd like to see a support pick here and definitely ban Ornn, because otherwise MF's going to get one shot.
Otherwise it's not going to be fun at all, yeah. As soon as you have to deal with any sort of dive, really, as that misfortune, it's not going to be fun. Okay, I had a whole thing about this earlier in the day.
Let's you obviously aren't a big fan of this champion.
I hate this.
I want to get Kados out a second, but what I will say is Blippo's put his time in on this champion in solo queue. He's prepared, he knows the matchups, but is this, we know this is good into Ornn, so is this just like a, hey, I know you want to pick the Ornn, I dare you, do it?
I think Set is really strong. I don't think it's a first pick champ, but I think picking Rakan there or Thresh was just overall better because you have a really good bot matchup and it's really good with Gragas and stuff like this. So I'd expect to see like a Thresh Rakan ban from Schalke. I guess they're picking out Set because now they get double ban and you can flex Set. I think mid lane Set is viable. We haven't seen it yet, but I do think it's a flex. So that's good for last pick. And then, yeah, they're definitely going to pick support on 4 and then have counter pick for mid or top.
Do you think Set can, because I've seen some mid lane Set too, but it's pretty much, it's in very specific matchups, I think. Like, he can bully around a lot of melee champions in mid lane, but as soon as you deal with the ranged one, I think it gets really difficult, and that's where the Kennen and Karma ban comes in too from Fnatic. Those are top lane champions that can really give Set a hard time. The Karma especially, because she just presses ER on her entire team, and then you can kite this guy for days.
Yeah, I've been seeing Set top. I think most counters are basically range champs, like you said. It's kind of tough for Set, but he can always just kind of ignore the range champ and just push the lane and get prio. And I think Set is also really useful in team fights. It's the most tanky champ I've ever seen in my life. But there's the Diana ban. They're just expecting Nemesis Diana. I think he played that last week, right?
Yeah, he played both games, actually.
Yeah, I think LeBlanc is a really good pick for both teams. I think Thresh Rakan are still open, so that's super good for Fnatic because Hylissang is really good on both those champs.
And of course, Rakan was banned in the first phase, so it is only the Thresh.
Oh, yeah, sorry, my bad.
No worries. So Fnatic can opt to go for the Thresh here, kind of save that last pick, not reveal. If the set could be a flex, and it is the Thresh, or should be the Thresh as you predicted. So they have that extra safety that you talked about for the MF, limit some of the Cataclysm threat from the side of the J4, and now they just need to figure out how to round this composition out. I feel like you probably have to take magic damage in the mid lane at this point, or in one of your solo lanes.
I think Jarvan is super good 2v2 if you have an AP mid, like a mage. Zoe, LeBlanc, Syndra, Cassio, stuff like that. I'm a bit shocked that Thresh went through, honestly, because I'm like a Jarvan one trick. And I say if I pick Jarvan and they pick Thresh, it's really annoying. So I'd have called for a Jarvan Thresh ban there. But yeah, LeBlanc, like I said, it makes the 2v2 mid jungle really, really strong. But there are champions countering LeBlanc, and Lissandra is one of them. I think blinding LeBlanc is good if you have a strong jungle matchup, which they do in this case. So Lissandra is not as powerful, but yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's interesting too because Schalke also got the Aatrox, which we saw work very well up against the set in today's first game of the day, which of course got solo kills in lane and whatnot up against Finn. Now, this is the Cassiopeia in the mid lane for Nemesis. How do you feel about this one?
Not a fan of the Cassio, but Nemesis is a really, really talented Cassio player. I think he's one of his best champs. The only problem I see is LeBlanc Jarvan is really good into Cassio. In my opinion, at least, I think she's quite easy to kill and you can get really good prio. And Jarvan's probably going to look to do something level 2 this game because he has pretty good prios in most lanes. Yeah, that's basically how jungle works nowadays. You pick Jarvan or Lee and you go to enemy buff level 2 and you just fight them. And 9 times out of 10 you'll win. So yeah, we'll have to see.
Interesting to see, though, how exactly the game is going to unfold outside of the jungle matchup as well. Two very interesting compositions. MF Senna, a matchup that we've seen in a lot of different places, but the set, the newest addition to the Rift versus the Aatrox, did not go well when we saw it in the OG versus Rogue game. We'll have to see if Bwipo and Odoamne can show us a different side of the matchup. Odoamne is hoping for a repeat performance of what Alfari did earlier in the day, but we're just going to shake hands and we get closer and closer to getting into game.
Yeah, and we looked at these two drafts. You know, Kadril pointed out very high priority on this jungle mid lane 2 versus 2 for the side of Schalke. Emphasis on making plays happen early because on the side of Fnatic, there's a lot of scaling power, right? That Cassiopeia will turn into a monster in a side lane that can be really difficult to deal with for really any of these champions. So especially with the Conqueror, which Nemesis is rocking in this game, that's something they're going to have to try and keep in check.
And here we go. It's never mind.
There's a pause.
There's a pause. Thank you, kid.
We're in the future.
We're in the. There it is. Guess what, guys? This break's brought to you by Kit Kat.
Have a break, have a Kit Kat. No, but
this is why we brought you on the desk, Kadril. You have a bright future ahead of you.
Honestly, I really do like Kit Kats.
Wait, do you actually have one? You can give him one.
I have a wrapper up here.
That's not enough.
Frosk must have been munching on one earlier.
Disrespectful. All right, so here we are. It's the pause. We have a lot of time. We talked a little bit about jungle mid, 2v2. I'm curious what your thoughts are on the rest of the lanes. Do you have a strong opinion at all, Kadril, on the Aatrox versus Set lane? I don't know how much this is being seen in scrims or if this is considered a counter pick, because the only evidence I have so far is Alfari crushing face.
As far as I know, in the Aatrox Set matchup, I think Set can get prio whenever he wants, but Aatrox can always scale up, and I think towards one item, Aatrox can fight him, but I think Set normally wins if both sides play perfectly. I think Set just kind of beats every melee champ in the game most of the time, so I think probably they have prio on top this game.
Yeah, I think one of the things that is a struggle for Set, especially in this matchup early, if it ever comes to all-ins, because I agree Set's one of those champions that's pretty good just walking into the middle of the wave, hitting that, especially with WMAX. He does have good wave clear. Against Aatrox, because Aatrox has so many ranged abilities, with the 3 taps on his Q, he can sort of CC Set away from him and make it so Set really can't get into range to hit his face. Also has the W to make sure Set snaps back. So I think it's easy for Aatrox to trade and really not get hit against. But if they're, both hitting each other with auto attacks without any sort of chip damage going down first, that's when Set should have the upper hand.
And don't RuneScape duel the Set. Never a bad idea. Don't just stand still and hit each other.
Yeah, I think Set's biggest kind of counter is ganks. I think Set's one of the easiest champs in the game to gank. He's really, really immobile. He has really low CC and he has really low way to escape when he has no flash. I think you saw that in the OG game when we got the solo kill in top. Gragas just went straight top and killed him because, Set with no flash and like a wave bouncing or something like this, it's really, really hard for him to play. So.
He also, in that game too, it was against a Gragas jungle, so when Set presses W, he just can't move.
Yeah.
And then he just gets Gragas. It's like the freest cask of your life.
Yeah, the only way Set can get out of 2v1s is if he kills you both. So as long as you don't get sucked into that trap, then I think it's fine.
I like that, though. That's like probably the coolest way to get out of a 2v1, right? Outside of purely styling.
It's the honorable version of Mordekaiser. Yeah, because Mordekaiser just yoinks one person in the shadow realm, beats him to death, and then takes the other
1v1s. That's not a 2v1. As an update, League officials are investigating a bug report on Schalke's side. I'll keep you all posted as we know more or as we're getting back into the game. But in the meantime, Kadril, we got you for the first 10 minutes of gameplay. But what your management didn't know when they agreed to this is this is how we trap you here forever.
I'm stuck here forever. But
you're a caster now. Accept your new life.
Embrace the caster life. I mean, jungle is.
It's a great life,
ruined,
you know.
So
Yeah.
I may as well roll swap now to a caster.
Come back in season 11. You know.
I'll see you guys in season 11. But I think jungle has 2 power spikes right now. It has level 3 power spike, then level 6 power spike, and then it's downhill from there. So level 3, you can be really proactive with Jarvan, Elise, Gragas, Lee Sin, really, really good ganks, really good setups. Level 6, whichever jungler gets to level 6 first, really strong.
Yeah. And that's pretty much because, of course, levels 1 through 3, EXP didn't really get changed.
Yep.
If anything, it got easier to hit level 3. Gromp now gives you level 3 in your first clear, but EXP, especially the later the game goes on, significantly reduced. So it's pretty common nowadays to see AD carries getting out-leveled, or junglers getting out-leveled by their AD carries around like level 7 or 8. I've seen it so early.
Yeah, the thing is, when it comes to mid-game, your AD carry in mid are taking your camps as well. So on top of having lower XP, you don't have any jungle camps. So when I was playing a practice tool and I was level 18, warming up, I thought to myself halfway through the practice tool, like, why am I even playing level 18 practice tool? I'm never going to hit level 18 in a real game. So yeah, I closed that game quickly and went back to level 11, where I'm stuck.
That's where you're stuck.
Where you belong.
Yeah. Stay at level 6.
Unless you get a team fight and you get 5 kills, a pentakill, then you get 1 level. And then if you get Nash, you get 1 level 2. So that's where the XP lies for jungle, right?
It's true. You actually, so they told you that catch-up EXP got removed, but there's still catch-up EXP when you kill a neutral objective.
Yeah.
So just take Baron, guys. It's easy.
quick tips for jungle. If you want to get XP, soak lane XP without them knowing by hiding across the wall and wrap the camp. Get Baron and you automatically get 2 levels up, or get a pentakill. I think that's 3 good ways to get jungle
I like
XP.
get a pentakill.
Yeah.
They just get progressively more absurd, you know?
I'm behind. I'll just get a pentakill. That's no problem.
I mean, you have to find some way to
I'll
do it.
chat. Hey guys, can you walk into me? I'm really behind in XP and I just want to have fun. Like I just want to enjoy the game right now.
But also having early game priors is really important for jungle as well right now, because if you can get the second spawn scuttle, it's a free camp. So you can get to level 6 first on Jarvan and Gragas. And if you're playing against like Jarvan Gragas this game, for example, if Jarvan gets to level 6 first, mid 2v2 is automatically lost because Gragas can't really contest. And then you can move into bot, you can dive. So that's when jungle is really impactful, 1 to 6. I think after that, yeah, obviously it does go downhill after the Herald and after the first tier 1's down and all your camps are gone because your AD carry's taking them. Then it goes downhill.
I'm going to be honest, Cajal. This does not sound like the idyllic paradise that I think junglers were hoping for when they heard jungle changes coming into the season.
Dude, all these people were adding me on, because I said instantly when the jungle chase went through, I'm like, I don't like this. You know, the jungle camp's getting reduced. You guys are going to be under-leveled. Like, either you're only farming or only ganking. It turns out we're only ganking. And everyone's adding me, and they're like, no, the jungle's so much better. And I'm like, just you wait. I knew.
Yeah, I think it was Rogue game. I saw level 8 Olaf and a level 14 Azir or something, or level 13 Azir. Yeah, I mean, it's not fun.
Honestly, Olaf does nothing after like level 4 or 5 anyways. So.
Yeah, true. It's true. Once you take your foot off the pedal on Olaf.
Do you ever get nervous that when you go top lane to gank, if it's like an enemy rumble, that he's just going to one-shot you?
It does happen, especially with Mordekaiser. It's like, can we dive Morde? Is he level 6? Yes. No, we can't.
You're like level 4 when that
I'm
happens,
level 4.
right?
So yeah, I mean, the Rumble as well, like if you're level 4, 5 and he's level 6 with like a blasting wand, and you have no flash and you E on him as Gragas, you're going to the graveyard. No doubt about it.
Straight back to the fountain.
Yeah.
I guess, you know, it just feels like it limits the jungle pool to a certain degree. Because if you don't have instant hard CC, right, you have to like hard CC and walk away. Feels like the extent of your
I think
commitment.
jungle needs 3 things right now. It needs fast clear, it needs CC, and it needs dueling potential. And I think that's why you see Elise, Gragas, Jarvan as the top 3, and Olaf is coming in as well.
Are those the junglers you like to play, though? Like, if you could choose your perfect meta for jungle, is it like the Jarvans, the Elises, those guys, or is it Graves, Nidalee, Karthus?
It is a bit resident sleeper just playing Kha'Zix and Graves and just power farming.
Some people like that. I'm not one of them, but some people do.
I mean, it's fun for the person playing it once you get 5 items, but it's unfun for the viewers, I think. Because like playing Jarvan and like fighting everyone level 2 is really fun because you're flipping it and it's really fun to flip it. But farming to 5 items is a bit boring sometimes.
Hello, audience. Thank you for the heart. Guys, as an update at the beginning of the game, Abadage paused the game reporting a bug that prevented him from properly using the shop. So after reviewing the shadow play, League officials have confirmed the bug. We are now remaking the game. Picks and bans are going to be happening as we speak. They're going to remain identical to what you saw earlier, and we will be getting into game shortly. So once again, apologies for the delay. I'm surprised Abadage didn't feel like he could just go into lane without any items, but I respect his decision. Didn't want to just style on his opposition, wanted to approach it respectfully. So
no items all game.
No items all games.
I mean, Rookie did that and he won Worlds, so he did it for like a minute, but...
My support did it as well. When we played against him last year, he ran to lane with no support item or pots.
Oh, no. It happens sometimes, you know, when you're...
Oh, I remember that game now.
Remember?
Oh, no.
Morgana? Yeah. It also sucks for jungle, you know, it's like 1 minute, and then you look at the clock, 1 minute. Oh, I have no items. Oh, my God.
See,
It's a
no.
disaster.
I actually remember, so fun story from my referee days, because I was refereeing NALCS. I was standing behind Immortals Dardoch, and he's playing Warwick. Warwick was a champion back then.
Good times.
And he just bought a rejuvenation bead.
Oh, no,
he didn't
no machete?
actually buy the machete.
Oh, my God.
And he was so confused. He was like, should I pause? I think the game's bugged. He thought the game was bugged.
Just remake.
Because he didn't hit level 2.
I mean,
Why would you share?
I mean, it's like when you smite the camp and you actually get the camp and you're like, wait, I'm still level 1? It takes you like a couple seconds.
Yeah, because of course, like, it happens so rarely. You don't expect it to happen, but brutal.
It's also funny when you're like late invading and then you're 50-50ing the smite and then like the solo lane gets it. And you're like, wait, where did the red go? And everyone's level 1. And then the Lucian has it and then you just killed everyone.
All right, so in order to help us further fill the time, we're going to have a special edition of Random Cadril Play Breakdown featuring Cadril. Cadril, here's a random play that I've never seen before that you're apparently involved in. Talk to us about this one.
Well, Pantheon got cancelled on his ult and gets one shot. I remember this fight. So my ult went a bit wide. Okay,
and your body slammed.
But I did a lot of damage to Elise, and both junglers are kind of underleveled. But Mickey dies, but we think we can fight because Diana is level 15, Xpex level 15. The Aphelios ult comes out, almost one-shots his ult, but still fine. This was our 4th Drake, I think. I wanted vision on it, but I couldn't see it, so we couldn't steal. But they walked into us. I think they Ryze ult on us here, which I think was a bit maybe too far, because Ryze is alone now. So we turn the fight. I think it goes pretty well, because I flash over. Boom, and then they chase me. But then they die. I think we got all their carry splashes. I think the important thing in team fights like this is when you have champions like GP, Ornn, Gragas, Rakan, if your AD carry in mid has no flash, they're automatically dead next fight, unless they stand really, really far away.
Yeah, and you also saw there too, like with all the feathers on the ground from Xayah and the barrels too from GP, like their backline was completely zoned after the rest of their team had sort of jumped forward. So when the fight is super split up like that, those super strong 1v1 champs really shine.
Yeah, that's what you see in most team fights. Jarvan, GP, Gragas, Ornn. You ult the backline, and whoever can kill the front line first is going to win, unless someone makes some kind of super play, like Mickey did on Yasuo and killed them both. Yeah, it's hard for them to win team fights. But in this, I think in this team fight, me and Rakan didn't have ults, so it was a bit harder.
You're giving them false hope, though. I was watching that game. I was looking at that Aphelios scaling up. Like, if we are we were on 10-1 when Aphelios first came out. You guys were all dead to that.
Yeah, that ult would go on YouTube, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that all would instantly be another...
And immediately taken down, like you can't show that.
You can't show that.
That would for sure go on YouTube.
Watch all of Excel get one shot because they grouped together.
Everyone's screen goes gray. It's like, pause. Big officials.
Bug. Oh. Well, luckily that champion isn't as ridiculously oppressive.
He got nerfed, and he got nerfed again, right?
Yeah.
Double nerf. That's why I think Aphelios is not huge prior anymore. I think Senna is the most OP AD carry. And then Xayah Rakan is also really OP. I think there's like Xayah Rakan, Senna, and Aphelios, all pretty strong. And then MF. So.
Do you think Senna mainly because of, like, obviously she does a ton of damage, but also the range she gets and the healing too? I think that's something people undervalue a lot, especially not when you have these champions that split up the team fights, but in like pure front-to-back team fights, she can Q through her front line, heal them, and then also damage the enemy champs too.
When you win a fight with Senna and you go Baron, you can kind of stand in a line and Senna just Qs you on the Baron and you all get healed. So it's really nice to just have Senna for Baron because everyone just gets healed up.
This champion is so incredibly...
And the best part is, if you have carry top against carry top and they all in level 6, Senna ult comes in hot and one team wins. So top's over from the AD carry roll. So yeah.
That's nice. It's like if Assault was a reliable long-range tool for engage.
Yeah, Senna ult's not even like travel time. It's just boom.
It's just instant. It's like
shield
slight
and one
delay,
shot.
and if you don't have a dash, you die.
Yeah.
Or, you know.
It's pretty much that simple.
And even if you are so horrendously bad at aiming it, your ally's gonna get a shield because the hitbox is huge.
Because his shield hitbox is like the size of Jupiter.
You really have to aim in completely the wrong direction. We basically got 180
no scope and you'll probably
the best thing about that too is it's like because Senna is she's supposed to be a support champion mainly, right? But she does a ton of damage too. It's like, she'll make her AD carry so frustrated because she doesn't build support items. So just give her an ult that's the size of the map so that she can always shield them is the idea there.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, I mean, looking at level 1, Jarvan doesn't have sweeper, Braum doesn't have sweeper, so I wouldn't expect a late invade here. Normally, if you want to do a late invade on bot side, top side, you get your support to take sweeper. Bot side invade with Braum, super good champ to late invade with its Braum. Or if you want to late invade top side with Jarvan, it's pretty good. Or he can base for sweeper now, which he hasn't placed his ward, so the sweeper won't be on cooldown.
he can start red and go red to blue. So we'll have to see what he does.
This validates me so much because we were talking about the exact same thing with your guys' level 1 last time, where both you and I believe Dreams placed the ward, or not Dreams, Tori placed the ward and then recalled in your game to swap out. You just held onto the sweeper, which was sort of the telling sign that the invade was going to be happening.
So if you don't want to late invade, putting your ward down level 1 is always useful. Just gives free vision. You never know what's going to happen. So just drop a ward, swap the sweeper. Sweeper's, I think it's 40-50 seconds cooldown when you swap.
It should come up right when the first camp is respawning.
Yeah, so Jarvan could do red to blue here. Now you might think, well, Gragas is starting blue, that's useless. But most Gragas go to Gromp. So hopefully Selfmade goes buff to buff. I think that's the best thing to do against Jarvan. But if you go blue to Gromp, Jarvan can EQ over Dragon Pit and fight you, force your flash early, which I think Razork did last week on Lee Sin. Works even better with Jarvan. So hopefully he goes buff to buff. But if Gilius doesn't invade, then it's fine.
For now, we'll have to see. Looks like a little bit of a delay in terms of Whippo now coming to lane. Maybe looking to fake a leash, give a little bit of false information here, set Gilius off that the Gragas is on the bottom side. And Gilius will not go for the aggressive invade. Will not have any information on Selfmade quite yet. Will just go buff to buff himself. Maybe look to contest Gragas at his own red.
See, the thing I don't like about doing Wolves here is you can't get level 3 on 3 camps now, unless he goes to Golems. So if he wards his red and goes to Golems, absolutely fine. But he has no info on Jarvan right now. So he obviously skipped the Gromp, which is really smart. They didn't even ward for it because they kind of expected that he probably will do it. So Gilius will get level 3 first, so he could possibly contest the red. Depends if Selfmade does Raptors or not.
Yeah, Selfmade actually was pinging towards his Krugs right there, which would be very interesting, so he can hit that level 3 mark, as you were talking about. Also could, in theory, you know, this would be the time when Gilius could invade, because the ward that was on there that would have spotted earlier just died. So Selfmade definitely going for the much more safe route, and now if he meets Gilius, he should be level 3 too.
Yeah, the thing I don't like about this, I think buff to buff and then Krugs is better, because now Jarvan can look. If he does see him on red, it's going to be a fight, and he has no pryos, apart from maybe top. But Gilius is looking for a level 3 gank mid.
Something you talked about.
Looks a bit hard though.
J4 duo. Nemesis though, is just going to flash away.
Not bad.
Yeah, good decision, but it does reveal Gilius on the map.
The thing I like about this play is if Cassio has no flash, she can never push in this matchup. It's impossible. If she doesn't know where jungle is, yeah, she's just on her tower all game. So yeah, if Gilius had info on the red, it would be quite nice, but taking Raptors is pretty good too.
Smite comes out, Selfmade going to go right over the wall. Red buff not completed, he just has to grab scraps on the Raptor camp there, and Nemesis actually using a lot of his time to come over and help.
Yeah, not great there. I think Selfmade eat over the wall, and then Gilius sorry had no red. If Nemesis just kind of gave up the Raptors, I think Selfmade could have taken red there, but he will get bot crab, and bot lane is pushing in, so maybe he can look for something down here.
Seems like it should be a hard lane to gank, but Hylissang, when he takes over level 3, should have Lantern, so they can go for a lane gank right here, and
smart.
Should work.
They probably get flashes here.
Lantern,
yeah.
Play back. Holding away. It's still going to get hooked. Clean hook comes in from Hylissang. Now the backup coming through the Ignite, taking down. First blood for Fnatic. Difficult jungle start, but they turn things around in the bottom lane.
I really like that play from Selfmade. You know, this is yet another game where he is getting very aggressive with his team early on. Even when, you know, you're facing down to Jarvan, it should be a weaker matchup. But he knew Gilius was on that top side of the map, very likely taking away his red buff, which just opened him up completely to go for that bot lane 3v2.
Yeah, this is just creativity in jungle. This is why Selfmade's so good. I think if you're Schalke and your Jarvan says, oh, Gragas is topside, your bot lane's like, okay, we can crush this wave bot, but you don't expect Gragas to just run bot.
Oh, rinse and repeat. Forgiven's in trouble. He wanted a 2v2 and he's not going to get it. Selfmade dunking down.
Yeah, bot's over, I guess.
Yeah, and look, so luckily for us, the stats team just fed me something, and I don't know if you know this as a player of Gragas yourself. Gragas currently 8-1.
Wow, that's
overall. And I thought this would be a game where it might be 8-2, but after those last 2 consecutive ganks from Selfmade, it looks like we might have a 9-1 scoreline.
Yeah, and Selfmade actually reacted really well to this. When his mid laner lost flash, he knew he had no prio mid. Top was being pushed in, so he had no prio top. So staying topside is useless because you can't get crab, and your red's already gone because they know it's there. So he just instantly runs bot for a gank. That's the least expected thing that the enemy bot will realize, and then 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, you can walk us through this replay if you want.
Yeah,
it's pretty straightforward stuff.
Lantern comes in, Thresh doesn't even have the flash for the play, and then the flash was just really unlucky. Gets hit around the creep.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, to the fountain.
Nowhere really to go, and then Selfmade just walks around, is seen on vision, so Forgiven knows what's going on, but there's still a flash on Hylissang, so what can you do?
Senna had no flash from the last fight, I guess, or she must have flashed earlier on. I didn't see the flash, but he was probably there.
Oh, Nemesis. Abadage playing with fire here. Hook back is there, slowly but surely burning down. They're now in the midst of the fight. Abadage has to run for his life. Whippo now trying to move in. Not going going to quite get it on the face breaker there. Does he have enough damage to get anything done? 1 kill picked up again by the side of Fnatic. Such a good start for Schalke in the jungle has turned completely against them.
It was such a good play from Fnatic too, running all the way up both with their support and jungler. They knew that play could happen from Schalke coming off the reset of Dreams, looking for a move around mid lane. I mean, they just predicted exactly what Schalke were going to do and beat them at it.
Yeah, just smart play by Fnatic. They knew when Cassio lost Flash level 3 that mid lane is really volatile. When they have a bouncing wave, they have to cover it, and they covered it.
Gilius, hooked by Hylissang. Here comes the body slam. They're waiting, they're biding their time. They want to interrupt the EQ.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, the snare is there. Forgiven trying to get something done, but it's not going to happen. Gilius, 0-1 now, and 2-0-2 for Reckless 6 minutes into the game.
Yeah, hurts. Reminds me of our game. But AD carry is more fed, so.
Oh, Selfmade is not stopping. He's going in. That's the body slam flash. Gets over the wall. The hook going to land on it. Forgiven can't even play League of Legends. Reckless is out for vengeance.
It's a disaster.
Bro. Abadag is like, wait, can we remake this one too?
Like, guys, I can't buy any more items.
Oh, my shop.
Yeah, it's not working. Well, that's because you don't have any money, Abadag. I know, but please.
I think the problem now is bot's going to have perma prio. Top lane has perma prio.
Oh yeah, there's a set in this game.
Yeah, I think set when he gets Bramble Vest into Aatrox. Aatrox can never really win the all-in because of the healing reduction. And I think, yeah, Jarvan's quite far behind, so ganking top's going to be a bit difficult. So I guess, yeah, the only play you can do this game is mid if bot's in this much of a dire situation. But what I would like to see from Schalke is a swap. Push out this bot wave, MF's down on tempo, push out the bot wave and just look for a swap.
It feels like they're running out of options. That might be their only option at this point. Perhaps Odoamne can turn around the 1v1, but Bwipo still trading even so far. Dunks him right down into the tower. Quick flash out from Odoamne, but that might just be it. The fear on the minions as he speeds away.
Yeah, and Reckless is running mid here because he doesn't know if enemy bot's going to swap or anything. He's just running mid. So if bot lane pushes in bases, he's ready to go top.
This is actually really interesting. It was like him actually taking this path here because like that mid wave is fully pushed out and of course his support's behind him, which I think is playing into that idea as well, where it's like, oh, if he ran bot lane right now by himself, he wouldn't be able to do anything, but he's just going rogue.
Doesn't need to be on bot wave, so he's just looking for pinks and hovering around mid. I mean, mid is the most volatile situation in the game for Fnatic, so putting as much resources mid early is perfect.
It was really smart too. We didn't see it because of course there was that fight, but there was a situation right around the time that Selfmade was ganking bot lane where Nemesis's wave was really messed up. It was pushing away from him, and of course he didn't have flash, so Gilius was looking for a gank, and Nemesis just reset. He gave up about a minion wave worth of gold and CS so that he would be safe because he knew his team wasn't playing around him. So I do think this team is actually very aware of the options that Schalke have and are playing really smart League of Legends.
That's the thing with Cassio into the block Jarvan. Once you lose flash, you can never walk up. So if the wave is bouncing like that, it just kind of sucks. You have to base and just wait for your team. If they are making a play bot and it's successful, perfect. You're just trading out 10 CS for that max.
Well, here's the swap you're talking about, Kadril. So they waited to push out that wave, waited a little bit longer than maybe you were asking for, but now they are on the top side, and Rift Herald has spawned here. But I think going for it's maybe a little bit much because Hylissang's up here too.
The thing is, Misfortune has no TP, so if you're first the Herald, you can always get it, and Herald gives you a free tempo ticket. So if you have Herald and enemy tries to trade by going bot tower, you can always Herald top, take top tower first, and you're actually in the game. Because if Fnatic gets Herald, it's pretty much over for Schalke, because Senna is the worst tower taker in the game, Aatrox is losing his matchup, so yeah, and Fnatic has priority there, so they're actually maybe fighting.
Ooh, that was close.
Gilius is going to grab that one in the end.
So Misfortune is getting free plates now, so Schalke has a choice. They have the Herald top now or base and match again. Looks like they're going to keep the swap, and I would like to see a Herald top soon.
Doing what they can to push for now. Abadag trying to clear out mid, but with the jungler revealed on the map, Nemesis a lot more confident to step forward. Conqueror making those trades much easier. We're waiting on that Herald, Kadril, but things do appear to be going from bad to worse on the side of Schalke.
I think Schalke has no pressure points on the map, right? I mean, Aatrox was doing fine into set, but mid's perma pushed in, support's always around the map, Gragas is pretty fed, and Misfortune is just running around everywhere. So, I mean, the thing is, Schalke, when you Herald, you need a little bit of pressure, like top wave pushing in, bot wave pushing in, but they have no waves pushing right now. And if they do Herald top right now, you probably see Cassio push in mid, run top, and then, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's too late to do it now, right? Because Fnatic have tried to match this lane. Of course, when Misfortune is this strong, you want to keep it in the 2v2s. So Schalke decided we're just going to try and freeze the lane as best we can so that we can't get ganked again. But I don't think that works when Reckless is level 7.
I think the best play for Schalke now, again, is Jarvan goes mid, pushes out mid with a Blanc, and they just 3-man bot side. I think contesting top side is impossible.
Play going in. Drag is coming through. Dream's in trouble with the snare.
That was a good ult.
Stop that play from happening. No, both sides going to back off. See if anything else comes of this one. Oh, Kadril's
Bye, Kadril.
Bye, Kadril. Thank you, Kadril, for joining us.
We didn't even let him say goodbye.
No, it's fine.
Any message for the fans? I'll relay it to them. He says bye and waves his hands. There you go.
Bye, Cadril. Thank you,
Thank
audience.
you.
You guys are the best.
God, has he considered casting? Has he considered coaching?
Yes.
He smurfed the draft. He smurfed the early game.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's a pro player or something.
Are you happy that he's so good at jungle that he can't threaten your position as the jungle expert? It's okay. I'm really worried about Jankos, to be fair, because he's very good at shouting, much better than I am. So
he yells really loud.
We have to be very careful. We have to protect our job.
No, I think he yells almost too loud. You know, like Jankos needs to keep it down.
He'd be too talented as a play-by-play caster. People wouldn't enjoy it. They'd have nothing to criticize. So here we are in the game state. As mentioned, Fnatic still very much in control so far. Bwipo trying to interrupt the third Q there, but Conqueror's been proc, now trying to use Gilius. Or trying to use Odoamne to take himself out to safety. The sidestep, the Senna ult coming in. Bwipo in trouble, but that's big damage. That's one. The only way he wins is if he gets the 2v2, and he might just get it. The flash to safety. Bwipo's still alive, but not enough. The Dragon Strike from Gilius will take him down.
Oh, no. Abbedagge really wanted to get that kill down there in the bot lane. It will be a 1-for-1 trade in the end, and, you know, Schalke should be happy with this. Overall, no flash on Bwipo 2 means that once Odo's flash gets up again, but, wait a second.
Here you go.
Wait a
PGL
second.
tonight, Fnatic Bwipo, how to carry on set. You walk at them slowly, and if they stand still, you kill them. Spoilers, I think that's exactly what he's going to say.
All right, so now I'm going to tell you how to beat set.
No, don't do that, because then people will... You're ruining the content for the PGL.
Draft a comp with range.
Ender, you're ruining
Draft a comp with CC.
You're ruining the
and
content.
run away from him.
Oh.
You can just walk, actually. He's not even that fast. You know, if you compare Set's Q to Volibear's Q, even though Set has more movement speed initially, it's 30% to Volibear's 15, he actually gets less distance, because Volibear's Q lasts like twice as long, more than twice as long. He's worse than Volibear.
Worse than...
That's the logical conclusion I've reached.
There you go. It's all about how fast you can run an enemy champion.
Yeah, it's the only thing that matters.
Based on that, Nunu's the best, Rammus is second best, Volibear's third. That's in 4th place for how fast
Sion's pretty fast, too.
Sion's also fast. That might be down to 5th. Regardless, we're 12 minutes 30 into the game. It is about a 4K gold lead for Fnatic. Reckless has been zooming around the map. Now looks like Forgiven's going to get taken out. Ooh, but he's invisible. The mist keeps him safe.
Look at Hylissang go.
Hylissang just waits.
He's crazy.
Reckless, they're going to go everywhere, but now Gilius can go in for the follow-up, but he's still backing off. He doesn't want to commit to this one.
Oh, see, they thought Abbedagge was roaming over, which he was, of course, so Reckless wasn't willing to commit forward.
This is Rift Herald. The Rift Herald's walking away. How will Bwipo possibly kill it? No,
He couldn't.
Stopped.
He needed a tower.
No one was around for that plate gold either. That was really awkward.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Out. Okay, that was strong words, but there it is.
I mean, plate money is good. That's the point of the Herald. I mean, Cadril literally said this. You want to use the Herald, and he was saying you use the Herald immediately, and I agree. Because if they pushed out top lane immediately when they took that objective, they get money. And they desperately need money, because right now Forgiven is 2,000 gold down behind Reckless.
Yikes. The only question remaining is Reckless going to do the thing when he walks by the fans at the end of the game?
I want him to. I want him to do it right when he walks past Forgiven.
Hylissang, here comes the hook. It will not land. Snare will manage.
Just a warning shot.
Warning shot. Just letting him know that he could if he wanted to. I don't think we've learned anything about Set this game. Top lane has not been super critical or important.
No.
But we've learned that Fnatic are very good about playing around their lane matchups, as we heard from Cadril. And additionally, going bot is still an option. We weren't sure if everyone going bot was the thing in the post-Broxa era of Fnatic. It's still a thing.
Still a thing. It's funny, when Reckless is on your team, you kind of want to gank that lane.
Crazy. Gank the good player. Who would have thought?
Fnatic are lucky. They have a lot of good players.
Abbedagge, though, they're going to commit a lot to Set. And one of two things is going to happen here. Either this is going to be very clean and very simple, or we're going to have on our hands a Reddit highlight reel. And what I'm going to say is, I think it's a Reddit highlight reel, because that's a level 11 Set to a level 7 Braum and a level 7 Jarvan. And this is not a champ you 100 to 0.
How does it feel to be Gilius in this game? He's just lower level, same level as the support. Oh, feels bad, man. Fnatic, though, should be able to get this top lane tower, and actually Schalke backed away from bot lane. So while you were setting up, they were maybe thinking about going for a dive on that side of the map. Bwipo can play weak side and farm the entire thing. They don't feel comfortable because, again, diving Set really, really, really difficult, right? He stores up so much grit right when you think you're able to finish him off. He can just turn that straight around onto you, especially when you have a couple of melee champions. So Not going to be able to make that play, and of course they will cede more objectives as the second Rift Herald of the game has spawned. This one should be able to be used to break that mid lane turret finally and just give Fnatic even more control of this game.
And it's so tough for Schalke, right? Because they had a rough week 1. I wanted to see them recover into this week 2, show us a little bit more than what they did after their losses to Excel last week. But it's just not been a solid game thus far. And sadly, no really redeemable moments. The only really the 1-for-1 on the bottom side of the map. The only real advantage that they've been able to get is the Herald was wasted. And now
not again!
Just next on the menu, the knockback is there. Gilius is going to flag drag out to safety. That's the play, the ulti, but not quite enough. But in the meantime, Bwipo's taking a tower. They're pushing in the mid lane. Still a win for Fnatic, but good that Gilius was able to get out.
Yeah, Gilius just barely able to, thanks to the exit barrel there from Selfmade. Knocked him away from the rest of the squad. Hillsang did lose his flash and his ignite there too, so makes playmaking, especially onto a champion like Forgiven Senna, a whole lot more difficult. But now Odoamne is way too far forward, and that's a Predator Gragas. Don't know if he can run from that.
Push him down, but he knows there's no ultimate there.
He's gonna have to flash.
He can use the dash to get out to safety. The hook's now coming in. That's the knockup. Hook comes out. Odoamne flashes from that one. Wants to try and turn and burn with the Senna ult, but will just back off instead.
I really appreciate the patience there from Odoamne, because it's very easy to flash the second you see Thresh wind up that hook, thinking maybe, he's just coming right at me, but held on to that one for a little while longer, was able to reactively get away, and that's what you expect out of Odoamne, trying to hold down the fort in this game. Things went really poorly for bot lane early on, but he's, one of the players with the highest amount of gold on the team at the moment, as you can see with our great little graph.
Love it.
Do you like how I just seamlessly worked that in?
Look at you
talking. I was talking about Odoamne, didn't know where I was going to go. Boom, gold.
And you can see Reckless and Nemesis ludicrously far ahead. That is an Essence Reaver plus an additional BF sword. That MF ult is going to hurt. Just shredding through these waves. And at this stage, we are in the waiting game for the side of Schalke. Good news is you have Senna. You have that theoretical, inevitable scaling.
Okay.
Just like a Nasus or a Veigar. But significantly better.
We'll give him time. We'll give him time, Dracos.
But it is going to be a long time. And in the mid lane, you do have the Luden's Echo for Abadage. Gilius going for Cinderhulk. We'll still do a decent amount of burst damage here, but Abadage and Gilius are going to be in trouble.
Oh my, look at Nemesis sitting in this bush.
Or is Nemesis going to be in trouble?
I don't know.
That's Rift Herald used.
Nemesis is really strong. If Gilius recalls... Oh no.
There he goes, Miasma knocking him down. Huge damage. Abadage running for his life. That's ulti traded for ulti, though. Forcing Abadage off the map is going to be a tempo advantage for the rest of Fnatic as they push into bottom lane. You can see it in the picture-in-picture.
They're just going to get another tower for this?
Yeah.
Like, okay. All right, Nemesis holds his own. 1v2 in the top lane. True Savant building towards that Leandri's Torment, so going to be really hard to deal with him in the side lane.
You saw he holds his own like he was being contested. He was hiding in that bush waiting to kill someone.
I mean, it was 1v2 technically, so I'm going to say that was honorable.
1v2 because
that was honorable. I'll give him credit for it.
All right, fine. Choose your own award categories. Well, Fnatic, Earth, Wind, and Fire on the way in. And it's looking not quite like a 20-minute game, but another display of dominance from this Fnatic lineup. After a rocky first game, they have been on point since then, absolutely obliterating Misfits. And on track to do the same to Schalke. 6K gold, 18 minutes in.
It's not going to be a 20-minute win, though, Dracos.
No, yeah. You got to acknowledge that.
Slowing down. Already worse in week 2.
Wow. That's a stretch. You're really trying to make that narrative work, aren't you?
Wouldn't be EU without some forced narratives, Dracos.
Wow. Wow. Dynasty.
Got any truers? No? Okay.
I don't think... So here's the thing, is I'm wondering right now with what Fnatic has brought to the table. They don't have a ton of siege. Oh, Nemesis in trouble. Abadage goes in for a bit of extra damage. Nemesis, ooh, good stun. Forgiven with a follow-up. That's the shield there. They want to keep it going. They're baiting. Gilius now has to back off. This is a disaster. That has to be the worst possible outcome. Everyone is running. It's every man for themselves on the side of Schalke. Forgiven there to make sure Dreams can get out. The lockup is there. Reckless now on a rampage. If they had got that kill, there might have been a bit of hope, but that did not work out whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, Schalke right now, they're just trying to gang up and bully on side lanes, something you oftentimes have to do when you are put at a significant deficit. The problem is, you actually look at the map right now, they have no vision on Fnatic's side of the map, so Fnatic were very easily able to collapse on over there and punish them, and of course, because it's Nemesis with his finished Seraph's Embrace, that extra shield, he also landed a beautiful double stun in that trade too. Schalke just didn't quite have the damage, and now Baron spawned at 20 minutes, and Gilius is is just now back onto the map. They can take this so fast right now with double Leandries.
Leandris as well as the Haunting guys there, a bit of extra damage. They're going to burn through that one, and now they might find the follow-up fight as well. Keep your eyes on Whippo. Where's he going to go? Abadage locked up on the side, trying to step away, but Reckless is now unstoppable. It's simply too much damage for Given, getting pulled back. Whippo looking to dunk him down. Ulti already used, but wants to finish him down. Knuckle down, 1-2 punch. That's a knockout in the mid lane.
Just run away, it's easy, man. No. Whippo absolutely smashed him right there. Now 3 off the board, and Fnatic, they're gonna be able to walk this one down. We're talking Inhibitor at 20 minutes into the game, because there's no one left to defend.
We might be talking game. No. They're very strong. That's 2 items on Reckless.
I mean, if they went for the game, they'd have to 5v5 them like one more time inside the base, missing a couple of key ultimates. Look, they've already left, man.
Reckless has
2 of the teammates. They're not gonna 3v5. Yeah. Haha, unless.
Here comes Whippo. Pulls Gilius back. Okay. Gilius hooked. He now goes golden. That is the Reckless ulti used. Gilius is going to be in trouble. Abadage trying to finish it off, Forgiven on the way in. Dreams with a highly unnecessary disengage ult. And now Abadage is going to be in trouble. Snare manages to connect, and Ender, I think I had it right on the money there. Commit. All right. Next on the list. He's going to get taken down. Reckless dominating. 1-2 kills picked up. He might just be fishing for a penta in the midst of this base, but the timer will run out shortly. Whippo is going to break some faces here. Tower's going down. It's 21 minutes and 30 seconds. You can criticize them. They're a bit worse because it's 2 minutes later, but it's still an absolute display of dominance from this Fnatic lineup from start to finish. Taking their sweet time, farming a few more kills, padding those stats, and closing it out clean.
Fnatic are not ones to waste any time on the Rifts in 2020, Mr. Dracos. They like to make it get done quick.
Yeah, always feeling like a little bit of a speed run there. And I'm actually very impressed. I think the guy that we have to call out is Selfmade. You know, a lot of resources spent making sure that he could not do anything in the early game.
Yeah.
He turned it right back around on Schalke. And from there, once the Fnatic ball is rolling, it really never stops.
Yeah, I mean, I just love to see what he did in a weak jungle matchup. And I actually remember last week when the sort of the same thing happened to him, right? Where he was playing against Xerxes. Xerxes had the early game. Groggs was able to dodge around Selfmade and make a super good gank happen. He did sort of the inverse of that this time too. He got bullied out of his own topside jungle and then was able to sneak on into a lane with that Groggus and find very early kills, find a whole lot of kills too. I mean, that goal difference between bot laners was just absolutely massive. You could not contest after that, second visit to bot.
And overall, it's just the rough start for Schalke continues, and we have to see more from them in the weeks to come. We did not get, we didn't really get any of the glimmers of brilliance that we saw in some of their other games last week. This one was just a stomp, quite honestly. But for Fnatic, rising much faster than I expected them to. I thought we'd have a much rockier start for this team. I thought after that first loss, it's as I predicted, but I might be wrong. Fnatic hit the ground running after that first loss and might just continue to dominate through a lot of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, everyone knew that this team was going to be good, at least eventually, right? They made a good move, bringing in Selfmade into the jungle. The question was how quickly can they adapt to each other? But, we talked about the mid lane jungle 2v2 synergy. We saw Selfmade getting active in the bottom lane. I love how aggressive Selfmade is with his early game ganks, because this is something that we saw from him when he debuted as a rookie. He was just all over looking plays.
And this was only the second fastest game of the split. The first fastest game was also a Fnatic win. Thank you, Stassi, for that one. And of course, if you have a Kia player of the game, at LEC on Twitter is to play Selfmade, Nemesis, or Hylissang. I really loved what Nemesis did on Cassie this game, but if you vote anyone other than Selfmade or Hylissang, you're definitely trolling. 100% trolling. Those guys were roaming everywhere. It's the support jungle synergy that we've loved since the Dandy Mata era. What's not to like? And what do you know? We have an interview with Selfmade as Lore is standing by.
And thank you, Selfmade, for joining me. Three games, and we can see the improvements after each and every one of them. So how did you prep to be ready today against Schalke 04?
Well, we didn't really prepare anything specific. The thing that we wanted to do is obviously come bot lane, which we did. And game was pretty much over after like 5 minutes. So, yeah.
I mean, being the newest member of the team, I feel like you already have a strong voice within Fnatic, because when we look at the early action that happened, what you planned around the map and how you set up your team to get an advantage, yeah, you already have a strong voice. And I know it's expected as a jungler. But tell me about the first weeks with Fnatic and bonding with this new family.
Well, obviously the first weeks with new team is something that you can't really predict how it will go, because like you meet everybody for the first time. It's like the honeymoon phase, right? But it feels like I'm somebody that actually Fnatic needed, not only as a player but as a person also. And yeah, I think this will be a good year for us.
I'm glad that you mentioned the honeymoon phase, because that's one thing that most of teams experience in the beginning. So how do you maintain this honeymoon phase?
As I said, I think I'm just somebody that Fnatic needed as a person, and we just have a really good mood. It's like we are like family right now, so no matter if like it's going well or bad, we support each other. Even like after the game we played versus Origin, everything was nice. What else can I say?
Well, I mean, everything is rolling as it seems, but I want to know a bit more about you. You were one of the best rookies last split, and last year. So when Fnatic reached out to you, how did you react? Tell me about this.
Well, obviously my goal as a player is to become the best and win Worlds, and I think Fnatic was a team that actually has the highest chances for it. So I went in instantly.
And we often hear that wearing the Fnatic handle can be stressful as a player. Do you agree?
Well, obviously there is some pressure, especially after replacing such a great player like Broxa. But I think if I perform well, people will like respect me as a new jungler of Fnatic, and it will go.
Yeah, and you've been performing really well so far. I mean, I was talking to Reckless last week about you. I won't tell you what he said because I want to have your view on it, but what makes you the perfect fit for Fnatic?
What makes me the perfect fit for Fnatic?
Why are you the best jungler for Fnatic?
Honestly, I don't know how to answer this question. It just feels like it, and it's going well. Like we work together very well. Scrims are going nice, and yeah.
Well, from the other side then, what do you think you can learn from them? They're all experienced players, it's an experienced org as a whole, so what do you expect from them?
Well, the thing that I learned from them is dedication. Like they're veterans, like all of them, and they still love the game just as much as I do, which is something that you don't expect after playing the game for many, many years. And yeah, I think they actually needed like a new face, some rookies, so that can change the team atmosphere completely, like make it colorful, let's say. And yeah, don't know what to say exactly.
You're very humble and I really love it. And you know what? You're player of the game here. Did you expect it?
I mean, when we logged in Gragas, I thought there would be some chances for that, right? Because the champion is completely busted. But yeah, I just did my job, and I guess I got MVP.
All right, well, you just did your job and you did it amazingly. Last question here. You are the first player to experience Mithy as a coach, and we know that he used to be a player before that. I mean, even last year he was playing with Origin. So how is it working with Mithy, and do you see any differences with him as a coach, given that he used to be a player? Does he have a different approach as coaching?
Well, from what I know, even back in the time when he was a player, he was already kind of like a coach, like side coach for every team he worked for. So he has a lot of experience already. And I think he's a really great person, so I can't say anything bad about him.
Everything rolling then. Thank you very much, Selfmade, for the interview. Congrats on the win once again. And to wrap up this day, let's send it over to Shox for PGL. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Laura and Selfmade, and welcome to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Shox, joined by Vedius, and in just a little bit by the boss himself, Whippo, as well. Very insightful and fun interview from Selfmade, who is feeling like a fish out of water in that Fnatic lineup, adjusting very, very well as he flies in. Hello, Whippo.
Hi.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was quite convincing. Laura was just talking to Selfmade. How do you think he's fitting in?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
I've been pleasantly surprised so far.
Does that mean you were not expecting it to go as well?
Honestly, before Selfmade came into the team, there were a few question marks. I think everybody had an idea of like what he was, like his mentality is like, and everyone had like prejudices. But after meeting him and playing with him, and so far working together with him, like none of that has been true.
I think that's awesome that you admit that.
It's you know, like I had my question marks, and I told the management, and like it might be a risk. I'm not sure, but he's passed with flying colors.
He's passed with flying colors.
Yeah, he's absolutely fitting in, and I think his mentality is a very great addition to the team. I think that so far it's been going really well. Honestly, I don't think we've been able to show how good we are, especially thanks to that Origin performance, unfortunately for us.
So even in that game, I felt like you guys did a lot of things very well. At least the ideas were good, whereas like, you know, like you missed that one kill on Gangplank top lane, which could have swung the matchup way more in your favor.
Sure.
But like, there were so many little things that I think if they had just gone slightly differently, that could have been a very different game. So,
I mean, like, I feel like that game, and, you know, it's coming from me, so... Just Wayne, huh? No, that game, as soon as we, like, saw the draft, we were like... you know, like, in the game, of course, no one mentions it, and everyone's focused on winning, but after the game, we were like, okay, it was too hard.
Yeah.
Reckless as Aphelios, he could, like, after the game, he was like, I don't think I hit a champion because the champions have too much range. It was too difficult for me to play, and we realized that our draft was definitely not optimal into OG, and I think that right now they're looking like a very strong team because they're drafting these type of team compositions that are very, like, their draft is very solid.
They're great at drafting.
And then they just choke you out by doing nothing, which is honestly not a bad strategy, right? Like, they reach a point where you literally just can't win anymore.
Yeah.
So some teams might say, yeah, they're not doing enough, but they're making sure that they win the game by like 99.9999, and they keep farming that extra 9% to make sure that they win that game.
That's what's also the beauty of OG. I think their drafting is impeccable most of the time. There we go, and they're undefeated so far, of course. Let's talk about this game a little bit. As you said, like the Misfits game was the 3rd fastest one in LEC history. This one was super fast as well. Why did it snowball out of control so fast? Was it just tilt them bot lane? Was that the strat?
I guess it was a bit of jungle support gap in the ganking department. We were just ganking bot, really. As soon as we got the kills and Hilly didn't burn his flash on the first set of ganks, we knew that there was opportunity for a second set, and then Forgiven didn't respect the repeat gank coming in from Selfmade. So we got the kill on the Braum, came back around for the Senna, and then from there on the snowball was pretty substantial. Like, it was too difficult for them from bottom side, and all my job was is drop 10 CS and just don't die, and the game is good. So I didn't int, so the game was good.
Yeah, talk to me about the laning phase you had versus the Aatrox. We saw earlier today that there is a possibility of it being counterplay if you play versus Aatrox. So how do you see it? How do you see it?
Set is advantaged, for sure. I think Aatrox is one of the lanes where, for sure, there's opportunity. Again, Set's W Haymaker has a very long cooldown, which means that if you use it for wave clear, there's opportunity to go all in on him. And this was the problem. Finn felt pressured to push out the wave, uses Haymaker to push, and Alfari capitalized by going all in immediately, because the cooldown early game is about 12 seconds around level 5. I believe it starts at like 18 per rank, goes down 2.
Huge, yeah.
So it's like a 14 to 12 second cooldown. So if you go all in, you're going to run out. Like, you're not going to have it. And it's not that strong at that point in the game, especially early on, that it just turns around the fight immediately, right? It's a very strong ability, but it has a high cooldown. So playing around that is very important when you play against Set.
Do you also think the first pick was a mistake? You guys, of course, waited a bit to pick it here.
I personally think that there's plenty of champions that are answerable into him, at least 5-5 matchups. You can just play the game against him and then have him do his thing and you do your thing. And I think that's something that definitely holds him back from being an oppressive first pickable champion in that sense.
Yeah, I think we've got a pretty balanced opinion so far of Set today, or is that only because Finn misplayed in the first game?
Well, I think that the moral of the story is don't first pick Set, and I think that Whippo showcased the, like, we also saw it in another draft. That
We
I forget
did, but I
which
can't
team.
forget right now.
Misfits played it?
It was Misfits, yeah. But like, if you save it for later in the draft, you can look at what the enemy team has got. Like, I think there are windows where, like, Ender talks a lot about crowd control, range, you know, like your ability to disengage from the set. And I think that what we saw from the comp that you played against was that Braum was probably the most obnoxious thing for you to have to deal with. But even then, if you're in range of Braum, you can then use him to then get closer to your opposition, right? So like, I think that it's like comp dependent, but it does feel to me like his numbers are a little higher than they should be, which is why he feels like quite a strong top laner. Right?
I feel like his laning phase is just very oppressive. Like, in this, it's oppressive in a way where you can't break him.
Yeah.
So as a champion, he's like he's been a bit like Gangplank in the sense of, like, at some point he'll do what he wants to do.
Right.
Now Gangplank obviously does a lot of things, and Seth doesn't do that much really, which is why it's not that insane of a pick. He does his job very well. He creates a lot of pressure, and I think that if you don't have high DPS champions that can burst, like that can focus fire him down before he keeps throwing out haymakers, because that's his main ability. This is the overpowered part of his kit in the sense of it has the most impact. I don't think it's his best ability, but it's balanced, right? You have a lot of counterplay around it, but still, it's a very strong ability, big shield, a lot of damage. You gotta dodge it. So a composition that forces you to use your haymaker early, and then you don't get to use another one, and then you just get bursted down, and you feel a bit useless.
Yeah.
But against like a Senna LeBlanc, they throw all their burst at me, I throw a punch back, and mine hits harder.
That is so, I do want to let you look at a couple of plays. There's one specifically where you were kind of ambushed 1 versus 3 in the bottom lane. I think you'll be able to see it behind you over there.
In front of me.
That's
In front of me,
small.
beautiful.
Can you see it? And how are you able to withstand the double attack here?
Well, I just right-clicked on him. I just punched him, and like I said, I just punched harder. Like, so what you saw there is at this point, my haymaker has a much lower cooldown, which means that I can actually use it at the start of the fight, and then near the end of it, I can use it to survive. Like, I can use it to finish off the fight.
So talk us through, like, when you get to these late game fights, in this situation, like, you'd already secured the Baron, right? But your eyes actually went straight onto Senna, and you just dragged her out of the fight immediately. So when you get to these late game fights with Set, what is your goal?
Being disruptive is for sure the main priority, and then making sure you set yourself up for a huge haymaker, right? Like, you want to get that huge true damage, especially with W flash. There's almost no counterplay if you time it right. You can W flash, which means that like in a late, super late game team fight, you've got the Cho'Gath effect, where you buy stone plate, everyone's hitting you, and you just W flash and deal over 1,000 true damage with no counterplay effectively. Like, you need to preemptively flash Set's W, which is not something you want to do. But this is mainly the goal, right? It's getting this huge haymaker out in the late game stages, and then the early skirmishes, just find someone and punch him.
I have to say, you are so enthusiastic talking about this champion. How does he score on like the Whippo scale of top laners you like playing?
I love him. He's my most played champion by far. I've had a lot of success in solo queue. I love playing him. I'm not sure about his competitive viability yet. There's a nerf coming. I don't know what it entails yet. So whether or not he'll be viable later on is something that I don't know. But I think the champion has a lot of potential. I think he's a really cool champion. I feel like he's a champion with lots of counterplay, which is I personally enjoy. I enjoy when I feel rewarded for playing well. You know, not like a Kali. You know, the counterplay is very limited there. I feel like as this champion, when you mess up, you mess up, and then that's something that feels rewarding to play, because when you don't, you actually feel like you've accomplished something.
Yeah, absolutely. I loved it. I loved everything about your explanation. I feel like I can go in and just, you know, win, but that's probably not going to be the case.
Just punch some people. Just punch them.
Wait, but now we have to take it a step further. When you have Set, how's the Soraka top lane match?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think it's that bad. I think anti-healing is very good. Like, again, Set as a champion, he can just run at you, right? Like, that's the whole point. You just run at the guy. Your health regen is extremely high thanks to your passive. You've got Dorian Shield. If you want to, you can spec into second wind, and Soraka can actually harass you out of the lane. Like I said, it's very hard to break this champ. Like the Ornn matchup, eventually Ornn will break. It takes a while. We saw it today, the Soraka Ornn matchup, and ultimately, I don't think Kabashar did that poorly in the lane. Like, he was down a couple of CS in the early game, but you know, when you hit 6, you're down to 5 top lane, right? So I think you can just power farm up and just be a beast, you know, like be the boss.
Talking about being a beast and being the boss, there was a quite interesting tweet that was sent in by someone you hold very dearly, at Adorable Carry. What do you think of this?
Looks pretty good, I guess.
Yeah?
It follows the trend of me and my Photoshop. So, yeah.
I heard
but will that inspire you to bring the mustache
Oh, the
back?
mustache.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Funnily enough, she doesn't like it, so I don't know why she's bringing it up. I don't know why she's talking about the mustache.
Strat there, Adorable Carry. But so I heard that Selfmade, or I've seen that Selfmade is pretty good with the Photoshop, or I don't know, whatever program he does it in.
He's asking Pete. No, our content guy is carrying him in the meme department, but Healy's getting his fair share of memes.
Yeah, you guys should check out Fnatic social accounts and Selfmade as well. He's been editing a lot of Hilly, apparently after Fashion Week. Also, it's hilarious. Have you seen any of them?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well then that's
it's pretty good.
Yeah, good stuff. I do want to talk about Fnatic just a little bit more now that we have you. You've been such an integral part of the team for quite a while now. We were thinking about how Selfmade could change kind of the DNA of Fnatic, and we have seen in the first 3 games that there's a lot of play towards bot still. How do you feel about that as a team and you personally? And do you think there is the ability with Selfmade now on the team to diversify Fnatic's toolbox going forward?
I feel like it's just the most comfortable. Like, you know, when Martin's good in the game, there's no one that's complaining, you know? Like, everyone's like, you know, let me put it this way. When Martin is good in the game, I've never been like, is late game going to be all right? I know it will be. You know, I just have to do my role. I don't have to run it down. Just make sure I'm good in the game, and that's fine. But obviously, from Martin's perspective, I'm sure he enjoys when his top player is doing very well and taking over the game too, right? Yeah. So in general, I feel like communication is solid. We're all talking about what's necessary, and the biggest thing that's different is that I think we just feel more comfortable playing like a multi-threat composition. You know, like on stage, I feel like in 2019 and with Broxy, it was just when the game was good, like comfortable, the game was good. Whereas now we're happier playing like you know, a carry jungle, carry top, carry mid, AD carry composition. Just like everyone just goes balls to the wall basically, and just everyone goes in. But I mean, it's pretty similar. Like comparing Broxa and Selfmade so far, it's been pretty similar towards stage. I think that the communication between the players has gotten a lot better, mid jungle especially.
Yeah.
So that was obviously a big deal. Yeah. That was definitely a big difference between the
One of the things
swaps so far.
that I noticed is that you seem to overall just be like very crisper and cleaner in your decision making. Like I don't know if it was the self-made change or if it was just Fnatic coming into this year. It may have even been Mithy as well, but you guys all seem like a lot more on the same page. And in the past, you know, like Sharks mentioned that a lot of focus seems to have gone bot lane recently, but I felt like, especially if we look at the last game and how the early jungle pathing went out, it was almost like you were forced to not have jungle support because like he lost his red buff, like Gilius was topside, like you're in a situation where you had to play, and to me it just feels like that the team is way more reactive than what you were in the past. And if something goes wrong, you're quick to change and you seem to be a little bit more flexible.
I think the biggest reason why we look a bit more crisp and proactive is because Selfmade's very aggressive in the sense he's suggesting a lot of plays fast. You know, like you want to go for another gank. Like for example, the re-gank we did on Senna when she had no flash level 3, that was Selfmade. He's like, you know, like I can go, and everyone's like, yeah, let's go. Like, everyone's like, maybe, and then he's like, no, go, you know, and then we go for it, you know, and I feel like when he wants to make a play, he does it, and if you don't follow, then it's your fault you didn't follow, you know? Whereas, you know, it's hard to call him off of a play, which is why people feel more inclined to follow. And I think that can be a bad thing, but it's so far been a good thing.
But it also builds that trust, right? And like, if you,
for sure. Like right now, like whenever we inted in scrims or whatever, it's like he's just going with Hilly. You know, like he's going with me, he's going with Hilly. Someone makes an int call, we're both inting, and after it we're saying at least we inted together, and we're like hell yeah, you know, like high five, boom, hell yeah, we inted together.
I have to say, I was a bit afraid for you guys when I heard the change, just because even when SK, you know, you saw that Selfmade really is the catalyst and was the catalyst to almost everything that team did. You can be a coin flip sometimes, you know, sometimes you go in and you absolutely want to make the play. Hilly has those moments as well, and even though they're becoming far and further in between, I was a bit afraid that, okay, if everyone is going, the term you used earlier, all the time, then we'll see. But I think it's something we have to track, because for now it just feels like a very refreshed Fnatic that is very, very fun to watch.
I mean, I think it'll be a lot different when the teams that we're playing against can match us a bit more in talent. I don't mean to offend anyone by saying that, but I think on paper we look pretty good. We look pretty stacked in the LEC, and in a game like this, I feel like individually everybody outperformed the Schalke players. It was just a good game from everyone, and it's not to say that they can't have a good game. It's just, honestly, like this game from top to bottom, especially like where we got ahead, we outplayed them a lot. It's just, I feel like I can say that our whole team played really well in both the Misfits and the Schalke game. Not so much for the Origin
game. Whatever.
That was mostly on me, but
there you go. I mean, you don't have to win everything. You can drop. You can evolve. So tomorrow we've got a couple of big matchups, including G2 versus Origin, and that is, in fact, our match of the week. They're undefeated. Can I get a cheeky prediction?
I think G2 will win. I think right now Origin's getting away with like some really good drafts, mostly by blunders from the enemy team.
I agree.
Like, we blundered for sure. Like we, not only the Swain pick before that, there were a few blunders.
Did you see G2's draft today?
I mean, I saw glimpses of it. But either way, I feel like it depends on which side, of course. Like side selection and whatnot makes a difference. But I think that they got away with some really good drafts, which is obviously thanks to good prep, but also blunders. So as long as G2 have like a solid draft, it doesn't even have to be 5-5, something they're comfortable on, something they're happy playing, I think they're going to be able to punish Origin for stalling so long. Because that's the thing, G2 is a creative team. They will punish you if you try to do the, we take 0 Drakes for 3, and then we're going to try and stack 4 Drakes later on. You know, like you're just basically taking Dragons later. This is something we saw them do against Rogue.
They've done it in every game now, to be fair.
Exactly. So this type of stuff is like, they will be creative enough to punish you somehow. and
they will find a way.
Exactly, and whether or not that will turn out into a G2 win or Origin win, if it even gets to the point where Origin get to stall to the late game, I think for sure they can. They're strong enough with their lineup. OG looks really good. Just I'm going to have to give it to G2 because I feel like slow teams get punished very hard by them. You need to be very aggressive in the early game.
Let's see if OG can do it. You are up versus SK Gaming tomorrow. That's a nice little match for Selfmade. I think he'll definitely be playing his heart out for that. But with that, we are going to sign off, but not before thanking everyone. The LEC will, of course, be back tomorrow. So we're going to let Bwipo go because I need to think up his strats to beat SK Gaming tomorrow. And that's all from us here tonight. If you want to watch more LEC, you can catch our rebroadcast right after LCS Academy Rush. We'll see you tomorrow for more action on the Rift. Have a great night, everyone.
Bye-bye. Gotcha.
Great stuff. That's set stuff.
Bobby is trading against Finn here. Finn has the pink grid built up, and now Bobby winning the 1v1. Where's the solo play? Not up. Bandit doesn't have that big engage tool, but he's going to go in onto Destiny. Inspired, kick back. He's done. Upset takes him. And now Bobby just is. SK are unable to fight it, and now the fight really begins. As Dada gets into the middle of them. And look at the damage.
I mean, I would rather play Soraka.
I like Soraka.
Oh, come on.
Yes! Oh, I'm so happy.
Meanwhile, on the top lane.
Corner of Portugal on Wonder, but do they know that Jankos has stayed around? Wonder ignited schemes coming in. Wonder's down. Jankos forsaken by his team, forsaken by nature. They can dive, making flashes forward. Schemes with the stopwatch almost gets the play, but Perks is just diving in. The witch comes out, and that's more than enough. That's one more. Perks got the double.
There's day to you. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Berlin, you are such a wonderful audience. Carzy, yes, thank you. Good luck, sir.
They were singing Happy Birthday.
Oh my God, I couldn't hear it.
Mickey's going to be very up far forward in the laning phase, but he can play so aggressive.
He can go for two. He can go for two. He can go for two. Oh, Shadow does not want this fight. You have to get him low enough to execute him, but he loses. Talking about redemption for Mickey. Four on the backside. Still, Aphelios remains untouched. Big damage coming in, but Carzy going to take a lot back. Over Mickey, get out of there. Patrick steps forward. Patrick is fearless. They're going to burn through that one, and now they might find the follow-up fight as well. Keep your eyes on Whipple. Where's he going to go? Abadage locked up on the side, trying to step away, but Reckless is now unstoppable. It's simply too much damage for Given getting pulled back. Whipple looking to dunk him down.
Hearing whispers in the night, voices filling up your mind. You're like a ghost of you. You've been drowning in the rain, slowly saving up the pain. So deep inside of you, see the colors of the sky slowly turn from black and white. A rising hope, bright as gold. And now there's nothing left to lose, so we're breaking all the rules. And they don't know what we know. 'Cause I can hear the thunder from afar, a lightning in the dark. I can feel the fire come alive, so calm before the storm, so dark before the dawn. Oh, I can see the fire in your eyes, in your eyes. Oh, I can see the fire in felt that burning flame. You're chasing stars alive. What was broken's left behind. Watch it crumble in the light. Nothing can stop you now. See the colors of the sky slowly turn from black and white. Rising hope, bright as gold. And now there's nothing left to lose. So we're breaking all the rules. And they don't know what we know. 'Cause I can hear the thunder from afar. A lightning in the dark. I can feel the fire come alive. So calm before the storm. So dark before the